Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon, Publishing House, presents The Interpretation of Dreams. Author, Sigmund Freud. Foreword. In making this attempt at presenting an interpretation of dreams, I do not think I have gone beyond the bounds of neuropathological interests. For under psychological scrutiny, the dream turns out to be the first item in the series of abnormal psychical formations, whose further members, hysterical phobia, obsession, and delusion, are bound to occupy the physician in his practice. Although, as we shall see, the dream cannot claim a comparable significance for practice, its theoretical value as a paradigm is all the greater for that, and if we are not able to explain how dream images originate, we will also labor in vain to understand and possibly treat the phobias, obsessions, and delusions. However, the same connection that makes our subject so important can also be held responsible for the shortcomings of the present work. The disjunctions to be found so frequently in this account correspond to those points of contact where the problem of dream formation intervenes in wider problems of psychopathology. These could not be dealt with here, but if time and strength allow and further material presents itself, later revisions will be devoted to them. The peculiarities of the material I use to elucidate the interpretation of dreams have also made this publication difficult for me. It will become apparent from the work itself why for my purposes I could make no use of any of the dreams related in the literature or of any I might have collected from strangers. The only choice I had was between my own dreams and those of my patients under psychoanalytic treatment. I could not use the latter material, as the processes of the dream were undesirably complicated here by interference from neurotic characteristics. Reporting my own dreams, however, turned out to be inextricably tied to revealing more of the intimacies of my psychical life than I could wish or than usually falls to the task of an author who is not a poet, but a scientist. This was painful and embarrassing, but unavoidable. I have bowed to it then, so that I should not entirely do without presenting the evidence for my psychological conclusions. But of course I have been unable to resist the temptation to take the sting out of many an indiscretion by omitting or substituting certain material, though whenever I did this, it was definitely detrimental to the value of my examples. I can only express the hope that readers of this work will put themselves in my difficult position and be forbearing with me, and further, that all those who find that the dreams related here allude to them personally in any way, will not wish to deny freedom of thought, at least to the life of dreams. Freud. I. The scientific literature on the problems of dreams. In the following pages I shall provide proof that there is a psychological technique which allows us to interpret dreams, and that when this procedure is applied, every dream turns out to be a meaningful psychical formation which can be given an identifiable place in what goes on within us in our waking life. I shall further try to explain the processes that make the dream so strange and incomprehensible, and infer from them the nature of the psychical forces in their combinations and conflicts, out of which the dream emerges. Having got so far, my account will break off, for it will have reached the point at which the problem of dreaming opens out into more comprehensive problems which will have to be resolved on the basis of different material. I shall begin with a survey both of what earlier authorities have written on the subject and of the present state of scientific inquiry into the problems of dreams, as I shall not often have occasion to return to it in the course of this treatise. In spite of being concerned with the subject over many thousands of years, scientific understanding of the dream has not got very far. This is admitted by the writers so generally that it seems superfluous to quote individual authors. In the writings I list at the end of my work, many stimulating observations and a great deal of interesting material can be found relating to our subject, but little or nothing touching the essential nature of the dream or offering a definitive solution to any of its riddles. And of course, even less has passed into the knowledge of the educated layman. The first work to treat the dream as an object of psychology seems to be Aristotle's on dreams and dream interpretation. Aristotle concedes that the nature of the dream is indeed demonic, but not divine, which might well reveal a profound meaning, if one could hit on the right translation. He recognizes some of the characteristics of the dream life, for example, that the dream reinterprets slight stimuli intruding upon sleep as strong ones. We believe we are passing through a fire and growing hot when this or that limb is only being slightly warmed, and he concludes from this that dreams could very well reveal to the physician the first signs of impending changes in the body not perceptible by day. Lacking the requisite knowledge and teaching and without informed assistance, I have not been in a position to arrive at a deeper understanding of Aristotle's treatise. As we know, the ancients prior to Aristotle regarded the dream not as a product of the dreaming psyche, but as an inspiration from the realm of the divine, and they already recognized the two contrary trends which we shall find are always present in evaluations of the dream life. They distinguished valuable, truth-telling dreams, sent to the sleeper to warn him or announce the future to him, from vain, deceptive, and idle dreams intended to lead him astray or plunge him into ruin. This pre-scientific conception of the dream held by the ancients was certainly in full accord with their worldview as a whole, which habitually projected as reality into the outside world what had reality only within the life of the psyche. Their conception also took account of the main impression made on the waking life by the memory of the dream remaining in the morning, for in this memory the dream as opposed to the other contents of the psyche is something alien, coming as it were from another world. It would be wrong, by the way, to think that the theory of the supernatural origin of dreams has no followers in our own day. Quite apart from all the pietistic and mystical writers who do right to occupy the remains of the once extensive realm of the supernatural, as long as it has not been conquered by scientific explanation. We also encounter clear-sighted men averse to the fantastic who use this very inexplicability of the phenomena of dreams in their endeavors to support their religious belief in the existence and intervention of superhuman powers. The high value accorded to the dream life by many schools of philosophy, for example, by Schelling's followers, is a distinct echo of the undisputed divinity accorded to dreams in antiquity, and the divinatory, future predicting power of dreams remains under discussion because the attempts at a psychological explanation are not adequate to cope with all the material gathered. However firmly the feelings of anyone devoted to the scientific mode of thought might be inclined to reject such a notion. The reason why it is so difficult to write a history of our scientific knowledge of the problems of dreams is that, however valuable our knowledge may have become under single aspects, no progress along a particular line of thought is to be discerned. No foundation of confirmed results has been constructed on which the next researcher might have built further, but every new author tackles the selfsame problems afresh as though from the very beginning. If I were to discuss the writers in chronological sequence and summarize what each of them had to say on the problems of dreams, I would have to abandon any clear overall survey of the current state of our knowledge of dreams. That is why I have chosen to construct my account according to topics rather than authors, and in dealing with each dream problem I shall cite whatever material for its solution exists in the literature. However, this literature is very scattered and encroaches upon many other subjects, and I have not been able to cope with it all, so I must ask my readers to rest content as long as no fundamental fact or significant point of view has escaped my attention. Until recently, most writers have felt obliged to deal with sleep and dreams within the same context, as a rule also linking to this their evaluations of analogous states extending into psychopathology, and their assessments of occurrences similar to dreams, such as hallucinations, visions, etc. The most recent work, on the other hand, endeavors to restrict the subject and take some single question from the field of the dream life as its object of inquiry. This change of emphasis is, I believe, an expression of the conviction that in such obscure matters enlightenment and agreement may only be reached by a set of detailed investigations. It is a detailed investigation of this kind, specifically of a psychological nature, that I am able to offer here. I have had little occasion to occupy myself with the problem of sleep, for this is essentially a problem of physiology, though a characterization of the sleeping state has to include changes in the conditions under which the psychical apparatus functions. So in my account I have disregarded the literature on sleep. Scientific interest in the phenomena of dreams as such leads to the following, partly overlapping, questions. The relationship of dreams to waking life. The naive judgment of someone who has just woken up assumes that the dream, even if it does not come from another world, has still transported the sleeper to one. The old physiologist Burdak, to whom we owe a scrupulous and sensitive description of the phenomena of dreams, has expressed this conviction in a celebrated passage, page 474, "The life of the day, with its exertions and pleasures, its joys and sorrows, is never repeated, the dream is rather bent on freeing us from it. Even when our entire soul has been engrossed with one object, when our heart has been riven with a deep sorrow or some task has exercised all our mental powers, the dream either gives us something completely alien, or takes for its combinations only individual elements from reality, or only enters into the key of the mood we are in and symbolizes reality." In his justly acclaimed study of the nature and origin of dreams, L. Strumpel expresses a similar view, page 16, "The dreamer has turned away from the world of waking consciousness." Page 17, "In dreams our memory of the ordered content of waking consciousness and its normal behavior is as good as completely lost." Page 19, "The almost memory-less isolation of the soul in dreams from the routine content and course of waking life." But the great majority of writers have taken the opposite viewpoint. Hafner writes as follows, page 19, "At first the dream continues the waking life. Our dreams always follow the ideas present in our consciousness not long before. Meticulous observation will almost always discover a thread in which the dream links up with the experiences of the previous day." Wiegand, page 6, directly contradicts Burdaka's assertion quoted above, for apparently it can often be observed in the great majority of dreams that, rather than freeing us from ordinary life, they lead us right back into it. Maury, page 56, says in a succinct formula, "Nous rêvons de ce que nous avons vu, dit, desire ou fate." Asterisk in his Psychology of 1855, p. 530, Jessen puts it at rather greater length, "The content of dreams is always more or less determined by the individual personality, by age, sex, class, level of education, mode of life and by all the events and experiences of our lives hitherto." The ancients shared this idea of the dependence of the content of dreams on life. To cite Radestock, page 134, about to begin his campaign against Greece, Xerxes was dissuaded from this decision by sound advice, but was spurred on to it again and again by his dreams. At this, the rational old dream interpreter of the Persians, Artabanos, told him quite rightly that dream images usually contain what the dreamer already thinks when awake. In Lucretius' didactic poem, De Rerum Natura, we find the passage, 4. V. 959. Ite quoquisque fer studio devinctus adheret, aut cabus in rebus multum summus anti-morati et can ea ration fit contenta magis mens. In somnis idem plerump vitamur obire, causitus I causas adjura iti componera legis, induperators pugnir ac proelia obire, etc. etc. Cicero de Divination, 2, says exactly what Maury said so much later, maximique reliqui irum rerum moventur in animes iti agitantur, de cabus vigilantes aut cogitavimus aut egimus. The contradiction between these two views of the relationship between dream life and waking life seems to be indeed irresolvable. So this is a good place to recall F. W. Hildebrandt's discussion. He takes the view that the peculiarities of the dream cannot be described at all except as a series of opposites which seem to intensify to the point of becoming contradictions, page 8. The first of these opposites is the strict seclusion or isolation of the dream from real, true life on the one hand, and on the other the continual encroachment of the one on the other, the constant dependence of the one on the other. The dream is something altogether separate from the reality we experience when awake. One might call it an existence hermetically closed within itself, cut off from real life by an unbridgeable chasm. It frees us from reality, extinguishes our normal recollection of it, and places us in another world and in a quite different life story, which has fundamentally nothing to do with our real one. Hildebrandt then explains how, when we fall asleep, our whole being, with the forms of its existence, disappears as though beneath an invisible trapdoor. Then perhaps we dream we are making a sea voyage to St. Helena in order to offer the imprisoned Napoleon something special by way of Moselle. We are received by the ex-emperor in the friendliest fashion and are almost sorry to see the interesting illusion disrupted by our awakening. But then we compare the situation in the dream with reality. We have never been a wine merchant, and have never wanted to be one. We have never been on a sea voyage, and St. Helena is the last place we would choose to take one to. For Napoleon we feel no kind of sympathy, but on the contrary harbor a fierce patriotic hatred towards him. And on top of all that, the dreamer was not yet even among the living when Napoleon died on his island. To enjoy any personal relationship with him was beyond the bounds of possibility. Thus the dream experience appears as something alien interpolated between two divisions of our life which otherwise fit into each other perfectly and continuously. And yet, Hildebrandt goes on, the apparent opposite is just as true and correct. In my view, the most intimate relationship and connection nevertheless goes hand in hand with this isolation and seclusion. We may even say, whatever the dream may present, it acquires its material from reality and from the intellectual life which goes along with this reality. However strangely the dream may employ it, it can never actually get free from the real world. Its most sublime and its most farcical phenomena alike must always borrow their raw material either from what has appeared before us in the world of the senses or from what has somehow already found a place in our waking thoughts, in other words, from what we have already experienced, outwardly or inwardly. The dream material, memory in dreams. That all the material composing the content of the dream derives in some way from our experience, and so is reproduced, remembered, in the dream. This at least we may count as undisputed knowledge. But it would be an error to assume that such a connection between the dream content and waking life is bound to emerge effortlessly as the obvious result of comparing the two. It has rather to be attentively sought, for in a large number of cases it is capable of concealing itself for a long time. The reason for this lies in a number of peculiarities shown by our powers of memory in dreams, and which, although they have been generally remarked, have so far resisted every attempt at an explanation. It will be worth our while to examine these characteristics in detail. The first thing to emerge is that material appears in the dream content which, when subsequently awake, we do not recognize as part of our knowledge or experience. We may well remember that we dreamed this or that, but not that we ever experienced it. We are then in a quandary as to what source the dream has drawn on, and may well be tempted to believe that the dream possesses the power of independent production, until, often after a long interval, a new experience restores the memory of the earlier experience and so reveals the source of the dream. We then have to admit that we had known and remembered something in our dream which had escaped our powers of recollection when awake. A particularly impressive example of this kind is told by Delboeuf from his own dream experience. In his dream he saw the yard of his house covered in snow and found two little lizards half frozen and buried under the snow. Being an animal lover he took them up, warmed them, and restored them to the little hole in the wall intended for them. In addition he gave them a few leaves from a little fern plant growing on the wall which he knew they were very fond of. In his dream he knew the name of the plant, Asplenium rudimeralis. The dream then continued, after an interval returned to the lizards, and to Delboeuf's astonishment showed him two new little lizards which had set upon the remains of the ferns. Then he turned and looked into the distance, saw a fifth and a sixth lizard making their way to the hole in the wall, until finally the whole road was covered with a procession of lizards all moving in the same direction, etc. In his waking life, Delboeuf was familiar with the Latin names of only a few plants, and the asplenium was not among them. So he was greatly astonished to discover that a fern of this name actually existed. Its correct designation was Asplenium rutimuraria, which the dream had slightly distorted. It seemed hardly credible that the name had occurred by coincidence, but where his knowledge of it in his dream had come from remained a mystery to him. The dream took place in 1862. 16 years later, the philosopher was visiting a friend when he noticed a little album containing dried flowers of the sort that are sold as souvenirs to visitors in many parts of Switzerland. A memory arose within him. He opened the herbarium, found in it the asplenium from his dream, and recognized his own handwriting in the Latin name added to it. Now the connection could be made. In 1860, 2 years before the dream of the lizards, a sister of this friend had visited Delboeuf while on her honeymoon. She had had this album with her, intending it for her brother, and Delboeuf had taken the trouble to write its Latin name, at a botanist's dictation, beside each of the little dried plants. A happy accident, of the sort that make this example so very much worth relating, allowed Delboeuf to trace yet another part of the content of this dream back to its forgotten source. One day in 1877, an old volume of an illustrated magazine came into his hands, and there he saw a picture of the entire procession of lizards as he had dreamed it in 1862. The volume bore the date 1861, and Delboeuf was able to recall that he had been a subscriber to the magazine from the time of its appearance. The fact that the dream has at its disposal recollections which are inaccessible to the waking person is so remarkable and theoretically significant that I should like to reinforce it by recounting some more hypermnestic dreams. Maury relates that for some time the word Muscadin kept coming into his mind during the day. He knew it was the name of a French town, but nothing more. One night he dreamed of a conversation with a certain person, who told him she came from Muscadin, and when he asked where the town was she replied that Muscadin was the main town in the Departement de la Dordogne. When he awoke, Maury gave no credence to the information in the dream. But from the gazetteer he learned that it was perfectly correct. In this case the dream's superior knowledge is confirmed, but the forgotten source of this knowledge has not been traced. Jesson relates, page 551, a very similar event in a dream from older times. Among these is the dream of the elder Scaliger *, Hennings page 300, who wrote a poem in praise of the famous men of Verona. A man calling himself Brugnolus appeared to him in a dream, complaining that he had been forgotten. Although Scaliger could not recall ever having heard anything of him, he composed lines about him all the same, and his son afterwards learned in Verona that a Brugnolus had indeed once been famous there as a critic. In a publication unfortunately not available to me, Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, Myers is said to have produced a collection of such hypermnestic dreams. In my view, anyone engaged in the study of dreams is bound to recognize that it is a very common phenomenon for a dream to bear witness to knowledge and recollections which the waking person does not believe he possesses. In my psychoanalytic work with nervous patients, which I shall refer to later, I find myself several times every week in the position of proving to my patients from their dreams that they really do know certain quotations, obscene words, and the like very well, and that they use them in dreams even though they have forgotten them in waking life. I should like to add here a further innocuous case of dream hypermnesia, for in this instance the source that gave rise to the knowledge accessible only to the dream is very easy to detect. As part of a lengthy dream, a patient dreamed that in a coffeehouse he had ordered a cantasoka. But after relating the dream he asked what it could be. He had never heard the name. I was able to reply that cantasoka was a Polish schnapps which he could not have invented in his dream, as the name had long been familiar to me from posters. At first the man would not believe me. A few days later, after he had made his dream come true in a real coffeehouse, he noticed the name on a poster, and what is more, on one at a street corner which he must have passed at least twice a day for several months. One of the sources that dreams draw upon for material for reproduction, some of it not remembered or employed in the mental activity of waking life, is the life of childhood. I shall cite only a few of the writers who have noticed this and emphasized it. Hildebrandt, page 23, it has already been expressly conceded that dreams faithfully bring quite remote and even forgotten events from the distant past back to our minds, sometimes with a marvelous power of reproduction. Strumpel, page 40. The issue becomes even more complex when we remark how sometimes dreams draw forth images of individual places, things, and persons quite unscathed and in all their original freshness, as it were out from under the deepest and most massive accumulations deposited by later years on the earliest experiences of our youth. This is not confined merely to those impressions which we were vividly conscious of when they first arose, or were associated with strong psychical values and now recur later in a dream as actual recollections in which the wakened consciousness takes pleasure. Rather, the depths of the dream memory also include those images of people, things, places, and experiences from our earliest years which either impressed themselves only slightly on our consciousness, or possess no psychical value, or have long since lost both, and so, both in the dream and after we have woken up, they appear quite alien and unfamiliar to us until their early origin is discovered. Foucault, page 119. It is particularly remarkable how easily recollections of childhood and youth enter dreams. The dream never tires of reminding us of things we have long since ceased to think about, things which have long since lost all importance to us. The dream's command of childhood material, most of which, as we know, falls through the gaps in our conscious power of recollection, occasions interesting hypermnestic dreams, a few of which I would again like to relate. Maury tells us, page 92, that as a child he often traveled from his hometown of Mo to the nearby town of Trillport, where his father was directing the construction of a bridge. One night a dream transported him to Trillport and set him playing again in the streets of the town. A man approached him wearing a kind of uniform. Maury asked him what his name was. The man introduced himself as C, and said he was a watchman at the bridge. After he woke, Maury still doubted the truth of this recollection, so he asked an old servant who had been with him since childhood whether she could remember a man of this name. Certainly, came her reply, he was the watchman at the bridge your father was constructing at that time. Maury reports another example, just as satisfyingly confirmed, of the reliability of childhood recollection as it appears in dreams. It came from a Monsieur F., who had grown up as a child in the town of Montbrison. 25 years after he had left it, this man decided to revisit his hometown as well as old friends of the family whom he had not seen since. In the night before his departure he dreamed that he had arrived, and in the vicinity of Montbrison encountered a man unknown to him by sight, who told him he was Monsieur T, a friend of his father's. The dreamer knew that as a child he had known a man of this name, though when awake he could no longer remember what he looked like. A few days later, now actually arrived in Montbrison, he found the locality of his dream again, which he had thought was unfamiliar to him, and encountered a man whom he promptly recognized as the T of his dream. Only that the real person was much older than the dream had represented him. At this stage I can relate a dream of my own, in which the impression to be recalled is replaced by an association. In a dream I saw a person who I knew in the dream was the doctor of my hometown. His face was not clear, but was blended with the impression of one of my teachers at the gymnasium, whom I occasionally still meet today. After I woke, I could not make out what association linked these two people. But when I asked my mother about this doctor from my earliest years, I learned that he had had only one eye, and the schoolteacher whose figure in the dream had covered that of the doctor also has only one eye. I had not seen the doctor for 38 years, and to my knowledge I have never thought about him in my waking life. It sounds as if there was an intention to set up a counterweight to the overly great role played by childhood impressions in dreams, when several authorities maintain that most dreams can be shown to contain elements from the days most recently preceding the dream. Robert, page 46, even asserts that in general the normal dream is concerned only with the days just past. We shall in any event discover that the theory of dreams Robert has constructed makes it imperative for him to push back the oldest impressions and bring forward the most recent. I can, however, confirm from my own investigations that what Robert says in this respect is a fact. An American writer, Nelson, takes the view that what most often happens is that the dream makes use of impressions from the day before the day of the dream or from the third day before, as though the impressions from the day immediately preceding the dream were toned down, not remote enough. Several writers who would not doubt the intimate connection between the content of dreams and waking life have observed that impressions that occupy the waking thoughts intensely appear in dreams only when they have to some extent been pushed to one side by the thinking activity of the day. Thus we do not as a rule dream of a dead person dear to us in the time right after their death, while the survivor is still filled with grief, deluge. Meantime, however, one of the most recent observers, Miss Hallam, has collected examples of the opposite behavior, and in this regard claims for each of us the right to our psychological individuality. The third, most remarkable and incomprehensible characteristic of memory and dreams is to be seen in the choice of material reproduced. For what is considered worth remembering is not, as in waking life, only the things that are of most significance, but also on the contrary the most trivial and nondescript things. At this point I shall cite those authors who have expressed their amazement most forcefully. Hildebrandt, page 11. For the remarkable thing is that as a rule the dream takes its elements not from the important and far-reaching events, not from the great and motivating interests of the previous day, but from the trivial extras, from the worthless scraps, as it were, of the recent or more remote past. A distressing death in the family, whose impressions send us late to sleep, is blotted from our memory until our first waking moment brings it back to us vividly in all its sadness. On the other hand, a wart on the forehead of a stranger we encountered and did not give a moment's thought to after we had passed him by, this plays a part in our dream. Strumpel, page 39, cases where the analysis of a dream discovers elements which, though it is true they derive from the experiences of the previous day or the day before that, were so worthless and insignificant to the waking consciousness, that they sank into oblivion soon after they were experienced. Experiences of this kind are for instance words heard by accident, someone else's actions scarcely noticed, fleeting perceptions of things or persons, brief passages from our reading, and the like. Havelock Ellis, page 727. The profound emotions of waking life, the questions and problems on which we spread our chief voluntary mental energy, are not those which usually present themselves to dream consciousness. It is so far as the immediate past is concerned mostly the trifling, the incidental, the forgotten impressions of daily life which reappear in our dreams. The psychic activities that are awake most intensely are those that sleep most profoundly. Binns, page 45, takes these very peculiarities of memory in the dream as the occasion for expressing his dissatisfaction with the explanations of the dream he himself supports, and the natural dream raises similar questions. Why is it that we do not always dream the memory impressions of the most recent day we have spent, but often plunge without any recognizable motive into a past that lies far behind us, almost obliterated? In dreams, why does the consciousness so often receive the impression of trivial recollections, while the brain cells, the very place where the most sensitive register of our experience is lodged, mostly lie still and silent, unless they have been freshly aroused in waking hours shortly before? It is easy to see how the strange preference of the dream memory for trifling and hence unnoticed things among the experiences of the day was largely bound to lead to a general failure to understand the dream's dependence on the life of the day, or at least to making this very difficult to demonstrate in individual cases. Consequently, in Miss Whitton Calkins's statistical analysis of her and her companions' dreams, it was possible for her to be left with 11% of the total in which no relation to the life of the day was perceptible. Hildebrandt is certainly right in maintaining that all dream images could be explained genetically, if we spent sufficient time and concentration on tracing their origin. True, he calls this an extremely laborious and thankless task. For it would mostly amount to tracking down all sorts of things with no psychical value in the remotest corners of the chamber of memory, and bringing to light all sorts of utterly trivial impulses from times long past, from depths where they had been buried perhaps the very hour after they had occurred. But I must express my regret that this penetrating writer failed to pursue this path from this modest beginning. It would have led him straight to the center of the explanation of dreams. The way the memory behaves in dreams is certainly most important for any theory of memory in general. It teaches us that nothing that is once mentally our own can ever be entirely lost, Scholl's page 34. Or, as Delboeuf puts it, que tout impression même la plus insignifiante, les un trace inalterable, indefiniment susceptible de reparateur au jour comma asterisk, a conclusion which so many other pathological phenomena of the psychical life likewise force us to make. Now, if we keep this extraordinary capability of the dream memory in mind, we will be keenly aware of the contradiction which certain dream theories, referred to later, are bound to set up, as they try to explain the absurdity and incoherence of dreams by the partial forgetting of what is known to us by day. It might perhaps occur to us to reduce the phenomenon of dreaming entirely to that of remembering and regard the dream as the expression of a reproductive activity, unresting even at night, which is an end in itself. Accounts such as that given by Pilks would accord with this, for he claims that firm connections can be demonstrated between the time of dreaming and the content of the dream, such that in deep sleep the dream reproduces impressions from the earliest times, but reproduces recent ones towards morning. But such a conception is made improbable from the outset by the way the dream deals with the material to be remembered. Strumpel rightly points out that in the dream repetitions of experiences do not occur. True, the dream makes a start at it, but the next link is missing, it appears in altered form, or something entirely strange appears in its place. The dream presents only fragmentary reproductions. Certainly, this is so often the rule that we can make theoretical use of it. However, exceptions do occur in which a dream will repeat an experience just as completely as our waking recollection can. Delboeuf tells of how in a dream one of his university colleagues, who teaches at present in Vienna, repeated a dangerous coach journey in all its detail, where he escaped an accident only as if by a miracle. Miss Calkins mentions 2 dreams whose content consisted of the exact reproduction of an experience from the previous day, and I myself will later take the opportunity of relating an instance known to me of the return in a dream, unaltered, of a childhood experience. Dream stimuli and dream sources. What we are to understand by dream stimuli and dream sources can be clarified by referring to the popular saying, dreams come from the stomach. Behind these concepts there is concealed a theory which regards the dream as the consequence of a disturbance of sleep. We would not have dreamed if something to disturb us had not stirred in our sleep, and the dream is the reaction to this disturbance. Discussion of the causes that generate dreams occupies more space than any other topic in the writings about them. It goes without saying that the problem could only arise after the dream had become an object of biological inquiry. The ancients, who regarded the dream as divine inspiration, had no need to seek for its source. The dream proceeded from the will of the divine or demonic power, its content from their knowledge or intention. For science, the question arose straight away whether the incentive to dreaming was always the same, or whether there might be several incentives, which brought with it the need to consider whether the explanation for the causes of dreams fell to psychology or to physiology. Most authorities seem to assume that there can be many kinds of cause for disturbances of sleep, that is, for the sources of dreaming, and that both somatic stimuli and psychical excitations can act as causative agents of dreams. But there is wide disagreement in privileging the one or the other among the sources of dreams, and in establishing a hierarchy among them according to their importance for the genesis of the dream. With a complete enumeration of the sources of dreams, it emerges that there are ultimately 4 kinds, which have also been used for the classification of dreams. External, objective, sensory excitation. Internal, organic, sensory excitation. Internal, organic, somatic stimulus. Purely psychical sources of stimulus. External sensory stimuli. Strumpel the Younger, son of the philosopher whose work on dreams has already served us several times as a guide to the problems of dreams, has, as we know, reported on his observation of an invalid afflicted with general anesthesia of the skin and paralysis of several of the higher sensory organs. When this man's few remaining sensory gateways were cut off from the outside world, he fell asleep. When we want to go to sleep, we all try to attain a situation similar to the one in Strumpel's experiment. We close the most important sensory gateways, our eyes, and try to protect our other senses from any stimulus or change in the stimuli acting on them. We then go to sleep, though we are never completely successful in carrying out our aim. We can neither isolate our sensory organs entirely from the stimuli, nor wholly neutralize their excitability. The fact that we can always be woken by stronger stimuli may be taken as proof that even in sleep the psyche has remained in constant contact with the world external to the body. The sensory stimuli that reach us in sleep could well become sources for dreams. Now, among such stimuli there are a great number, ranging from the unavoidable ones entailed in the sleeping state itself or occasionally admitted to it, to the chance stimulus to waking which is likely or intended to put an end to sleep. A rather strong light can penetrate the eyes, a sound become audible, or an odor agitate the nasal membrane. While we are asleep, involuntary movements may uncover parts of our body and in this way expose them to the sensation of getting colder, or by changing our position we may produce sensations of pressure or contact. A fly may sting us, or a slight nocturnal accident assails several of our senses at once. Attentive observers have collected a large number of dreams in which the stimulus established on waking and a part of the dream content coincide so closely that the stimulus could be recognized as the source of the dream. I shall cite here from Jessen, page 527, a collection of dreams of this kind which derive from objective, more or less accidental, sensory stimulation. Each indistinctly heard sound arouses corresponding dream images. The rumble of thunder transports us to the midst of a battle. The crowing of a cock can be transformed into a human cry of fear. The creaking of a door call forth dreams of burglars breaking in. If we lose our bedclothes at night, we might dream that we are walking about naked or that we have fallen into the water. If we are lying at an angle in bed and our feet project over the edge, we might dream that we are standing at the edge of a terrible abyss, or that we are falling from a steep cliff. If by accident our head gets under the pillow, there is a great rock hanging over us about to bury us beneath its weight. Accumulations of semen produce lascivious dreams, localized pains the idea of abuses we have suffered, hostile attacks or the infliction of bodily injuries. Meyer, Versuch einer Erklärung den Aktuandiens, Halle, 1758, page 33, once dreamed that he was set upon by a number of people who stretched him out on the ground on his back and drove a stake into the ground between his big toe and the one next to it. As he was imagining this in his dream, he woke and felt a straw sticking between his toes. On another occasion, according to Hennings, von den Traumen und die Nachtwandlern, Weimer, 1784, page 258, Meyer had fastened his shirt rather tightly around his neck, and dreamed he was being hanged. Hofbauer dreamed as a young man that he was falling from a high wall, and discovered when he woke that the bedstead had come apart and that he really had fallen. Gregory reports that he once laid a hot water bottle at his feet when he went to bed and then dreamed he had made a journey to the top of Mount Etna, where he found the heat of the ground almost unbearable. Another dreamed after he had had a poultice applied to his head that he was being scalped by Red Indians. A third, who went to sleep in a damp shirt, dreamed he was being dragged through a river. An attack of gout while he was asleep led an invalid to believe he was in the hands of the Inquisition and was being tortured. Macnish. The argument from the similarity between stimulus and dream content is strengthened if by this systematic application of sensory stimuli it is possible to produce in the sleeper dreams corresponding to the stimulus. According to Macnish, Gerard de Buserings had already tried such experiments. He left his knee uncovered, and dreamed that he was traveling by postchaise at night. He observes in his account that travelers would certainly know how cold the knees would become in a coach at night. At another time he left the back of his head uncovered and dreamed that he was attending a religious ceremony in the open air. For in the country where he lived, it was the custom to keep the head covered, except on such occasions as the one just mentioned. Maury reports a number of new observations of dreams he himself had produced. A further series of experiments proved unsuccessful. He is tickled on the lips and tip of the nose with a feather. Dreams of a terrible torture. A mask of pitch is placed on his face, then torn away, taking the skin with it. A pair of scissors is sharpened against a pair of tweezers. He hears bells pealing, then warning bells, and is transported to the June days of 1848. He smells eau de cologne. He is in Cairo in the shop of Johann Maria Farina. There follow wild adventures which he is unable to reproduce. He is squeezed gently in the neck, he dreams that he is having a poultice applied, and thinks of a doctor who treated him in childhood. A hot iron is held to his face, he dreams of the stokers one who have crept into the house and are forcing the inhabitants to hand over their money by thrusting their feet into a brazier. Then the Duchess of Abrance, whose secretary he is in the dream, appears on the scene. A drop of water is poured onto his forehead, he is in Italy, perspiring heavily and drinking the white wine of Orvieto. The light from a candle, filtered through a red paper, is made to fall on him repeatedly. He dreams of storms, of heat, and finds himself once again in a storm at sea which he once experienced in the English Channel. Other attempts at producing dreams experimentally have been made by D. Hervey, Wiegand, and others. Many have noticed the striking skill of the dream in weaving sudden impressions from the sensory world into its creations in such a way that they come to form a catastrophe whose onset has already been gradually prepared and ushered in. Hildebrandt. When I was younger, this author relates, in order to get up regularly at a certain hour in the morning, I sometimes used the familiar alarm usually attached to clocks. It must have happened 100 times that the sound of this alarm fitted into an apparently very long and coherent dream, as if the whole dream were directed towards it as its logically indispensable point and natural goal. I shall refer to 3 more of these alarm clock dreams in another connection. Foucault, page 68, relates, a composer once dreamed that he was giving a class and wanted to make something clear to his pupils. He had just done so and turned to one of the boys with the question, "Did you understand me?" The boy shouted like a madman, "Oja, oh yes." Annoyed at the shouting, he reprimanded the boy. But the whole class was already shouting Orja. Then, Yurjo. And finally Fuorjo. Fire! Fire! And then he was awakened by real cries of fire. Fire, in the street. Garnier, Trait de facultés de l'âme, 1865, quoted by Radestock, reports that Napoleon I was awakened from a dream while he was sleeping in his carriage by the explosion of an infernal machine *, and that in the dream he once again experienced the crossing of the Tagliamento * and the Austrian bombardment, until he woke with a start, crying, "We have been undermined." A dream Maury once had has become famous, page 161. He was unwell and lay in bed in his room. His mother was sitting beside him. He dreamed of the reign of terror at the time of the Revolution, took part in dreadful scenes of murder, and was finally brought before the court himself. There he saw Robespierre, Marat, Fouquier Tinville * and all the somber heroes of that terrible epoch, address them, after all kinds of incidents which escaped his recollection was condemned, and then, accompanied by an enormous crowd, led to the place of execution. He mounts the scaffold, the executioner fastens him to the plank, it tips up, the guillotine blade falls, he feels his head being severed from his body, wakes in a torment of fear, and discovers that the headboard of the bed has collapsed and, just like the blade of a guillotine, struck the back of his neck. This dream gave rise to an interesting discussion, set off in the Revue Philosophique by Lorraine and Egger, as to whether and how it was possible for the dreamer to concentrate such an apparently full and abundant dream content in the brief interval between waking stimulus and waking. Examples of this kind make objective sensory stimuli appear to be the most firmly established among the sources of dreams. Such stimuli are also the only ones that play any part in the knowledge of the layman. If you ask an educated man otherwise unfamiliar with the literature of dreams how dreams come about, he will no doubt reply by referring to a case he has heard of, in which a dream was explained by an objective sensory stimulus recognized after waking. Scientific inquiry cannot stop there, it becomes the occasion for it to question further why the stimulus acting upon our senses while we are asleep should appear in the dream in nothing like its true form, but be represented by some other imagined idea, which stands in some kind of relationship to it. But the relationship linking the dream stimulus and the dream it produces is, in Maury's words, un affinit quelconque, mais que n'est pas unique et exclusive *, page 72. Take, for example, Hildebrandt's 3 alarm clock dreams. We shall have to raise the question why the same stimulus produced such differing dreams, and why exactly these dreams, as its consequence. Page 37. So I am taking a walk one spring morning and strolling through the early green of the fields as far as a neighboring village. There I see a crowd of villagers in their best clothes, their hymn books under their arms, making their way in droves towards the church. Of course. It is Sunday, and morning service is due to begin soon. I decide to take part, but first, because I am rather hot and out of breath, I decide to cool off in the churchyard that surrounds the church. While I am reading some of the inscriptions on the gravestones there, I hear the bell ringer climb the tower, and then see the little village bell at the top which will give the signal for the service to begin. For a while it still hangs there motionless, then it begins to swing, and suddenly its strokes ring out loud and clear, so loud and clear that it puts an end to my sleep. But the sound of the bell comes from the alarm clock. A second connection. It is a bright winter's day. The streets are deep with snow. I have agreed to take part in a sleigh ride, but I have to wait a long time before the message comes that the sleigh is standing at the door. There follow the preparations for getting in, and the fur rug is spread out, the footmuff brought out, and at last I am sitting in my seat. But the departure is still delayed until the reins let the waiting horses feel the signal to start. Then the horses move off. The sleigh bells, vigorously shaken, strike up their familiar Janissary music with such force that in a moment the cobweb of the dream is torn apart. Again it is nothing but the shrill tone of the alarm clock. Now a third example. I see a kitchen maid walking along the corridor to the dining room carrying several dozen plates piled up. The column of china in her arms seems to me to be in danger of toppling over. Take care, I warn her, the whole load is going to fall. The usual contradiction is, of course, forthcoming. She is used to carrying such things, etc., while I still follow her progress with concern. Sure enough, at the threshold she stumbles, the fragile crockery falls and clatters and shatters in 100 pieces over the floor. But the endlessly unceasing sound is, as I soon notice, not really a clattering, but a proper ringing, and, as I now recognize as I wake, the ringing is only the alarm clock doing its duty. The question why in the dream the psyche fails to recognize the nature of the objective sensory stimulus has been answered by Strumpel, and almost to the same effect by Wundt, by supposing that the stimuli encroaching upon the psyche in sleep place it under conditions which enable an illusion to be created. We recognize and correctly interpret a sensory impression, that is, we place it in the class of memories where, according to all our previous experience, it belongs, if the impression is strong, clear, and long-lasting enough, and if we have sufficient time to reflect on it. If these conditions are not met, we fail to recognize the object that gives rise to the impression, instead we use it as the basis of an illusion. If someone goes for a walk in the open country and perceives a distant object indistinctly, it can happen that at first he takes it to be a horse. Observing it more closely, he may be urged to interpret it as a cow lying down, until finally the psyche resolves itself with certainty into a group of seated people. Now, the impressions which the psyche receives in sleep from external stimuli are of a similar indefinite nature. These stimuli are the basis on which the psyche creates illusions, for the impression summons up a greater or smaller number of remembered images, through which it acquires its psychical value. Which of the many relevant spheres of memory the appropriate images are summoned up from, and which of the possible associative connections thereby come into play, even Strumpel regards as indeterminable and left as it were up to the arbitrary will of the psyche. We have a choice here. We can admit that the laws governing the formation of dreams cannot really be pursued any further, and so refrain from asking whether our interpretation of the illusion produced by the sensory impression may not be determined by other factors. Or we can speculate that the objective sensory stimulus encroaching upon sleep plays only a modest part as a source for dreams, and that other factors determine which images from our store of memories we chose to be aroused. In fact, if we examine Maury's experimentally produced dreams, which I have related in such detail for just this purpose, we are tempted to say that the experiment setup really covers the origin of only one of the elements of the dream, and that the rest of the dream content seems rather too independent, too definite in its details, to be explained by the one requirement that it has to be consistent with the element introduced experimentally. Indeed, one even begins to have doubts about the illusion theory and the power of the objective impression to shape the dream when one learns that on occasion in the dream it undergoes the strangest, most far-fetched interpretation. For example, Simon recounts a dream in which he saw gigantic figures seated at table and distinctly heard the fearful gnashing of their jaws as they chewed. When he woke, he heard the hoofbeats of a horse galloping past his window. If in this case the sound of horses' hooves roused ideas from a cluster of recollections from Gulliver's Travels, of sojourns with the giants of Brobdingnag and the virtuous Howans, as, without any support from the author, I would be inclined to interpret it, would not the choice of the sphere of memories so remote from the stimulus have been more easily motivated by different factors? Internal, subjective, sensory excitation. Despite all the objections, we have to concede that the part played by objective sensory excitations during sleep and initiating dreams is indisputable, and if the nature and frequency of these stimuli seem perhaps inadequate to explain every dream image, this indicates that we should be looking for other sources of dreams which are different from these but analogous in their effect. I do not know where the idea first arose of enlisting internal, subjective, excitations of the sensory organs as well as external sensory stimuli, but it is in fact done in all the more recent accounts of the etiology of dreams. In the production of dream illusions, says Wundt, I believe an essential role is played by those subjective visual and oral perceptions familiar to us when we are awake, such as dazzling light on a dark field of vision, ringing or buzzing in the ears, etc., among them especially subjective excitations of the retina. This would explain the remarkable tendency of the dream to conjure up large numbers of similar or wholly identical objects before our eyes. We see countless birds, butterflies, fishes, many-colored beads, flowers, and the like spread out before us. Here the scattered light of the dark field of vision has assumed fantastic shapes, and the numerous particles of light which go to make it up are embodied by the dream in as many individual images. Because the shimmering light is so mobile, these are perceived as moving objects. Probably this is also at the root of the great inclination of the dream to form such a variety of animal figures, whose inventiveness of form adapts easily to the particular form of the subjective light images. As a source of dream images, subjective sensory excitations have the obvious advantage that, unlike objective ones, they are not dependent on external chance. They are as it were available for service whenever an explanation requires them. But they take second place to objective sensory stimuli as explanations, for it is either difficult or impossible to confirm their role as instigators of dreams in the way observation and experiment can do for objective stimuli. The main proof of the dream-arousing power of subjective sensory excitations is provided by what are called hypnagogic hallucinations, described by Johann Müller as fantastic visual phenomena. These are images, often very vivid and fluctuating, which habitually appear with many people quite regularly while we are falling asleep, and which can also persist for a time after we have opened our eyes. Maury, who was very prone to them, has examined them in detail and maintains they are related, indeed identical, to dream images, a view also held by Müller. For them to emerge, Maury says, a certain psychical passivity, a relaxation of attention, is required, p. 59f. But if we are in the right mood, a second of such lethargy is enough to make a hypnagogic hallucination appear, after which perhaps we reawaken, until the often repeated performance is brought to an end by sleep. If we then wake up again after not too long an interval, we are, according to Maury, often able to establish that we have experienced the same image in our dream as hovered before us as a hypnagogic hallucination before we fell asleep, page 134. It once happened in this way to Maury with a hallucination of a number of grotesque figures with distorted features and strange hairstyles who were harassing him with incredible persistence while he was falling asleep. After he woke, he remembered that he had also dreamed of them. Another time, when he had put himself on a diet and so was feeling hungry, he had a hypnagogic vision of a dish, and of a hand armed with a fork which took some of the food in the dish. In his dream he found himself at a well-laden table and heard the sounds the diners were making with their forks. Another time, when he had fallen asleep with sore and painful eyes, he had the hypnagogic hallucination of microscopically small signs which he had to strain to decipher one by one. An hour after he had woken he recalled a dream in which there was an open book, printed in very small letters, which he had to read through laboriously. In just the same way as these images, auditory hallucinations of words, names, etc., can also appear hypnagogically and then be repeated in dreams, forming the overture, as it were, announcing the leitmotifs of the opera to follow. The same path as the one followed by Johann Müller and Maury has been taken by a more recent observer of hypnagogic hallucinations, G. Trumbull Ladd. By practicing he was able to wrench himself suddenly awake 2 to 5 minutes after gradually falling asleep, but without opening his eyes. He then had the opportunity of comparing the sensations on his retina as they were just fading with the dream images as they survived in his memory. He affirmed that a close relationship was recognizable between the two each time, for the luminous particles and lines of the retina's own light made as it were the outline sketch, the diagram, of the figures perceived in the dream. For example, a dream in which he saw before him clearly printed lines, which he read and studied, matched an arrangement of parallel lines of luminous particles in the retina. As he put it himself, the clearly printed page he read in his dream resolved itself into an object which appeared to his waking perception like part of a real printed page seen through a small hole in a piece of paper from too far away to make out anything distinctly. Ladd, who does not underestimate the central part played by the phenomenon in other respects also, takes the view that hardly a single dream unfolds within us which does not depend on the material of the inner excitations of the retina. This applies especially to dreams shortly after falling asleep in a darkened room, whereas in morning dreams when we are close to waking, he suggests, the objective light penetrating to the eyes in the brightened room supplies the source of the stimulus. The fluctuating character of the excitations of light in the retina, with their endless changeability, corresponds exactly to the restless flow of images which are dreams present to us. If we regard Ladd's observations as significant, we cannot doubt that this subjective source of stimulus is most productive in the creation of dreams, for as we know, visual images constitute the main component of our dreams. The contribution of the other senses, apart from that of hearing, is slighter and irregular. Internal, organic somatic stimulus. As we are still looking for sources of dreams not outside but within the organism, we must remind ourselves that when they are in a state of health almost all our internal organs give us hardly a sign of their existence, but that when they are irritated, as we put it, or when we are ill, they become a source of mainly painful sensations for us, which must be put on the same footing as those external agencies which arouse excitations of pain or feeling. These are very ancient experiences, prompting Strumpel, for example, to say, p. 107 The psyche attains in sleep to a much more profound and wide-ranging sensory consciousness of its bodily nature than it does when awake, and cannot but receive and be affected by impressions of certain stimuli that originates in parts of the body and in changes there, which it was unaware of when awake. Even as early a writer as Aristotle declared it might very well be possible that in dreams our attention might be drawn to incipient illnesses whose traces we have not noticed when awake, by virtue of the magnification the dream gives to the impressions, see page 1, and medical writers who were certainly very far from believing in the prophetic powers of dreams have granted them this importance at least as heralds of illness. C. M. Simon, page 31, and many earlier authors. There appear to be plenty of authenticated instances of success in diagnosis by dreams from more recent times too. For example, Tissy, following Artigas' Essai sur la valeur sémiologique de rêves, reports the story of a woman of 43 who was afflicted by anxiety dreams over several years of apparently perfect health, and who then, under medical examination, displayed an incipient heart condition to which she soon succumbed. Advanced disorders of the internal organs clearly act in quite a large number of people as initiators of dreams. The frequency of anxiety dreams among those suffering from diseases of the heart or lungs has been generally remarked. Indeed, many authors have brought this association of the dream life so much to the fore that I can content myself here with merely referring to the literature, Radestock, Spitta, Maury, M. Simon, Tissy. Tissey even considers that diseased organs impose a particular character on the dream content. The dreams of someone with a heart condition are usually very brief and end with his awakening in terror. The situation of death under frightful circumstances almost always plays a part in their content. Sufferers from lung disease dream of suffocation, crowding, and fleeing, and a striking number are prey to the familiar nightmare, which Borner has also been able to produce experimentally by lying on his face and covering the respiratory organs. Indigestion evokes in the dream ideas from the field of enjoyment and disgust. The influence, finally, of sexual arousal on the content of dreams will be comprehensible to every one of us from our own experience and provides the whole theory that dreams are initiated by organic stimulus with its strongest support. As we work our way through the literature on dreams, it also becomes unmistakable that some of the authors concerned, Maury, Wiegand, 75, were led to their interest in the problems of dreams by the influence of their own illnesses on the content of their dreams. However, although these undoubtedly established facts increase the sources of dreams, this is not as significant as one might like to think, for after all the dream is a phenomenon occurring in those in good health, perhaps to everyone, perhaps every night, and organic disease is obviously not one of its indispensable conditions. But for us, the issue is not where exceptional dreams come from, but what the source of stimulation for the ordinary dreams of normal people might be. Meanwhile, it requires only one step further for us to come upon a source of dreams that flows more abundantly than any of the previous ones and really shows no prospect at all of drying up. If it has been established that the interior of the body in a state of sickness becomes a source of dream stimuli, and if we concede that, in a sleeping state, diverted from the external world, the psyche is able to devote greater attention to the body's interior, then we are tempted to assume that the organs do not first have to become sick for excitations, which somehow turn into dream images, to reach the sleeping psyche. What we dimly apprehend when we are awake only in its quality is a general vital sense, to which in medical opinion all the organ systems contribute, would, when working powerfully at night and with its individual components active, supply the strongest and at the same time the most common source for the arousal of representations. We have touched here on that theory of the genesis of dreams which has become the favored one among all medical authors. The darkness in which the core of our being, the moi splanknique, as Tissey calls it, is shrouded from our knowledge, and the darkness in which dreams originate correspond too well not to be brought into association with one another. The train of ideas which makes the vegetative sensations of our organs into makers of dreams has this further appeal to the physician that it also enables us to make the dream and mental disturbance, which have so much in common in their manifestations, compatible in their etiologies as well. For changes in the general vital sense and in the stimuli which proceed from the internal organs are also accorded far-reaching importance in the genesis of psychoses. So it is not surprising if the theory of physical stimulation can be traced back to more than one first thinker who proposed it independently. The line of thought developed by the philosopher Schopenhauer in 1851 has become definitive for a number of authors. Our conception of the world arises in us as our intellect recasts the impressions it receives from without into the forms of time, space, and causality. The stimuli from the interior of our organism, communicated by the sympathetic nervous system, manifest by day at most an unconscious influence on our mood. At night, however, when the deafening effect of the impressions of the day has ceased, those impressions surging from within are able to call attention to themselves, just as at night we can hear the murmuring of the stream which the noise of the day made inaudible. But how else is the intellect to react to these stimuli but by fulfilling its distinctive function? It will transform the stimuli accordingly into figures occupying space and time and moving on the connecting thread of causality, and that is how the dream comes into being. On this assumption, Stirners, and after him Foucault, attempted to go deeper into the relationship between physical stimuli and dream images. However, we shall reserve consideration of their work until the section on theories of dreams. In a particularly rigorous inquiry, the psychiatrist Krauss derived the origin of dreams as well as of hallucinations and delusions from the same element, sensations caused organically. In his view, there is scarcely a place in the organism conceivable which cannot become the starting point for a dream or a delusion. The organically caused sensation can, however, be divided into two groups. 1. Those of the overall temper of feeling, general vital feelings. 2. The specific sensations immanent in the main systems of the vegetative organism, in which we have distinguished 5 groups: A. Muscular sensations, B. Respiratory, C. Gastric, D. Sexual, and E. Peripheral, page 33 of the second article. Krauss assumes that the emergence of dream images on the basis of physical stimuli takes the following course. In accordance with some associative law, the awakened sensation arouses an imagined idea related to it and combines with it into an organic formation. However, the way the consciousness acts towards this is different from its normal behavior. It does not heed the sensation itself, but turns its attention entirely to the accompanying imagined ideas, which is also the reason why this fact could remain unrecognized for so long. Pages 11 ff. Krauss also coins the special term transubstantiation of the sensations into dream images for this process. The influence of organic physical stimuli on the formation of dreams is almost universally accepted today, but the question as to what law governs the relationship between the two gets very different and often obscure answers. Accordingly, when dream interpretation is based on the theory of physical stimulus, it has the particular task of tracing the content of a dream back to the organic stimulus which caused it, and if we do not accept the rules for interpretation devised by Stirner, we are often faced with the awkward fact that the only way the organic source of stimulation reveals itself is precisely by means of the very content of the dream. However, a degree of agreement has been reached in the interpretation of various forms of dreams which have been designated typical because they recur with very similar content in so many people. These are the familiar dreams of falling from a height, of the teeth falling out, of flying, and of the embarrassment of finding oneself naked or ill-clad. This last dream is supposed to derive simply from our awareness while asleep that we have thrown off the bedclothes and are now lying uncovered. The dream that our teeth are falling out is attributed to its sensitivity of the teeth, which does not, however, need to imply that the excitation is due to bad teeth. The dream of flying, according to Strumpel, is the appropriate image used by the psyche to interpret the quantum of stimulus proceeding from the rise and fall of the lungs when the cutaneous sensation of the thorax has simultaneously sunk into unconsciousness. The latter condition is responsible for the sensation associated with the idea of floating. The cause of falling from a height is supposed to be that as we lose consciousness of the feeling of pressure on the skin, we either let an arm sink from the body or suddenly straighten a bent knee. As we do so, we become conscious once more of the feeling of pressure on the skin, but this transition to consciousness is psychically embodied in the dream of falling. Strumpel, page 118. The weakness of these plausible attempts at explanation clearly lies in the fact that without offering any further grounds for doing so, they allow this or that group of organic sensations to disappear from psychical perception or to force themselves upon it, until the constellation favorable to the explanation is produced. I shall, by the way, have occasion later to return to typical dreams and their genesis. By comparing a number of similar dreams, M. Simon has attempted to deduce some rules for the influence of organic stimuli in determining their ensuing dreams. According to him, page 34, if in sleep any organic apparatus normally involved in the expression of an effect is put by some other cause into the state of arousal into which it is usually placed by that effect, the dream arising will contain imagined ideas which are appropriate to that emotion. According to another rule, page 35, if in sleep an organic apparatus is in a state of activity, arousal, or disturbance, the dream will introduce imagined ideas related to the exercise of the organic function which that apparatus performs. Marley Voigt has undertaken to demonstrate the influence on the production of dreams assumed by the theory of physical stimulus by experiment in one particular field. He has done so by changing the position of the sleeper's limbs, and then comparing the consequent dreams with the changes he had made. He reports his findings in the following propositions. The position of a limb in a dream corresponds roughly to its position in reality, i.e., we dream of a static condition of the limb corresponding to the real one. If we dream of a limb moving, it is always the case that one of the positions taken in the course of the movement corresponds to the real position. In the dream, we can also ascribe the position of our own limb to another person. We can also dream that the movement in question is impeded. In the dream, the position in question can also appear as an animal or a monster, setting up a certain analogy between the two. In the dream, the position of a limb can call up thoughts which have some sort of connection with the limb. Thus, for example, if the fingers are involved, we dream of numbers. I would conclude from such results that even the theory of physical stimulus cannot entirely extinguish our apparent freedom in determining the dream images to be awakened. Sources of stimulation in the psyche. In discussing the connections between dreams and waking life, and the origin of dream material, we found that both the most ancient and the most recent inquirers into dreams held the view that people dream of what they do by day, and of what interests them when they are awake. This interest continuing from waking life into sleep is, they claim, not only a psychical bond linking the dream to life, but it also provides us with a source of dreams not to be underestimated. This, in addition to the interests developing during sleep, the stimuli affecting us while asleep, should be sufficient to explain the origin of all dream images. However, we have also heard the objection to this claim, that the dream withdraws the sleeper from the interests of the day, and that we mostly dream of the things that have moved us most intensely by day only when they have lost their immediate relevance to our waking life. Thus, at every step in the analysis of the dream life, we get the impression that it is inadmissible to set up general rules unless we anticipate reservations with an often, and as a rule, or a usually, and provide for the validity of exceptions. If the interests of our waking lives together with the internal and external stimuli acting upon sleep were sufficient factors in the etiology of dreams as a whole, we ought to be in a position to give a satisfactory account of the origin of all the elements in a dream. The riddle of where dreams have their sources would be solved, and all that would be left would be the task of distinguishing the respective shares of the psychical and the somatic dream stimuli in any particular dream. In reality, there has been no case as yet in which this complete resolution of a dream has been successful, and anyone who has attempted it has been left with usually very many components whose origin could not be accounted for. The interests of the day are clearly not such influential psychical sources of dreams as confident assertions that in dreams we all continue the business of the day would lead us to expect. No other sources in the psyche for dreams are known. All the explanations of dreams represented in the literature, with the possible exception of Stirner's, which we will discuss later, thus leave a great gap when it comes to tracing back to source the material for the images most characteristic of dreams. In this embarrassing situation, most of the authors tend as far as possible to minimize the share of psychical factors, so difficult of approach, in the arousal of dreams. It is true, they distinguish major categories of dreams aroused by nervous stimuli and dreams aroused by association, the latter having its source exclusively in reproduction, Wundt, but they cannot rid themselves of the doubt whether they ever appear without the impetus from a physical stimulus. Focal page 365. Even the description of the pure association dream does not work. In true association dreams, there can no longer be a question of such a firm core. Here, the looseness of the grouping enters even the center of the dream. In this kind of dream, the life of the imagined ideas, in any case released from sense and reason, is no longer held together even by the more substantial excitations of body and psyche, and so is left to its own variegated devices and desires, its own confusions and contortions. Foucault, page 118. Wundt too attempts to reduce the share of the psyche in initiating dreams by arguing that it is probably wrong to regard the phantasmagoria of dreams as pure hallucinations. Probably most dream images are in reality illusions, arising from faint sense impressions which are never extinguished in sleep. Pages 359f. Weigand has adopted this view and applied it generally. He maintains that all dream representations have their immediate cause in sensory stimuli, to which reproductive associations only then attach themselves. Page 17. Tissey, page 183, goes even further in repressing the sources in psychical stimuli, Les rêves d'origine absolument psychique and existent pas, and elsewhere. Page 6, Les pensées de nos rêves nous viennent de dehors, *. Those authors who take a middle position, like the influential philosopher Wundt, make a point of remarking that in most dreams somatic stimuli work together with psychical initiators of dreams, whether unknown or recognized as coming from the interests of the day. We shall find out later that the riddle of how dreams are formed can be solved by the discovery of an unsuspected source of stimulus in the psyche. For the moment, let us not be surprised at the overestimation of those stimuli to dream formation which do not derive from the life of the psyche. It is not just that these are the only ones easy to detect, and even to confirm by experiment. The somatic conception of the origin of dreams is also in complete accord with the prevailing line of thought in psychiatry today. True, the dominance of the brain over the organism is given great emphasis, but anything possibly showing that the life of the psyche might be independent of demonstrable organic changes, or could act spontaneously, fills the psychiatrist of today with alarm, as if to acknowledge this would inevitably mean a return to the days of natural philosophy and the metaphysics of the soul. This mistrust on the part of the psychiatrist has placed the psyche as it were under the supervision of a guardian, and demands that it should make no movement that might reveal that it possesses a competence of its own. Yet what this attitude in fact implies is a lack of trust in the causal chain extending between the body and the psyche. Even where investigation shows the primary cause of the phenomenon to be psychical, if we go deeper, we shall one day discover that the way continues until it reaches the organic basis for the psychical. But where in the present state of our knowledge, we cannot but regard the psychical as the end of the road, that is no reason for denying it. Why do we forget our dreams after we wake? It is proverbial that a dream fades in the morning. Of course, it can be remembered. For after all, we only know of its existence from our recollection of it after waking, but we very often believe that we are remembering it only imperfectly, that there was more of it present in the night. We can observe how a recollected dream, still vivid in the morning, will vanish in the course of the day, leaving only fragments behind. We often know that we have dreamed, but not what we have dreamed, and we are so accustomed to knowing that dreams can be forgotten that we do not even reject as absurd the possibility that we could have been dreaming in the night, but know nothing in the morning of either the content of the dream or the fact that we have been dreaming. On the other hand, it does happen that dreams can retain an extraordinary hold on the memory. I have analyzed dreams of my patients which occurred 25 or more years previously, and I can remember a dream of my own which happened at least 37 years ago, but which is still as fresh as ever in my memory. All this is very remarkable, and at first impossible to understand. The most detailed treatment of forgetting dreams has been provided by Strumpel. This forgetting is clearly a complex phenomenon, for Strumpel traces it back not to a single cause but to a whole set of them. In the first place, all the reasons for forgetting in our waking life are also operative in forgetting dreams. When we are awake, we habitually forget a vast number of sensations and perceptions straight away, because they were too weak, because the degree of psychical arousal connected with them was too slight. The same applies to many of our dreams. They are forgotten because they were too weak, while stronger images close to them are remembered. However, the element of intensity is not in itself decisive for the retention of dream images. Strumpel, as well as other authors, Calkins, concedes that we often forget very quickly dreams that we know were very vivid, while very many shadowy, faintly perceived images are to be found among those retained in our memory. Moreover, when we are awake, it is usually easy for us to forget what has only happened once, and easier for us to remember what we have been able to perceive repeatedly. Most dreams, however, are once and for all experiences. Point 2. This will contribute to some extent to all dreams and their forgetting. There is a third reason for forgetting which is far more important. For sensations, images, thoughts, etc. to attain a certain degree of memorability, it is necessary that they should not remain isolated, but enter into connections and associations of an appropriate kind. If we break up a little line of poetry into its single words and shake them up together, it will become very hard to remember. Neatly ordered and in proper sequence, one word aids another, and the whole makes sense and remains firmly in our memory. In general, it is as difficult and as rare for us to remember the absurd as it is to retain the confused and disordered. Now, in most cases, dreams have no intelligibility or order. Dream compositions are essentially devoid of any possible memory themselves, and are forgotten because they usually merge into one another from one moment to the next. However, these observations are not entirely in accord with what Radstock claims to have observed, that the strangest dreams are the very ones we retain best. It seems to Strumpel that other elements deriving from the relationship between dreams and waking life are still more effective as factors in forgetting dreams. The ease with which the waking consciousness can forget dreams is plainly just the counterpart to the fact we discussed earlier that the dream, almost, never borrows ordered recollections from waking life, but only details, which it tears out of their accustomed psychical connections where they are remembered when we are awake. This means that the dream composition has no place in the community of the ordered series with which the psyche is filled. It has nothing that would help us to remember it. In this way, the dream rises up from the ground of our inner life, as it were, and floats in our psychical space like a cloud in the sky, which any fresh breeze will quickly blow away. Page 87. The same tendency is furthered by the fact that when we wake, the onrush of the sensory world occupies our attention so fully that only very few dreams can withstand its force. They retreat before the impressions of the new day, as the brightness of the stars gives way to the light of the sun. Finally, it has to be considered that forgetting dreams is aided by the fact that most people show little interest in their dreams anyway. Anyone who is interested in dreams for a certain time, for example, for scientific inquiry, will also dream more during that period than usual, which probably means that he remembers his dreams more easily and more often. Two other reasons for forgetting dreams which Bonatelli, cited by Benigni, adds to Strumpel's are probably already covered by the latter. 1. That the change in general vital feeling which takes place between sleeping and waking makes it unfavorable for one to reproduce the other, and 2. That the different arrangement of the material of the imagined ideas in the dream makes it impossible for the waking consciousness to translate, as it were. After all these reasons for forgetting, it really is strange, as Strumpel himself emphasizes, that we still retain so much of our dreams in our memory. The continual efforts of our authors to formulate rules for remembering dreams amount to an admission that here too there is something enigmatic and unsolved. Some particular aspects of the remembrance of dreams have rightly been noted of late, for example, that a dream which in the morning we thought we had forgotten can return to our memory in the course of the day, triggered by some perception which chances to touch on the forgotten content of the dream. Radstock, Tissy. However, the entire issue of dream recollection is open to an objection calculated to reduce its value substantially in critical eyes. We may very well doubt whether our memory, which retains so little of the dream, might not falsify what it does retain. Strumpel too expresses doubts of this kind as to whether we can reproduce our dreams exactly. It happens so easily that the waking consciousness involuntarily introduces many things into its recollection of the dream. We imagine we have dreamed all kinds of things which the actual dream did not contain. Jessen is particularly emphatic on this point, page 547. But in investigating and interpreting coherent and consistent dreams, we should also consider very carefully a circumstance which has, it seems, so far received little attention. There is always the tricky problem of truth. For when we call to memory a dream we have had, without noticing or intending it, we fill out the gaps in our dream and add to it. Rarely and perhaps never has a coherent dream been as coherent as it appears to us in recollection. However much a man may love truth, it is scarcely possible for him to relate a remarkable dream he has had without adding to it or embellishing it. The human mind's endeavor to see everything in coherent connection is so great that when it remembers a relatively incoherent dream, it involuntarily makes good the flaws in the coherence.
EGS remarque on the subject sound like a translation of this word of G100s, to be will certainly have arrived at them independently. L'observation des rêves a ses difficultés spéciales et le seul moyen d'éviter toute erreur en pareille matière est de confier au papier sans le moindre retard ce que l'on vient d'éprouver et de remarquer, sinon, l'oubli vient vite ou total ou partiel. L'oubli total est sans gravité, mais l'oubli partiel est perfide, car si l'on se met ensuite à raconter ce que l'on n'a pas oublié, on est exposé à compléter par imagination les fragments incohérents et disjoints fournis par la mémoire, on devient artiste à son insu, et le récit périodiquement répété s'impose à la créance de son auteur, qui, de bonne foi, le présente comme un fait authentique, dûment établi selon les bonnes méthodes, astérisque.
A very similar observation is made by Spitta, page 338, who seems to assume that we only introduce order at all into the loosely associated elements of the dream simply when we try to reproduce the dream, attempting, out of mere juxtaposition, to create succession and development, that is, to introduce the process of logical connection which the dream lacks. Now, as we do not have another control to act as an objective check on the fidelity of our recollection, which in any case is impossible in the case of a dream, as it is our own personal experience and we have only our memory as its known source, what value is left in our recollection of it? The distinctive psychological features of dreams. In the scientific consideration of dreams, we start from the assumption that they are the products of our own psychical activity, yet the finished dream seems to us something alien, and we feel so little disposed to admit to its authorship that we are just as happy to say, "A dream came to me as I dreamed." Where does this psychical strangeness come from? After our discussion of the sources of dreams, we ought not to think that it is determined by the material that enters the content of the dream, for this is for the most part common to both the dream life and the waking life. We can ask ourselves whether this impression is not produced by modifications brought about by the psychical processes in the dream, and in this way attempt a characterization of the dream in psychological terms. No one has emphasized the essential difference between dream and waking, or used it to draw such far-reaching conclusions, as G. T. Fechner has, in some observations in his Elemente der Psychophysik, Part 2, page 520. In his view, neither simply the reduction of the conscious life of the psyche below the main threshold, nor the withdrawal of attention from the influences of the external world is sufficient to explain the particular characteristics of the dream life in contrast to waking life. He suspects rather that the location of the dream is different from that of waking mental life. If the location of psychophysical activity during sleep were the same as during waking life, the dream could, in my opinion, merely be a continuation of waking mental life at a lower degree of intensity, and would, moreover, have to share the same material and the same form. But that is not how things are. What Fechner means by such a relocation of psychical activity is by no means clear, nor, as far as I know, has anyone else gone further along the path he indicated in these remarks. We will no doubt have to reject an anatomical interpretation in the sense of localization in different parts of the brain, or even with reference to the histological stratification of the cerebral cortex. But the idea may perhaps one day prove useful and fruitful if it is applied to a psychical apparatus made up of several agencies set up one behind the other. Other writers have contented themselves with emphasizing one or other of the more tangible psychological features that distinguish the dream life and making it the starting point, say, for further attempts at explanation. It has rightly been observed that one of the chief peculiarities of the dream life already enters the scene while we are in the state of falling asleep, and can be described as the phenomenon introducing sleep. According to Schleiermacher, page 351, what characterizes the waking state is that thinking takes place in concepts and not in images. Now the dream thinks mainly in images, and it can be observed that as sleep approaches, to the degree that voluntary activity becomes more sluggish, so involuntary ideas emerge, which all belong to the class of images. This incapacity for the kind of thinking that we feel is intentional, and the emergence of images that is regularly associated with this absent state of mind are two features which persist in the dream, and which psychological analysis compels us to recognize as essential characteristics of the dream life. These images, the hypnagogic hallucinations, are, as we have learned, even as regards content identical with the images in dreams. Dreams, then, think mainly in visual images, but not exclusively. They also work with auditory images, and to a lesser extent with impressions from the other senses. A great deal is also simply thought or imagined in dreams, probably represented by the residual representations left from words, just as it is in waking life. But what are really characteristic of dreams are only those elements and the content that behave like images, that is, they are more like perceptions than remembered representations. Disregarding all those discussions familiar to the psychiatrist on the nature of hallucinations, we can state that the dream hallucinates, that it replaces thoughts with hallucinations. In this respect, there is no difference between visual and acoustic representations. It has been observed that the recollection of a sequence of musical notes heard as we fall asleep is transformed into a hallucination of the same melody as we sink further into sleep, but that whenever we wake in the course of nodding off, alternating as these frequently do as we drowse, the hallucination gives way to the softer and qualitatively different remembered, acoustic, representation. The dream's transformation of representations into hallucinations is not the only way it differs from the waking thought that might correspond to it. The dream creates a situation out of these images, it enacts something as immediately present, it dramatizes an idea, as Spitta, page 145, puts it. However, the description of this aspect of the dream life will not be complete until we add that when we dream as a rule, that is, for exceptions require a separate explanation, we believe not that we are thinking, but that we are experiencing, that is, we accept the hallucinations in good faith. Criticism of this belief, that we have not been experiencing anything, but have only been thinking in a peculiar form, dreaming, arises only when we wake up. This characteristic distinguishes the true dream and sleep from daydreaming, which is never confused with reality. Burdach has summarized the characteristics of the dream life so far observed as follows. Page 476. The essential features of the dream include, a. that the subjective activity of our psyche appears as objective, for the faculty of perception regards the products of the imagination as though they were apprehended by our senses. b. In sleep our autonomy is suspended. Hence falling asleep requires a certain passivity. Images called up in slumber are determined by a reduction in our autonomy. The point now is to try to explain why the psyche places such faith in these dream hallucinations, which can appear only after a certain independent activity on our own part has been put on hold. Strumpel argues that in doing this the psyche is behaving correctly and according to its own mechanism. According to him, the elements of the dream are not at all mere presentations, but real and genuine experiences of the psyche, such as occur when we are awake through the mediation of our senses, page 34. Whereas the psyche thinks and imagines in verbal images and language when awake, in dreams it imagines and thinks in real sensory images, page 35. In addition, there is a consciousness of space present in the dream, for sensations and images are transported into an external space, as they are when we are awake, page 36. So we have to concede that with regard to its images and perceptions, the psyche is in the same position in dreams as it is in waking life, page 43. If nevertheless it goes astray in dealing with them, this is because in sleep it lacks the criterion able to distinguish between sense perceptions coming from without and those coming from within. It cannot subject its images to the only tests that can demonstrate their objective reality. It also disregards the distinction between images which are arbitrarily interchangeable and others where this arbitrariness does not exist. It goes astray because it is unable to apply the law of causality to the content of its dreams, page 58. In short, the psyche's act of turning away from the external world also holds the grounds for its belief in the subjective world of the dream. The same conclusion is reached, after a partly different psychological argument, by Delboeuf. According to him, we believe in the reality of the images in our dreams because in sleep we are removed from the external world and so have no other impressions to compare them with. But surely this is not why we believe in the truth of our hallucinations, for in sleep we have lost the possibility of applying tests. The dream can create the illusion of all these tests. It can, for instance, show us that we are touching a rose we see, and yet we are still dreaming. According to Delboeuf, there is no valid criterion whether something is a dream or waking reality except, and this only in practice and in general, the sheer fact of awakening. I declare everything I have experienced between going to sleep and waking up to be an illusion when I notice on awakening that I am lying on my bed undressed, page 84. While asleep I took my dream to be true on account of the habit of thought, which is itself not to be lulled asleep, and assumes an external world with which I contrast myself. Point 3. If the psyche's act of turning away from the external world is given prominence in this way as one of the determining factors in shaping the most striking features of the dream life, it is worth citing some subtle observations made by Burdak long ago, which throw light on the relationship between the sleeping psyche and the external world and are calculated to restrain us from overestimating the conclusions we have just been discussing. Sleep occurs, says Burdak, only under the condition that the psyche is not roused by sensory stimuli, but the condition for sleep is not so much a lack of sensory stimuli as a lack of interest in them. Some sensory impressions are even necessary insofar as they serve to soothe the psyche. For instance, when a miller can go to sleep only when he hears the sound of his mill, or when someone who needs a nightlight as a precaution cannot get to sleep in the dark, page 457. In sleep, the psyche isolates itself from the external world and draws back from its periphery. At the same time, connection is not entirely broken off, for if we did not hear and feel while we were asleep, we could not be woken up at all. The continuation of sensation is demonstrated even more strongly by the fact that we are not always woken by the mere sensory strength of an impression, but by its psychical associations. An insignificant word will not wake the sleeper, but if you call him by name he will wake up. Which means that in sleep the psyche distinguishes between sensations. So it appears that we can also be woken by the lack of a sensory stimulus if this relates to something we regard as important. In this way we wake when the nightlight is put out, as the miller does when his mill ceases grinding, that is to say, when the sensory activity comes to a stop. That assumes that this activity has been perceived, but as something indifferent, or rather as satisfying, without disturbing the psyche, pages 460 ff. Even if we disregard these not inconsiderable objections, we still have to concede that the strangeness of the dream cannot fully be accounted for by those characteristics of the dream life we have discussed so far, which derive from a turning away from the external world. For otherwise it ought to be possible to transform the hallucinations of the dream back into ideas and the situations of the dream back into thoughts, and in that way resolve the task of the interpretation of dreams. This, in fact, is what we do when we reproduce a dream from memory after we awake, and whether this back translation is wholly or only partly successful, the dream retains its enigmatic quality undiminished. All our authors also assume without a second thought that in dreams other and profounder changes have occurred to the ideational material of waking life. Strumpel attempts to unearth one of them in the following discussion, page 17. With the cessation of active sensory perception and normal awareness of life, the psyche also relinquishes the ground in which its feelings, desires, interests and actions are rooted. Even those mental states, those feelings, interests, value judgments which still cling to the remembered images when we are awake, are subject to an obscuring pressure, with the result that their link with the images is dissolved. The perceptual images of the things, people, places, events, and actions of waking life are reproduced in great numbers individually, but none of them carries with it its psychological value. This has been removed from them, and so they hover around in the psyche on their own resources. According to Strumpel, stripping the images of their psychical value in this way, a process which again is itself traced back to the subject's turning from the external world, accounts to a large extent for the impression of strangeness that the dream leaves in our memory by contrast with waking life. We have heard that even in the act of falling asleep we relinquish one of our psychical activities, the direction by our will of the course of our ideas. In this way we are forced to the suspicion, obvious in any case, that the sleeping state may also extend to the operations of the psyche. One or other of these operations is perhaps entirely suspended. The question then is whether the remainder work on undisturbed, whether they are able to perform their normal work under such circumstances. The thought arises that it might be possible to explain the peculiarities of the dream by the reduced performance of the psyche in the sleeping state, and the impression which the dream makes on our waking judgment does support such an idea. The dream is incoherent. Without compunction it unites the grossest contradictions, permits impossibilities, sets aside the knowledge that influences us by day, and exposes us as ethically and morally obtuse. Anyone who behaved while awake in the way the situations in the dream present him would be regarded as insane, anyone who while awake uttered or sought to communicate the kind of things that occur in the content of dreams would gives us the impression of being confused or weak-minded. Accordingly, we believe we are only stating a fact when we express a very low opinion of psychical activity in dreams, and in particular declare the higher intellectual capacities to be in suspension, or at least seriously impaired, in them. With rare unanimity, the exceptions will be discussed elsewhere. Our authors have passed judgments on the dream that also lead directly to a particular theory or explanation of the dream life. It is time for the summary I have just made to give way to a collection of statements made by various writers, philosophers and physicians on the psychological characteristics of the dream. According to Lemoyne, the incoherence of the dream images is the one essential characteristic of the dream.
Maury Agré et Wizim, Essays, p. 163. Il n'y a pas des rêves absolument raisonnables et qui ne contiennent quelque incohérence, quelque anachronisme, quelque absurdité. Astérisque.
According to Hegel, cited by Spitta, the dream lacks all intelligent objective coherence.
Dugas, le rêve, c'est l'anarchie psychique, affective et mentale, c'est le jeu des fonctions livrées à elles-mêmes et s'exerçant sans contrôle et sans but. Dans le rêve l'esprit est un automate spirituel. Astérisque.
Even Foucault, whose theory regards psychical activity during sleep as not in the least purposeless, admits to the loosening, dissolution, and confounding with one another of ideas held coherently together in waking life by the central ego's force of logic, page 14. The absurdity of the connections between ideas occurring in dreams could hardly be more severely condemned than it was long ago by Cicero, De Divination, tu nihil tam preposter, tam incondite, tam monstruos cogitari potest, quod non possumus somnier. Asterisk. Fechter says, page 522, it is as if psychological activity had been transferred from the brain of a rational man to that of a fool. Radestock, page 145. It does in fact seem impossible to recognize any firm laws in these crazy antics. Evading the attention of that stern policing power, the rational will, which directs the course of our waking ideas, the dream whirls everything madly together like a kaleidoscope. Hildebrandt, page 45. What strange escapades the dreamer permits himself, for example, in the rational conclusions he draws. With what unconcern he sees the most familiar empirical laws stood on their heads. What ludicrous contradictions to the rules of nature and society he can endure before, as we say, it all gets too much for him and the extremity of the nonsense wakes him up. Occasionally we will multiply 3 by 3 and in all innocence make 20. We are not in the least surprised if a dog recites poetry, a corpse walks to its own grave, a rock floats on water. In all seriousness, we go on a mission to the Duchy of Bernburg or the Principality of Liechtenstein to inspect their navies, or let Charles XII enlist us as a volunteer just before the Battle of Poltava. Asterisk. Binns, page 33, referring to the theory of dreams founded on these impressions, out of every 10 dreams, the content of at least 9 is absurd. We couple together in them people and things which have absolutely nothing to do with one another. As in a kaleidoscope, one grouping is the next moment changed into another, if possible into one crazier and more senseless than its predecessor, and so the interplay within the imperfectly sleeping brain goes on until we wake up, clutch our brow, and ask ourselves whether we are still in possession of the faculty of rational thought.
Maury discover a comparison for the relationship between dream and waking thoughts which a physician will find very impressive. La production de ces images que chez l'homme éveillé fait le plus souvent naître la volonté, correspond, pour l'intelligence, à ce que sont par la motilité certains mouvements que nous offrent la chorée et les affections paralytiques. For the rest, the dream is to him toute une série de dégradations de la faculté pensante et raisonnante, p. 27, point astérisque.
It is hardly necessary to cite those writers who repeat Maury's proposition with respect to the various higher functions of the psyche. According to Strumpel, in the dream all the logical operations of the psyche based on relations and connections withdraw, also, of course, where the irrationality is not immediately obvious, page 26. According to Spitta, page 148, in the dream the ideas seem to be completely detached from the law of causality. Radestock and others emphasize the weakness of the powers of judgment and deduction characteristic of the dream. According to Jody, page 123, in the dream there is no criticism or correction of a set of perceptions by reference to the content of the total consciousness. The same writer maintains, all kinds of conscious activity occur in dreams, but incompletely, impeded, isolated from one another. Streaker, 77-78, together with many others, explains the ways in which the dream contradicts our waking knowledge as deriving from the fact that in dreams events get forgotten, or the logical relations between ideas get lost, page 98, etc., etc. Those authors who pass such a generally unfavorable judgment on the performance of the psyche in dreams still concede that a certain amount of psychical activity remains in the dream. Wundt, who has become an authority in the theory of dream problems for so many others who have dealt with them, expressly admits as much. We could ask what the nature of this remnant of normal psychical life in dreams might be. It is fairly generally agreed that the faculty of reproduction, the memory, seems to have suffered least. Indeed, it is even able to show a certain superiority over the same function in waking life, see page 12 above, even though part of the absurdity of dreams is supposed to be explained by the very forgetfulness of the dream life. According to Spitta, it is the emotional life of the psyche which is not affected by sleep and which directs the dream. He defines emotion as the unfluctuating concentration of feelings that make up the innermost subjective nature of man, page 84. Scholl sees the allegorizing reinterpretation which the dream material undergoes as one of the activities of the psyche expressing itself in dreams. Siebeck also detects in the dream that activity of supplementary interpretation, page 11, of the psyche which it practices on everything it perceives and experiences. A special difficulty in assessing dreams is presented by the role of our supposedly highest psychical function, consciousness. Since consciousness is our only means of knowing, there can be no doubt that consciousness is maintained. However, Spitta takes the view that only consciousness is maintained in dreams, but not self-consciousness. Delboeuf confesses he is unable to grasp this distinction. The laws of association according to which ideas combine also apply to dream images. Indeed, their rule is expressed more clearly and strongly there. Strumpel, page 70. The dream runs its course, it seems, either governed exclusively by the laws of bare ideas, or by those of organic stimuli together with such ideas, that is to say, neither reflection nor reason, aesthetic taste, nor moral judgment is able to affect the process. The authorities whose views I am reproducing here imagine dreams to be formed rather as follows. The sum of sensory stimuli arising from the various sources already discussed operates during sleep first of all to arouse a number of ideas in the psyche which present themselves as hallucinations, according to Wundt as genuine hallucinations, because they derive from internal and external stimuli. These combine with one another according to the known laws of association, and, in accordance with the same rules, call up a fresh set of ideas, images. The entire material is then processed by the active remnant of the organizing and thinking powers of the psyche as best it can, see for instance Wundt and Wiegand. All they have not yet succeeded in discovering are what motives decide whether the images that do not come from outside are aroused according to one law of association or another. However, it has often been observed that the associations linking the dream ideas with one another are of a quite distinctive sort, and quite different from those active and waking thoughts. As Foucault says, page 15 in dreams, ideas chase and catch one another on the basis of chance similarities and barely perceptible connections. Every dream is permeated by such casual, haphazard associations. Maury sets great store by this way of connecting ideas, for it allows him to draw a close analogy between the dream life and certain forms of mental disturbance. He recognizes two main features in délire. 1. An action spontanéité comme automatique de l'esprit. 2. An association visuosité irrégulière d'idées, page 126. Maury himself supplies two excellent examples of dreams in which mere similarity in the sound of words is sufficient to link the dream ideas together. He once dreamed he undertook a pilgrimage, to Jerusalem or Mecca. Then, after many adventures, he found himself with the chemist Pelletier, who, following a conversation, gave him a shovel, made of zinc, which at a later stage in the dream became his great sword of battle, page 127. In another dream, he went out onto a country road and read the kilometers on the milestones, after which he found himself in the shop of a grocer who had a huge pair of scales, and a man placed kiloweights on the scales in order to weigh Maury. Then the grocer said to him, "You aren't in Paris, you are on the island of Gilolo." There followed several episodes in which he saw the lobelia flower, then General Lopez, whose death he had read of shortly before. Finally he woke, playing a game of lotto. But we are not surprised to find that this low opinion of the psychical powers of the dream has not gone uncontradicted by others, though contradiction on this point seems difficult. It also does not mean very much when one of the detractors of the dream life, Spitta, page 118, assures us that the same psychological laws that govern us when we are awake also rule over the dream, or when another, Dugas, says, "Le rêve n'est pas de raison and I me raison per comma asterisk," if neither of them takes the trouble to reconcile this judgment with the anarchy and dissolution of all functions they have described in the dreaming psyche. But the possibility does seem to have dawned on others that the madness of the dream may not be without method, may perhaps be only pretense, like that of the Prince of Denmark, referred to in this perceptive judgment. Either these authors must have refrained from judging by appearances, or the appearance presented by the dream looked different to their eyes.
Accordingly, without wishing to dwell on its apparent absurdity, Havelock Ellis recognizes the dream as being an anarchic world of vast emotion and imperfect thoughts, whose study might teach us something of the primitive stage in the development of the psychical life. A thinker like Delboeuf maintint to without producing the evidence to counter the material that contradict him, and so really without good reason, dans le sommeil, hormis la perception, toutes les facultés de l'esprit, intelligence, imagination, mémoire, volonté, moralité, restent intactes dans leur essence, seulement, elles s'appliquent à des objets imaginaires et mobiles. Le songeur est un acteur qui joue à volonté les fous et les sages, les bourreaux et les victimes, les nains et les géants, les démons et les anges, p. 222, The most energetic open of the detractor of the psyche's performance in dream appear to have been the Marquis d'Hervey. Maury argue vigorously against him, but despite every effort, he have been unable to get hold of his work. Maury says of him, p. 19 p.m. Le Marquis d'Hervey prête à l'intelligence, durant le sommeil, toute sa liberté d'action et d'attention et il ne semble faire consister le sommeil que dans l'occlusion des sens, dans leur fermeture au monde extérieur, en sorte que l'homme qui dort ne se distingue guère, selon sa manière de voir, de l'homme qui laisse vaguer sa pensée en se bouchant les sens. Toute la différence qui sépare alors la pensée ordinaire de celle du dormeur c'est que, chez celui-ci, l'idée prend une forme visible, objective, et ressemble, à s'y méprendre, à la sensation déterminée par les objets extérieurs, le souvenir revêt l'apparence du fait présent. Astérisque. Maury add, however, qu'il y a une différence de plus et capitale à savoir que les facultés intellectuelles de l'homme endormi n'offrent pas l'équilibre qu'elles gardent chez l'homme l'éveillé. Astérisque.
Estimations of the dream as the product of the psyche cover a wide gamut in the literature. They extend from the deepest disdain of the kind we have become familiar with, through the presentiment of a value not yet revealed, to an overestimation which places the dream far above the achievements of waking life. Hildebrandt, as we know, represents the psychological characteristics of the dream life in three antinomies, and the third of his antitheses finally sums up this set of judgments. Page 19. They lie between an intensification, an enhancement which not rarely rises to the point of virtuosity, and on the other hand a decided reduction and enfeeblement of the life of the psyche, often to a level below the human. As to the first, which of us could not confirm from his own experience that in the working and weaving of the spirit of the dream there is sometimes a profundity and warmth of feeling, a clarity of vision, a subtlety of observation, a quickness of wit, which we would modestly disclaim as our own in waking life? The dream possesses a marvelous poetry, a capacity for allegory, an incomparable sense of humor, a delicious irony. It beholds the world in an idealizing light unique to it, and intensifies the effect of its manifestations often by the optimist understanding of their fundamental nature. It presents earthly beauty to us in truly heavenly splendor, the sublime in the height of majesty, our ordinary fears in the most frightful form, the ridiculous with ineffably graphic comedy. Sometimes we are so full of one of these random impressions when we wake that it seems to us that the real world has never offered us anything to compare with it. We may well ask ourselves whether the contemptuous remarks and the enthusiastic praise are really referring to the same thing. Has the one overlooked the idiotic dreams and the other the profound and subtle ones? And if both kinds occur, dreams deserving the one judgment and dreams deserving the other, does it not seem idle to look for a psychological description of the dream? Is it not enough to say that in dreams everything is possible, from the lowest degradation of our psychical life to an intensification of it rare when we are awake? Attractive though this solution would be, it has this one thing against it: the efforts of all those investigating the dream seem to be based on the assumption that a characterization of the dream does exist, universally valid in its essential features, which would reconcile these contradictions. It is indisputable that the psychical achievements of the dream were given readier and more positive recognition in the intellectual period, now behind us, in which philosophy and not the exact sciences dominated the mind. Views such as Schubert's asterisk that the dream is a liberation of the mind from the power of external nature, a release of the soul from the fetters of sensuality, and similar judgments by the younger Fichte 4 asterisk and others, which all represent the dream as an ascent of the inner life to a higher level, seem hardly comprehensible to us today. Nowadays they are repeated only by mystics and religious fanatics. The rise of the scientific mode of thinking is accompanied by a reaction in the appreciation of the dream. Medical writers in particular are most inclined to brand psychical activity in dreams as insignificant and valueless, while philosophers and observers outside the profession have mostly clung to the psychical value of dreams. Amateur psychologists whose contribution is not to be neglected in this of all fields. Anyone inclined to disdain the performance of the psyche in dreams understandably favors somatic sources of stimuli as their etiology. Naturally, those who consider that the dreaming psyche has left most of its abilities behind in the waking world also have no motive for granting the inner life any stimulus of its own to dreaming. Among the great achievements which we are tempted to ascribe to the dream life even in sober comparisons, that of memory is the most striking. We have dealt in detail with the quite frequent experiences demonstrating it. Another distinction enjoyed by the dream life, often commended by older writers, its sovereign ability to transcend space and time, is easily recognized as an illusion. This distinction, as Hildebrandt remarked, is just that, illusory. Dreaming transcends space and time in just the same way that waking thought does, simply because it is no more than a form of thought. Dreams are also supposed to enjoy a further distinction with regard to temporality, that of being independent of the passage of time in another sense. Dreams like the one related above by Maury, pages 24-5, of his execution by the guillotine seem to demonstrate that dreams are capable of compressing far more perceptions into a very short space of time than our psychical activity can cope with in our thoughts while we are awake. However, various arguments have disputed this inference, since the essays of Lou Lorraine and Egger on the apparent duration of dreams, an interesting discussion has developed which has probably not yet reached a clarification of this profound and difficult question. That the dream is capable of continuing the intellectual work of the day and bringing it to a conclusion which had not then been reached, that it can resolve doubts and problems and be the source of fresh inspiration for poets and composers, in the light of many different accounts, and after the collection made by Chabanese, this seems to be incontestable. But though the fact may admit of no doubt, we must have many reservations touching matters of principle about the way it is understood. Finally, the alleged divinatory powers of the dream form an object of contention where a skepticism very hard to overcome encounters assurances obstinately repeated. There is a reluctance, no doubt justified, to reject the notion outright, because in many cases we may be on the threshold of a natural psychological explanation. Ethical feelings in dreams. For reasons which will become apparent only after I have presented my own investigations into dreams, I have separated the specific problem of whether or how far the moral dispositions and feelings of waking life extend into our dream life from the general topic of the psychology of dreams. Here too we are dismayed to see the same contradictions we have observed with surprise and exasperation in the accounts we have already noted of all the other achievements of the psyche. The certainty with which one writer asserts that the dream knows nothing of moral demands is matched by the assurance with which another affirms that mankind's moral nature also holds good in our dream life. Appeal to our dream experience every night seems to put the first assertion beyond all doubt. Jessen says, page 553, we do not grow better or more virtuous in sleep, rather, the conscience seems to be silent in dreams, for we feel no pity, and we are able to commit the gravest crimes, stealing, murdering, and killing with perfect indifference, and without any subsequent remorse. Radestock, page 146, it has to be considered that in dreams associations run on and ideas are linked together without any part being played by reason or reflection, aesthetic taste, or moral sense. The judgment is extremely weak and what predominates is ethical indifference. Foucault, page 23. In dreams, as everyone knows, sexual behavior is especially unrestrained. Just as the dreamer himself is shameless to the last degree and devoid of all moral feeling or judgment, so he also beholds everyone else, including even the most respected, caught up in the performance of acts he would shrink from associating them with in waking life, even in his thoughts. The sharpest contrast to these views is provided by assertions such as Schopenhauer's that in dreams everyone acts and speaks wholly in accordance with his character. R.I.P. Fisher 5 maintains that subjective feelings and efforts, or effects and passions, are revealed in the arbitrary acts of the dream life and that people's individual moral peculiarities are reflected in their dreams. Hafner, page 25. Apart from rare exceptions, a virtuous man will also be virtuous in dreams. He will resist temptation and be invulnerable to hatred, envy, wrath, and every vice. The man of sin, however, will as a rule also find in his dreams the images he has before him when awake. Scholes, page 36. In the dream there is truth, in spite of all the disguising. In dignity or degradation we recognize our own self. The honest man could not commit a crime that would dishonor him, even in a dream, or if he does he is horrified at it as something alien to his nature. So the Roman emperor who had one of his subjects executed because the latter had dreamed he had had the emperor's head cut off was not altogether wrong when he justified this by saying that whoever dreamed of such a thing was bound to have similar thoughts in mind when awake. It is telling that we say of something that is totally foreign to our nature, I wouldn't even dream of it. Pfaff 6 says outright, varying a familiar proverb, tell me your dreams for a while and I will tell you what you are really like. Hildebrandt's little book, which I have already quoted so many times, formerly the most perfect contribution to the inquiry into the problems of dreams, and the most fertile in ideas I have found in the literature, places this very problem of morality in dreams at the center of its interests. For Hildebrandt too it is a firm rule that the purer the life the purer the dream, the more impure the one, the more impure the other. The moral nature of man persists even in dreams. But whereas no error in arithmetic however obvious, no reversal of science however romantic, no anachronism however comic ever offends us or even arouses our suspicions, we never lose our sense of the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, virtue and vice. However much of what accompanies us by day may fade during the hours of slumber, Kant's categorical imperative asterisk has clung to our heels so firmly as our inseparable companion that we cannot get rid of him, even in sleep. However, this fact can only be explained by supposing that the fundamental basis of human nature, the moral being, is too firmly constructed to have any part in the effects of the kaleidoscopic shake-up which imagination, reason, memory, and other faculties of the same order undergo in dreams, pages 45 ff. In the wider discussion of the subject some remarkable inconsistencies and evasions can be observed in both groups of writers. Strictly speaking, for all those who believe that the moral personality of man disintegrates in dreams, any interest in immoral dreams would come to an end with this statement. They could reject the attempt to make the dreamer responsible for his dreams, and from the wickedness of his dreams conclude the existence of an evil tendency in his nature with as much composure as they would the apparently equivalent attempt to demonstrate from the absurdity of his dreams the worthlessness of his intellectual attainments when awake. The others, for whom the categorical imperative extends even into dreams, would have to assume responsibility for immoral dreams without reservation. It is only to be hoped that if they themselves have dreams of a reprehensible kind this does not oblige them to lose faith in the soundness of their own morals. However, it seems that no one can really know how far he is good or wicked, and that no one can deny the memory of his own immoral dreams. For beyond these opposing judgments on the morality of dreams, the writers of both groups endeavor to explain the origin of immoral dreams, and a new opposition develops according to whether the origin is sought in the functioning of the psychical life or in impairments to it from some somatic cause. The compelling power of the facts then enables the advocates of both responsibility and irresponsibility in the dream life to meet in acknowledging that the immorality of dreams has a distinctive psychical source. All the same, all those who would have morality persist in dreams still guard against assuming full responsibility for their dreams. Hafter says, page 24, we are not responsible for dreams, because our thinking and willing have been deprived of the sole basis on which our life has truth and reality. That is why no willing or acting in dreams can be virtue or sin. Yet man is responsible for sinful dreams insofar as he is their indirect cause. As in waking, so quite particularly before going to sleep he has the duty of morally purifying his soul. Hildebrandt's analysis of this mixture of rejection and recognition of responsibility for the moral content of dreams goes much deeper. After explaining that the dream's dramatic mode of presentation, its compression of the most complicated thought processes into the briefest periods of time, and what he too concedes is a devaluation and confusion of the ideational elements in the dream all have to be allowed for and discounted when it comes to the dream's appearance of immorality, he admits that all the same we should have the gravest reservations about denying altogether our responsibility for sins and crimes committed in dreams. When we want to deny an unjust accusation emphatically, especially one that touches on our fundamental views and beliefs, we will probably use the expression, I wouldn't think of it even in my dreams. However, when we say that, we are stating that we regard the domain of the dream as the furthest and remotest domain in which we would have to vouch for our own thoughts, for there our thoughts are connected with our real being so loosely that they can hardly be considered still our own. On the other hand, by feeling obliged to deny the presence of such thoughts even here, we indirectly concede that our justification would not be complete if it did not reach as far as this. And I believe that here, even if unconsciously, we are speaking the language of truth, page 49. p. 52, for there is not a deed can be imagined in our dreams whose primary motive has not in some way previously passed through our soul when awake, as wish, desire, or impulse. We would have to say of this primary impulse that the dream did not invent it, the dream only imitated it and expanded it, only adapted in dramatic form a scrap of historical material it had discovered in us. It enacts the saying of the apostle that whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer. Aware of our moral probity, we can smile at the extended recollection of a sinful dream, but we do not find anything to laugh at in the original material from which the dream was formed. We feel ourselves responsible for the aberrations of the dreamer, not for their sum, but for a certain percentage. In short, if we understand Christ's saying, out of the heart proceed evil thoughts in this indisputable sense, then we shall hardly be able to resist the conviction that every sin committed in dreams brings with it at least an obscure minimum of guilt. Hildebrandt, then, discovers the source of the immorality of dreams in the germs and hints of evil impulses passing through our soul during the day as thoughts of temptation, and he does not hesitate to include these immoral elements in the moral evaluation of the personality. It is these same thoughts, and the same judgment of them, which have, as we know, led the pious and saintly of every age to lament that they are miserable sinners. There can surely be no doubt that these utterly contrasting ideas occur universally, in most people and in other fields besides the ethical. Judging them has on occasion been treated less seriously. Spitta quotes a relevant passage from A. Zeller's article here, Lunatics, in Urshan Gruber's Enzyklopädie der Wissenschaften, p. 144. A mind is rarely so fortunately organized that it possesses full authority over itself at all times, and is not interrupted again and again in the clear and steady course of its thoughts by ideas which are not only uncharacteristic but altogether grotesque and nonsensical. Indeed, the greatest thinkers have had cause to complain of this dreamlike, teasing, and embarrassing rabble of ideas, as it disturbs their profoundest meditations and most solemn and serious intellectual work. More light is cast on the psychological position of these contrasting ideas by a further remark of Hildebrandt's that the dream sometimes allows us to see into the depths and crevices of our nature which are mostly still barred to us when we are awake, page 55. Cod asterisk reveals the same insight in a passage in his Anthropology when he says that the dream no doubt exists to disclose to us our hidden dispositions and reveal, not what we are, but what we could have become if we had had a different upbringing. Radestock, page 84, does the same when he says that often the dream reveals to us what we do not want to admit to ourselves, and that we are wrong to call it a liar and a deceiver. Our attention is drawn to the fact that the emergence of these impulses alien to our moral consciousness is only analogous to what the dream does with other ideational material lacking or playing only a minor role in waking life, processes already familiar to us from observations such as those made by Bernini. Cert nostre inclinazioni che se credevano soffocati spenti un pezzo, si ridestano, passioni veci e sepult rivivono, così personas cui non pensiamo mai, si vengono dinanzi asterisk. Page 149, and by Foucault, even ideas which have entered the waking consciousness almost unnoticed and which perhaps have never again been recalled to memory often have the habit of making their presence in the psyche known to the dream. Page 105. Finally, this would be the place to remind ourselves that according to Schleiermacher even the act of falling asleep is attended by the emergence of involuntary ideas, images. We may, then, sum up all this ideational material whose occurrence in immoral as well as in absurd dreams arouses our surprise and displeasure as involuntary ideas. The only important difference is that in the moral domain the involuntary ideas can be recognized as the opposite of our normal feelings, while the others seem to us merely alien. So far no advance has been made in dealing with the problem which might enable us to resolve this distinction by deeper understanding. What significance, then, has the emergence of involuntary ideas in dreams? What conclusions can be drawn for the psychology of the waking and dreaming soul from this nightly appearance of contrasting ethical impulses? Here we have to note a fresh difference of opinion and yet another regrouping among the writers on the subject. The line of thought taken by Hildebrandt and others sharing his views can surely continue only in the direction of recognizing that the immoral impulses have a certain power in waking life too, though this power is inhibited from going as far as action, also of supposing that something is suspended in the state of sleep which, likewise operating as an inhibition does, has prevented us from noticing the existence of this impulse. The dream would thus exhibit the real, if not the whole, nature of man, and is one of the means of making the hidden interior of the psyche accessible to us. It is only on the basis of such assumptions that Hildebrandt can assign to the dream the role of warning voice drawing our attention to hidden moral defects in our soul, just as according to physicians it can alert our consciousness to previously unnoticed physical illness. And Spitta too must be adopting the same view when he points to the sources of arousal which enter the psyche at the period of puberty, for example, and when he reassures the dreamer that he has done everything in his power if he leads a strictly virtuous life when awake and tries to suppress sinful thoughts whenever they appear, preventing them from maturing into action. According to this view, we could call the involuntary ideas the ideas suppressed by day, and would have to regard their emergence as a genuine psychological phenomenon. Other writers would deny us the right to this last conclusion. For Jessen, the involuntary ideas, in dreams as in waking, in the delirium of fever as well as in other kinds, have the quality of a volitional activity laid to rest and of a more or less mechanical procession of images and ideas caused by motions within, page 360. An immoral dream would demonstrate nothing further of the dreamer's inner life than that he had at some time acquired knowledge of its ideational content, but certainly not that it revealed an impulse of his own psyche. Another writer, Mori, leaves us in doubt as to whether he too does not ascribe to the dream state the ability to dismantle psychic activity into its component parts rather than unsystematically to destroy it. He says of those dreams where we put ourselves outside the bounds of morality, "Sasad nos pensions que parlenti que nous fonagir, sans que la conscience nous retienne, bien que parfois elle nous avertisse. J'aimias de faciti imias pensions visu, à l'état de veille, j'ai tâche de lutter contre eux, et elle m'arrivases souvent de ny passacomer. Mais don imias songes j'isacom toujours ou pour mieux dire j'ags par leur impulsion, sans crainte et sans remords. Évidemment les visions qu'assez déroulant devant ma pensée que constituent le rêve, mais sont suggérées par les incitations que j'ai ressenties que ma volonté absente n'y cherche pas à refouler, page 113.
If we believed in the capacity of the dream to disclose a real but suppressed or hidden moral disposition on the part of the dreamer, we could not express this opinion more plainly than in this word of Maurice. P. 115. En rêve, l'homme se révèle donc tout entier à soi-même dans sa nudité et sa misère native. Dès qu'il suspend l'exercice de sa volonté, il devient le jouet de toutes les passions contre lesquelles, à l'état de veille, la conscience, le sentiment de l'honneur, la crainte nous défendent. In Another Passage et observe acutely, p. 462. Dans le rêve, c'est surtout l'homme instinctif qui se révèle. L'homme revient pour ainsi dire à l'état de nature quand il rêve, mais moins les idées acquises ont pénétré dans son esprit, plus les penchants en désaccord avec elles conservent encore sur lui l'influence dans le rêve. Asterisk then a en exemple et cite the fact that his dream often show him to be a victim of that very superstition which in his writing et has combated most vigorously.
But the value of all these insights of Maurice for our knowledge of the psychology of the dream life is diminished when he insists on regarding the phenomena he has so correctly observed only as proofs of the automatisme psychologique which in his view dominates the dream life. This automatism he conceives as being the absolute antithesis to psychical activity. A passage in Stricker's Studies of Consciousness states that dreams do not consist solely and wholly of delusions. For example, if we are afraid of robbers in a dream, the robbers are certainly imaginary, but the fear is real. This draws our attention to the fact that the development of affects in dreams is not amenable to the judgment we make of the rest of the dream content, and we are faced with the problem of what part or aspect of the psychical processes of the dream may be real, that is, what can lay claim to being included among the psychical processes of waking life. Theories of dreams and the function of dreams. A proposition about the dream which attempts to explain as many of its observed features as possible from a single standpoint, at the same time determining the position of the dream in relation to a more comprehensive field of phenomena, may be called a theory of the dream. Particular theories of the dream are distinguished from one another according to which of its features they elevate into its essential characteristic and treat as the point of reference for the explanations and connections they set up. That dreams have a function, that is a use or other capacity, does not necessarily have to be inferred from the theory, but, as we are accustomed to thinking teleologically, we are still likely to be attracted to those theories which include an insight into a function for dreams. We have already met several views of the dream which more or less deserve the name of dream theories in this sense. The belief of the ancients that the dream was a gift of the gods for the purpose of directing the actions of men was a complete theory of the dream which provided information about everything worth knowing about it. Since then the dream has become an object of biological research, and a large number of dream theories have appeared, though many of them are far from complete. Without making any claim to comprehensiveness, we can perhaps attempt the following loose grouping of dream theories according to their fundamental assumptions about the degree and kind of psychical activity present in the dream. Theories such as Delboeff's, which propose that the full psychical activity of waking life continues in dreams. According to these, the psyche does not sleep, its apparatus remains intact, but under the conditions of sleep, which differ from those of the waking state, in normal functioning it is bound to produce different results from those of the waking state. With these theories, the question is whether they are in a position to derive all the differences between dreams and waking thought from the conditions of the sleeping state. Moreover, they have no means of explaining the function of the dream. We cannot understand to what end we dream, or why the complex mechanism of the psychical apparatus carries on working even when it is placed in a situation which it does not seem to be intended for. To sleep without dreaming, or, on the intervention of disturbing stimuli, to wake up, remain the only appropriate reactions, rather than the third, of dreaming. Theories which on the contrary assume a lowering of psychical activity in the dream, a loosening of connections, an impoverishment of usable material. These theories would entail an entirely different psychological description of sleep from Delboeff's, for instance. Sleep would extend over the entire psyche, it would not merely shut off the psyche from the external world, but rather would penetrate into its mechanism and render this temporarily unusable. If I may draw a comparison with material from psychiatry, I would say that the former theories construe the dream as a form of paranoia, the latter make of it a model of mental deficiency, or amentia. The theory that in the dream life only a fragment of our psychical activity finds expression, as it has been largely paralyzed by sleep, is by far the most favored among medical authors and by the scientific world at large. As far as we may assume a more general interest in the explanation of dreams, this must certainly be called the dominant theory of the dream. It has to be emphasized how easily this theory above all is able to get over the worst hurdle in the way of any explanation of dreams, that is, coming to grief over one of the contradictions embodied by the dream. As it regards the dream as the product of a partially waking state, a gradual, partial, and at the same time very anomalous waking state, Herbart's psychology says of the dream, it is able to explain the entire gamut, from the dream's defective performance as displayed in absurdities up to fully concentrated thinking, by a series of states from ever-increasing wakefulness up to full waking alertness. Those who cannot dispense with physiological terms of description, or who think them more scientific, will find this theory of dreams outlined by Binns, page 43. This condition, of numbness, however, draws an end only gradually in the early morning hours. The fatigue-producing agent accumulated in the brain protein grows sparser and more of it is dissipated or carried away by the restlessly active bloodstream. Here and there particular clusters of awakened cells are already brightening, while all around everything is still in repose. The isolated action of the individual clusters now appears before our clouded consciousness, and they lack control by the other parts of the brain that direct association. That is why the images created, most of which correspond to material impressions of the recent past, come about in a wild and unruly manner. The number of liberated brain cells continually increases, the irrationality of the dream continually diminishes. We shall certainly find this conception of dreaming as an imperfect, partial waking among all modern physiologists and philosophers, or at least traces of its influence. Maury presents it in its fullest form, and here it often seems as if the author imagined that being awake or being asleep could be shifted to different regions of the anatomy, though this entails his thinking that a particular anatomical province and a particular psychical function are apparently connected to each other. However, I would merely suggest here that if the theory of partial waking were confirmed, a great deal of discussion would have to be spent on differentiating it more finely. This conception of the dream life naturally fails to show what function the dream might have. Rather, its judgment on the status and significance of the dream is put quite consistently by Binns, page 357. As we see, all the facts urge us to characterize the dream as a physical process, one which is in every instance useless and in many instances downright pathological. The expression physical in connection with the dream, emphasized by the author himself, surely has a very wide range of reference. It refers first of all to the etiology of dreams, which, of course, was particularly important for Binns when he was studying the experimental production of dreams by the administration of poisons. For this kind of dream theory is related to the argument which would have the stimulus to dreaming proceed if possible solely from the somatic side. To put it in its most extreme form, after we have lapsed into sleep through the removal of stimuli, there would be no need or occasion for dreaming until morning, when our gradual awakening through newly arriving stimuli could be reflected in the phenomenon of dreaming. But we cannot succeed in keeping sleep free from stimuli, just as Mephisto complains of the germs of life constantly stirring. Stimuli which the sleeper has paid no heed to when awake now approach him from all directions, from without, from within, from every region of the body. Thus sleep is disturbed, the psyche is shaken awake, tweaked at the corners now here now there, then functions with its wakened part for a little while, glad if it can go back to sleep again. The dream is the reaction to this disturbance of sleep caused by the stimuli, though it is of course a perfectly superfluous reaction. However, there is a further significance to calling the dream, which after all is still an activity of the psyche, a physical process. The dream is denied the dignity of being a process of the psyche. Perhaps the best illustration of what valuation the exact sciences mostly place on the activity of dreams is that metaphor, already applied long ago to the dream, of the 10 fingers of someone wholly ignorant of music strumming on the keys. Viewed in this way, the dream becomes something altogether uninterpretable, for how should the 10 fingers of an unmusical player produce a piece of music? From very early on there have been plenty of objections to the theory of partial waking. In 1830 Burdak wrote, "When we say that the dream is a partial waking, in the first place this explains neither waking nor sleeping, and in the second all it does say is that some forces of the psyche are active in the dream, while others are at rest. But such an imbalance occurs throughout our entire life," page 483. There is a further, very interesting conception of the dream dependent on the prevailing dream theory which regards the dream as a physical process. It was first put forward by Robert, and is especially attractive because it is able to propose a function, a beneficial outcome, for dreaming. As the basis for his theory, Robert takes two observed facts which we have already dwelt on in our assessment of the dream material, see page 17, that we so often dream of the most trivial impressions of the day, and so rarely carry over its major interests into our dreams. Robert insists that things we have fully thought through never become the impulses of our dreams, but always and only those which lie in our mind unfinished or have only fleetingly touched our thoughts, page 10. The reason why we usually find a dream inexplicable is that its causes are those sensory impressions of the previous day which the dreamer has not been sufficiently aware of. Thus the condition for an impression to become part of a dream is either that its processing was disturbed or that it was too insignificant to be worth processing. So Robert represents the dream as a physical process of elimination and excretion which we become aware of in our mental reaction to it. Dreams are the excretion of undeveloped thoughts, thoughts nipped in the bud. A man deprived of the ability to dream would in time go insane, because a mass of unfinished, incomplete thoughts and superficial impressions would accumulate in his brain, and what should have been incorporated in his memory as a finished whole would be stifled under their weight. The dream serves the overburdened brain as a safety valve. Dreams possess the power to heal and to relieve, page 32. It would be a misunderstanding to ask Robert how generating ideas in a dream can bring relief to the psyche. The author clearly concludes from those two peculiarities of the dream material that during sleep this evacuation of worthless impressions is carried out somehow as a somatic course of events, and that dreaming is not a distinct psychical process but only the information reaching us that this elimination is occurring. Moreover, excretion is not the only thing going on in the psyche at night. Robert himself adds that in addition the stimulations of the day are being processed, and that anything from the thought material lying undigested in the mind which cannot be excreted is bound into a rounded whole with threads of thought borrowed from the imagination and so becomes part of the memory as a harmless imaginary picture, page 23. However, in its evaluation of the sources of the dream, Robert's theory stands in the starkest opposition to the one now prevailing. Whereas in the latter dreaming would not occur at all if the psyche were not repeatedly awakened by external and internal sensory stimuli, in Robert's theory the impulse to dreaming lies within the psyche itself, in the overloading which it desires to have relieved, and he judges, quite consistently, that the causes of the dream lying in our physical condition have a subordinate place and could in no way give rise to dreaming in a mind which held no raw material from the waking consciousness to form its dreams upon. All he concedes is that the fantasy images developing in the dream out of the depths of the psyche may be influenced by nervous stimuli, page 48. So, according to Robert, the dream is not so very dependent on somatic factors after all. True, it is not a psychical process, has no place among the psychical processes of waking life, it is a nightly somatic process operating on the apparatus of psychical activity, and it has a function to fulfill, to protect this apparatus from overload or, to vary the metaphor, to clear out the stables for the psyche. The same characteristics of the dream apparent in its selection of material provide support for the theory of another writer, Yves Delage, and it is instructive to observe how only a slight change in the way the same things are conceived produces a result with quite different implications. On the death of someone dear to him, Delage observed from his own experience that one does not dream of what has filled one's thoughts during the day, or does so only when it begins to give way during the day to other interests. His researches with other people confirmed to him how universal this was. He makes a nice observation of this kind, should it turn out to be universally true, on the dreaming of young married couples, sils ont a te fortement epris, presque jamais ils ont rêvé l'un de l'autre avant le mariage ou pendant la lune de miel, et ils ont rêvé d'amour c'est pour être infidèles avec quelque personne indifferent ou odious. But what do people dream of, then? Delage recognizes that the material occurring in our dreams consists of the fragments and remains of impressions from recent days and earlier times. Everything appearing in our dreams which we may at first be inclined to regard as created by our dream life turns out on closer inspection to be unrecognized reproduction, souvenir inconscient. But all this ideational material has one feature in common: it originates in impressions which have probably affected our senses more powerfully than our mind, or in impressions from which our attention was diverted very soon after they arose. The less conscious and at the same time the more powerful an impression, the greater its prospect of playing a role in our next dream. These are essentially the same two categories of impression, the trivial and the unprocessed, which Robert emphasizes, but Delage gives a different turn to the connection in his opinion that these impressions are capable of generating dreams not because they are trivial, but because they are unprocessed. The trivial impressions, too, have to a certain extent not been fully processed. They too are by their nature new impressions, oughtn't to resorts tendus * which will be relaxed during sleep. A powerful impression whose processing has been accidentally halted or deliberately suppressed will be even more entitled to a role in the dream than one that is weak or almost unnoticed. The psychical energy accumulated through the day by inhibition and suppression becomes the mainspring of the dream at night. What appears in the dream is what has been psychically suppressed. Unfortunately, Delage breaks off his train of thought at this point. He can concede only the most minor role to the independent activity of the psyche in the dream, and so with his theory of the dream he promptly returns to the prevailing doctrine that the brain is only partly sleeping, and semble rêve est le produit de la pensée errante, sans but sans direction, se fixant successivement sur les souvenirs, que ont garde ses d'intensité pour se placer sur se raudité à l'erreur au passage. Établis en entrée is un ligne tantot fiabilité indices, tantot plus forte de plus serra, silen que l'activité actuelle du cerveau est plus ou moins abili par le sommeil. One can create a third group of dream theories out of those which ascribe to the dreaming psyche the capacity and inclination for exceptional psychical achievements that are either beyond its powers or that it can only carry out imperfectly when awake. On the whole, the exercise of these capacities produces a beneficial function for the dream. The evaluations of the dream made by earlier writers on psychology mostly belong in this group. However, instead of quoting them, I shall content myself with referring to an observation of Burdacke's, to whom dreaming is the natural activity of the soul, which the power of the individual does not restrict, self-consciousness does not disturb, self-determination does not direct, but is the vitality of our centers of sensibility reveling in free and uninhibited play, page 486. Burdack and others clearly envisage this indulgence in the free use of its own powers as a state in which the psyche refreshes itself and gathers new energy for the day's work, rather like taking a holiday. That is why Burdack also quotes in acknowledgement the winning words in which the poet Novalis praises the free run of the dream. The dream is a defense against the ordinary regularity of life, a recreation for the fettered fantasy, a place where it can throw all the images of life into confusion and interrupt the earnestness of grown men with joyful children's play. Without dreams we would certainly grow old sooner, and so we can regard the dream, if not as a direct gift from above, still as a delightful task, a friendly companion on our pilgrimage to the grave. The refreshing and healing action of the dream is described even more forcefully by Purkinje, page 456. Productive dreams especially would convey these functions. They are effortless products of the imagination in free play, unconnected with the events of the day. The psyche does not wish to continue the tensions of waking life, but to resolve them, recover from them. First and foremost, it produces states that are the very opposite of those in our waking state. It cures sadness with joy, care with hope and cheerful diverting images, hatred with love and kindness, fear with courage and confidence, doubt it soothes with conviction and firm faith, vain expectations with fulfillment. Many sore places in the heart, which the day would keep ever open, are healed by sleep, which covers them over and keeps them from fresh irritation. This is what the healing effect of time in part depends upon. We all feel that sleep is a benefaction to our psychical life, and the obscure awareness of the popular mind is clearly unwilling to be robbed of its prejudice that the dream is one of the ways in which sleep confers its benefactions. The most original and far-reaching attempt to explain the dream as an activity peculiar to the psyche which can develop freely only in sleep is the one undertaken in 1861 by Stirner. Stirner's book, written in a heady, florid style, exhibits an almost intoxicated enthusiasm for its subject and, if it does not sweep us along with it, is bound to put us off. It resists analysis to such an extent that we turn readily to the clearer and briefer account of Stirner's theories as the philosopher Foucault presents them. A mysterious appearance of sense does flash and gleam out of the mystical conglomerations, out of all the surging splendor, only it fails to illuminate the philosopher's path. Such is the judgment passed on Stirner's mode of presentation even by a follower. Stirner is not one of those writers who permit the psyche to take its capacities with it into the dream life undiminished. He even explains how the centrality, the spontaneous energy, of the ego becomes enervated in dreams, how as a result of this decentralization cognition, feeling, willing, and the generation of ideas are altered, and how the remnants of these psychical forces no longer possess the true character of mind but only the nature of a mechanism. But instead, the activity of the psyche which we may call the imagination, free of all control by reason and so, too, free of all restraint, soars to absolute domination in the dream. True, it does take its ultimate building blocks from waking memory, but it uses them to construct buildings vastly different from the structures of waking life. In dreams it is not only reproductive, it is productive as well. These peculiarities are what lend the dream life its particular character. It has a preference for what is unrestrained, exaggerated, monstrous. At the same time, however, its liberation from the inhibiting categories of thought gives it a greater suppleness, agility, flexibility of shifting shape. It is highly sensitive to the delicate stimuli that arouse moods of tender warmth or emotions that disturb. Straightway it gives the inner life the vividness of outwardly perceived forms. The dream imagination lacks a conceptual language. What it has to say it has to paint visibly, and since it is not weakened by the presence of concepts, it paints it with all the richness and power of the thing seen. But clear though this language is, its visual nature also makes it rambling, awkward, clumsy. Its clarity is especially impeded because it is reluctant to express an object by its own image and prefers a different image as long as this is capable of expressing the aspect of the object the imagination wants to present. This is the symbolizing activity of the imagination. It is also very important that the dream imagination does not reproduce objects exhaustively but only in outline, and very freely at that. Its paintings thus seem like brilliant improvisations. However, the dream imagination does not stop at merely representing an object. It is under an inner compulsion to involve the dreaming self with it more or less deeply and so produce a dramatic action. A dream roused by a visual impression, for example, paints pieces of gold in the street. The dreamer gathers them up, rejoices, and carries them off. The material which the dream imagination takes for its artistic powers to work upon is, according to Stirner, mainly that offered by the stimuli of the bodily organs so dimly perceived by day. So, though otherwise poles apart, in this respect, in their assumptions about what the sources and instigators of dreams may be, Stirner's all too fantastical theorizing and the perhaps overly sober theses put forward by Wundt and other physiologists are in entire agreement. Now, according to the physiological theory, the psyche's reaction to the inner bodily stimuli is over and done once the ideas somehow appropriate to them are aroused. By way of association, these ideas then call others to their aid, and at this stage the course of the psychical processes in dreams seems to be concluded. According to Stirner, on the other hand, the bodily stimuli only offer the psyche material it can make use of for its imaginative purposes. For Stirner, the formation of dreams is only beginning at the stage where in the eyes of others it has come to an end. Of course, we cannot regard what the dream imagination does with the bodily stimuli as exactly purposeful. It plays a teasing game with them and imagines the organic sources from which the stimuli in a particular dream originate in some kind of palpable form. Indeed, Stirner believes, though Foucault and others do not follow him here, that the dream imagination has a certain favorite way of representing the whole organism, and that is as a house. Fortunately, though, it does not seem to confine itself to this subject matter for its representations. Contrariwise, it can use large numbers of houses to designate one particular organ, for instance, a very long street of houses for the stimulus from the intestines. At other times, particular parts of the house represent in reality particular parts of the body. For example, in a headache dream, the ceiling of a room, which the dreamer sees covered with disgusting, toad-like spiders, represents the head. Quite apart from the house symbolism, all kinds of other objects are employed to represent the parts of the body sending out a stimulus to dreaming. Thus the respiring lung finds its symbol in the fiery oven with its breath-like roar, the heart in empty baskets and chests, the bladder in pouch-shaped objects or hollowed-out objects generally. The male sexual dream has the dreamer find the upper part of a clarinet in the street, beside it the same part of a tobacco pipe, and beside that again a fur coat. The clarinet and the pipe represent the approximate form of the male member, the fur coat the pubic hair. In the female sexual dream, the crotch of the thighs can be symbolized by a narrow courtyard enclosed by houses, the vagina by a very narrow, slippery soft footpath leading across the middle of the yard which the dreamer has to cross, perhaps to deliver a letter to a gentleman. Foucault, page 39. It is especially important that at the end of a physically stimulated dream of this kind, the dream imagination as it were throws off its mask and presents the arousing organ or its function unconcealed. Thus a toothache dream usually concludes with the dreamer taking a tooth out of his mouth. But the dream imagination can do more than turn its attention only to the form of the arousing organ. It can just as well take the substance contained in it as the object of symbolization. Thus, for example, a dream stimulated by the intestines leads the dreamer through muddy streets, a dream stimulated by urine leads him beside foaming water. Or the stimulus itself, the nature of its excitation, the object it desires, are represented symbolically, or the dream self enters into a concrete connection with the symbolizations of its own condition. For example, when aroused by pain we struggle in desperation with snapping dogs or raging bulls, or when in a sexual dream a woman sees herself pursued by a naked man. Quite apart from the abundance of its possible forms of representation, the central force in every dream is still a symbolizing activity of the imagination. Foucault then attempted to penetrate more closely into the nature of this imagination and assign a place in a system of philosophical thought to the psychical activity. His book is written beautifully and with ardor, but it is too difficult to understand for anyone whose early training has not prepared him for an intuitive grasp of the conceptual schemes of philosophy. There is no useful function attached to the activation of Stirner's symbolizing imaginaton in dreams. As it dreams, the psyche plays with the stimuli it is offered. We might even surmise that it plays with them mischievously. But we could also be asked whether our own detailed consideration of Stirner's theory of dreams could possibly lead to anything useful, for its arbitrariness and disconnection from all the rules of scientific research seem only too obvious. If so, it would be proper to register a veto against the arrogance of rejecting Stirner's theories before scrutinizing them. This theory is built on the impression made on someone by his dreams. He has paid great attention to them and he seems to have a strong personal aptitude for pursuing the dark aspects of the psyche. Moreover, this theory deals with a subject which for thousands of years mankind has certainly found mysterious, but rich in content and associations, and which rigorous science has on its own admission done little to elucidate beyond attempting, wholly counter to popular feeling, to deny it any meaning or importance. Finally, let us frankly admit that it does seem that our attempts to explain the dream cannot easily avoid the fantastic. Even the ganglion cells are subject to it. The passage quoted on page 64 from So Sober and Exact a Scientist as Binns, which describes how the aurora of awakening passes across the sleeping cell clusters of the cerebral cortex, is no whit less fantastic and improbable than Stirner's attempts at interpretation. I hope to be able to show that behind the latter something real does exist, though it has been recognized only vaguely and is not characterized by the universality which a theory of dreams may claim. For the present, Stirner's theory of dreams, by its contrast to the medical theory, for instance, shows us clearly the extremes between which explanations of the dream still fluctuate today. The relations between dreams and mental illnesses. In speaking of the relation of dreams to mental disturbances, we can mean three different things. 1. Etiological and clinical relationships, as when a dream takes the place of a psychotic condition, inaugurates it, or is left over after it. 2. Changes the dream life undergoes in the case of mental illness. And 3. Inner relationships between dreams and psychoses, analogies indicating essential similarities. These various relationships between the two sets of phenomena were a favorite theme of medical writers in earlier ages of medicine and have been again more recently, as we learn from the literature on the subject collected by Spitta, Radestock, Mori, and Tissey. Not long ago Sante de Sanctis, 56-57, turned his attention to them. It will be sufficient for the interests of our own account if we merely touch on the subject. As to the clinical and etiological relations between dreams and psychoses, I propose to refer to the following observations as model examples. Hanbaum, cited in Krauss, reports that the first outbreak of madness was often ascribed to origins in a terrible anxiety dream, and that the predominant idea was connected with this dream. Sante de Sanctis presents similar observations of paranoiacs, and says that in individual cases the dream was the vraie cause déterminante de la folie. Psychosis can spring to life at a stroke with the operative dream containing the explanation, or it can develop slowly through further dreams which still have to struggle with doubts. In one case of de Sanctis's, the disturbing dream was followed by mild attacks of hysteria, and then further by a melancholy anxious condition. Fear, cited by Tissey, reports a dream which resulted in a hysterical paralysis. In these instances the dream is presented to us in terms of the etiology of mental disturbance, although we can account for the facts of the case just as well if we say that the mental disturbance first manifested itself in the dream life, or broke out first of all in the dream. In other examples the dream life contains the pathological symptoms, or the psychosis remains restricted to the dream life. Thus Thomeyer draws attention to anxiety dreams which must be regarded as equivalent to epileptic attacks. According to Radestock, Allison has described cases of nocturnal insanity in which individuals are apparently quite healthy throughout the day, while hallucinations, fits of rage, and the like regularly appear at night. Similar observations can be found in De Sanctis, a dream equivalent to paranoia in the case of an alcoholic voices accusing his wife of infidelity, and in Tissey. Tissey presents a wealth of recent observations in which actions of a pathological nature, based on delusory assumptions, obsessive compulsions, derive from dreams. Guaslane describes a case in which sleep was intermittently replaced by insanity. There can be no doubt that one day physicians will also concern themselves with a psychopathology of dreams as well as their psychology. In cases of recuperation after mental illness, it often becomes particularly clear that, although the patient may be functioning soundly by day, his dream life can still be in the grip of the psychosis. According to Krauss, Gregory is said to be the first to have drawn attention to this phenomenon. Macario, cited by Tissey, tells of how a manic patient, a week after his full recovery, experienced over again in his dreams the flight of ideas and the passionate impulses belonging to his illness. Up to now only very few studies have been made into what changes the dream life undergoes in permanent psychotics. On the other hand, the deep affinity between dreams and mental disturbance, revealed in the general correspondence between the phenomena of both, was noticed from the first. According to Mori, Cabanis was the first to draw attention to it in his reports Du Physique du Moral. After him came Lellet, J. Moreau, and especially the philosopher Maine de Byron. Comparison between the two certainly dates from before this, however. Radestock introduces the chapter in which he deals with it with a collection of quotations drawing an analogy between dreams and madness. Kant says in one place, "The lunatic is one who dreams while awake." Krauss, "Madness is a dream with waking senses." Schopenhauer calls the dream a brief madness and madness a long dream. Hagen describes delirium as dream life brought about not by sleep but by illness. Wundt says, in his Physiologische Psychology, indeed, in our dreams we are able to experience ourselves almost all the phenomena we encounter in lunatic asylums. The individual correspondences which provide the basis for accepting this kind of equivalence are listed by Spitta, very much as Maury did, in the following series. 1. Abolition or at least retardation of self-consciousness, consequently ignorance of the condition as such, hence impossibility of surprise at it, lack of moral consciousness. 2. Modified perception by the sense organs, in dreams reduced, in madness generally very much intensified. 3. Connection of ideas with one another merely in accordance with the laws of association and reproduction, thus the automatic construction of sequences, hence disproportionate relationships between the ideas, exaggerations, fantasies, and everything resulting from them. 4. Changes or reversal of the personality, and occasionally character changes, perversions. Radestock adds a few other features, analogies in the material. Most hallucinations and illusions are to be found in the domain of the senses of sight and hearing and in the general vital feeling. As in dreams, the fewest elements are provided by the senses of smell and taste. The deliriums of fever and the recollections of dreams both rise out of the remote past, what the waking and the healthy seem to have forgotten, the sleeping and the sick remember. The analogy between dream and psychosis achieves its full force, however, only when it extends like a family resemblance to the subtler gestures and to the distinctive individual features of facial expression. To the man who is tormented by physical or mental suffering, the dream grants what reality has denied, well-being and happiness, so too there arise for the mentally ill bright images of happiness, greatness, grandeur, and wealth. The supposed possession of goods and the imaginary fulfillment of desires whose refusal or loss was in fact a cause of the madness usually make up the main content of the delirium. A woman who has lost a dear child experiences the joys of motherhood in her delirium. Someone who has suffered a loss of property considers himself extraordinarily rich. The deserted girl sees herself tenderly loved. This passage from Radestock is an abridgment of a sensitive account by Griesinger, page 111, which reveals, with all possible clarity, that wish fulfillment is one of the forms of imagining common to the dream and the psychoses. My own investigations have taught me that this is where the key to a psychological theory of the dream and of the psychoses is to be found. Bizarre combinations of ideas and weakness of judgment are what chiefly characterize dreams and madness. The overestimation of one's own intellect, which to the sober judgment seems only to produce absurdities, occurs in both. The rapid succession of images in the dream corresponds to the rapid flight of ideas in the psychoses. Both lack any measure of time. The splitting of the personality in dreams, where for instance our own knowledge is divided between two people, with the alien figure correcting our own ego, is exactly equivalent to the division of the personality in hallucinatory paranoia. The dreamer, too, hears his own thoughts uttered by alien voices. Even persistent illusory ideas find their analogy in stereotypically recurring pathological dreams. Le Rêve Obsédant, after recovering from a delirium, sufferers quite often say that the entire period of their sickness seems like a dream to them, and often a not unpleasant one. They tell us, indeed, that during their illness they have occasionally felt that they were only trapped in a dream, just as often happens in dreams occurring in sleep. After all this, it is not surprising when Radestock sums up his own views and those of many others by saying that madness, an abnormal, pathological phenomenon, is to be regarded as an intensification of the normal, periodically recurring, state of dreaming, page 228. Krauss has sought to establish a relationship between dream and madness, more intimate perhaps than the analogy between the two overt phenomena will really admit, by grounding it in their etiology, or rather in their sources of excitation. In his view, the basic element common to both is, as we have heard, the organically caused sensation, the somatic sensation, the general vital feeling to which all the organs together contribute. See Pice, in Maury, page 52. The undeniable correspondence between dreams and mental disturbance, which extends even to characteristic individual details, offers one of the strongest supports to the medical theory of the dream life, according to which the dream presents itself as a useless and disturbing process and as the expression of a reduced psychical activity. We cannot, however, expect to arrive at a definitive explanation of dreams by reference to psychical disturbance so long as our insight into the course of these latter disorders is still, as we well know, in such an unsatisfactory state. On the other hand, it seems probable that a revised conception of the dream is bound to influence our view of the inner mechanism of mental disturbance, and so we may say that we are also working towards an explanation of the psychoses when we seek to cast light on the mystery of the dream. Chauffeurs was the name given to bands of robbers in the Vade using this form of torture. Dreams recurring periodically have often been noted. See those collected by Chabanese. Like Delboeuf, but describing the condition in rather different words, Hafner has attempted to explain the activity of dreaming by the modification which is bound to result from introducing an abnormal condition to the otherwise correct functioning of the psychical apparatus. According to him, the dream is primarily characterized by the absence of any location in place or time, i.e. by the emancipation of the dream idea from the dreamer's position in time and place. This is connected with the second fundamental feature of the dream, its confusion of hallucinations, products of the imagination and combinations of the fantasy with external perceptions. As all the higher powers of the psyche, in particular the powers of conceptualization, judgment, and inference on the one hand and free self-determination on the other, are attached to imaginary sensory images and always have these as their foundation, it follows that these activities also have their part in the uncontrolled irregularities of the dream images. They have their part, we say, for in itself our power of judgment, like our will, is by no means altered. These activities are just as keen and just as free as when we are awake. In our dreams too we cannot contravene the laws of thought, i.e. we cannot propose that the image represented is identical with its opposite etc. In our dreams too we can only desire what we imagine to be a good, sub ration boni. But in thus applying the laws of thinking and willing, the human mind is led astray in the dream by confusing one idea with another. Thus it happens that in dreams we propose and perform the wildest contradictions, while on the other hand we can reach the most clear-sighted judgments, draw the most logical conclusions, and make the most virtuous and saintly decisions. Lack of orientation is the entire secret of the flight of our imagination in dreams, and lack of critical reflection, as well as of communication with others, is the chief source of the boundless extravagances in our dreams of our judgments, our hopes, and our desires. Page 18. C.F. Hafner and Spitta. Grundzüge des Systems der Anthropologie, Erlangen, 1850, cited after Spitta. Das Trommelben und die Sein du Tun, 1868, in Spitta, page 192. 2. The method of interpreting dreams. Analysis of a specimen dream. The title I have given my treatise makes it clear which tradition I would like to take up in the way dreams are understood. I propose to show that dreams are capable of yielding an interpretation, and any contribution this may make towards elucidating those problems of dreams we have just been discussing, will in my eyes turn out to be merely a byproduct gained in the course of carrying out my own task. This assumption that dreams are interpretable brings me at once into opposition to the prevailing theory of dreams, indeed to every dream theory except Stirner's, for to interpret a dream means to determine its meaning, to substitute for it something that fits into the chain of our psychical acts as a full and equally valid member. However, as we have learned, the scientific theories of the dream have no room for a problem of dream interpretation, for to them the dream is not a psychical act at all but a somatic process which makes its occurrence known by indications in the psychical apparatus. Popular opinion has at all times thought differently. It exercises its right to inconsistency, on the one hand admitting that dreams are incomprehensible and absurd, but on the other unable to bring itself to deny them all significance. A dim presentiment seems to lead it to assume that the dream does possess a meaning, though a hidden one, that it stands as a substitute for another mode of thinking, and that it is only a matter of finding the right way to reveal this substitute for the hidden significance of the dream to be disclosed. So it is that popular opinion has always endeavored to interpret dreams, and in doing so has tried two essentially different methods. The first procedure takes the dream content as a whole and seeks to replace it with a different, intelligible, and in certain respects analogous content. This is symbolic dream interpretation. It comes to grief from the start, of course, with those dreams which appear not only incomprehensible but also confused. An example of this procedure might be the interpretation Joseph provides for Pharaoh's dream in the Bible. 7 fat kine followed by 7 lean kine which consume them, that is a symbolic substitute for the prophecy of 7 years of famine in the land of Egypt which will consume all the surplus created by 7 years of plenty. Most of the artificial dreams invented by the poets are intended for this kind of symbolic interpretation, for they render the author's thoughts in a disguise found to match those characteristics of our dreaming familiar to us from experience. The view that dreams are mainly concerned with the future, having a premonition of what form it will take, a remnant of the prophetic significance once accorded to dreams, then becomes the motive for transposing the meaning of the dream discovered by symbolic interpretation into the future tense by means of an it will. There are of course no instructions for discovering the route to such symbolic interpretation. Success remains a matter of inspiration, of sudden intuition, and that is how the interpretation of dreams by means of symbolism was able to raise itself to the practice of an art which seemed to be bound up with an especial gift. 1 The other popular method of dream interpretation is very far from making any such claim. It might be called the decoding method, as it treats the dream as a kind of secret writing in which every sign is translated by means of a fixed key into another sign whose significance is known. I have had a dream of a letter, for example, but also of a funeral or the like. I now consult a dream book and discover that letter is to be translated as ill humor, funeral as betrothal. It is then up to me to make some connection between the catchwords I have deciphered, which I then accept as lying in the future. An interesting variant of this decoding procedure, which to some extent corrects its character as a purely mechanical transposition, appears in the treatise on dream interpretation by Artemidorus of Daldis. Here not only the content of the dream but also the personality and the circumstances of the dreamer are taken into account so that the same element in the dream has a different meaning for the rich man, the married man, or the orator from the meaning it has for the poor man, the unmarried man, or, say, a merchant. The essential thing about this procedure is that the work of interpretation is not directed towards the dream as a whole, but at each piece of the dream content by itself, as if the dream were a conglomerate in which each little fragment of rock required a separate definition. It is certainly the incoherent and confused dreams that provided the first impetus to the creation of the decoding method. There is not a moment's doubt that neither of the popular methods of dream interpretation is of any use in the scientific treatment of the subject. The symbolic method is limited in its application and incapable of being stated in general terms. As for the decoding method, everything would depend on whether the key, the dream book, is reliable. And of that there is no guarantee whatever. We might be tempted to agree with the philosopher and the psychiatrist, and join them in dismissing the problem of the interpretation of dreams as a chimera. But I have come to learn better. I have had to realize that here is another of those not infrequent cases where an ancient, stubbornly held popular belief seems to have come closer to the truth of things than the judgment of contemporary science. I have to maintain that dreams really do possess a meaning, and that a scientific method of dream interpretation is possible. I came to my knowledge of this method in the following way. For many years I have been occupied with unraveling certain psychopathological structures, hysterical phobias, obsessional ideas, and the like, for therapeutic purposes. In fact, ever since I learned from an important contribution by Joseph Brewer that for these formations, experienced as symptoms of illness, the unraveling and the cure, solution, and resolution amount to the same thing. 2 If one has been able to trace a pathological idea of this sort back to the elements in the patient's inner life which produced it, then it will disintegrate and the patient will be freed from it. Given the inadequacy of our other attempts at therapy, and considering the puzzling nature of these conditions, I was tempted, despite all the difficulties, to go further along the path pioneered by Brewer all the way to a complete solution. How this technique has ultimately developed, and what the results of this endeavor have been, are things I shall have to report on in detail another time. In the course of these psychoanalytical studies, I came upon the interpretation of dreams. Patients who had undertaken to inform me of all the thoughts and ideas that beset them on a certain subject told me their dreams, and in this way taught me that a dream can be interpolated into the psychical chain which, starting from a pathological idea, can be traced backwards in the memory. This suggested that the dream itself might be treated as a symptom, and that the method of interpretation developed for symptoms might be applied to dreams. Now, for this the patient's psyche requires a certain preparation. I want him to do two things: to pay attention to his psychical perceptions more intently, and to switch off the critical faculty he normally uses to sift the thoughts arising in him. In order to give all his attention to self-observation, it is helpful for him to lie down and close his eyes. He must be expressly bidden to abstain from any critical judgment of the thoughts he forms and becomes aware of. He is told, that is, that the success of the psychoanalysis depends on his paying attention to everything that passes through his mind, reporting it, and on not allowing himself to be tempted, for instance, to suppress one idea occurring to him because it appears to him unimportant or irrelevant to the subject, another because it appears nonsensical. He has to be wholly impartial towards the ideas that come to him, for it was just this critical judgment that was to blame for any earlier failures to find the solution to the dream, the obsessional idea, or whatever. In the course of my psychoanalytical work, I have noticed that the psyche of a man engaged in reflection is in a very different frame of mind from that of someone who is observing his own psychical processes. In reflection, one's psychical activity comes into play more than in even the most attentive self-observation, as the tense expression and creased brow of a man occupied in reflection shows, by contrast to the expression of repose in someone engaged in self-observation. In both cases, a concentration of attention must be taking place. But the man who is reflecting is exercising a critical activity as well. Consequently, once he has become aware of the ideas arising within him, he rejects some and cuts others off short so that he does not pursue the paths of thought they might open up for him. Towards still other thoughts he acts in such a way that they never become conscious at all, that is, they are suppressed before they are perceived. On the other hand, the only trouble the self-observer has to take is to suppress this critical activity. If he is successful, a tremendous number of thoughts which he would otherwise have been unable to grasp enter his consciousness. It is with the aid of this newfound material for his self-awareness that the interpretation of both pathological ideas and dream formations can be carried out. As we see, it is a matter of producing in the psyche a condition sharing a certain similarity in distribution of psychical energy, mobile attention, with the condition present just before falling asleep, and certainly with the hypnotic state too. As we fall asleep, the involuntary ideas emerge on account of the reduction of a certain willed, and certainly also critical, operation which we allow to affect the course of our ideas. The cause of this reduction we usually call tiredness. The involuntary ideas emerging are transformed into visual and acoustic images. Compare the remarks of Schleiermacher and others, page 60. In the condition we employ for the analysis of dreams and pathological ideas, we deliberately and voluntarily abstain from that critical activity and use the psychical energy saved, or part of it, for the attentive pursuit of the involuntary thoughts now emerging, which retain their character as ideas, this being the distinction between this condition and the one that attends falling asleep. We thus turn the involuntary ideas into voluntary ones. In general, it is not difficult to transport oneself or someone else into the required state of uncritical self-observation. Most of my patients manage it after their first instruction. I myself can achieve it very completely by the help of writing down the thoughts that occur to me. This reduces the critical activity by a certain amount of psychical energy, which can then be used to heighten the intensity of the self-observation. It varies considerably, however, according to the subject which is to be the focus of attention. Now, the first step in employing this procedure teaches us that the object of attention has to be not the dream as a whole, but only the separate parts of its content. If I ask an unpracticed patient, "What does this dream make you think of?" as a rule there is nothing within his mental horizon he can call to mind. I have to present him with his dream bit by bit, and then for each bit he will provide me with a series of ideas occurring to him which can be called the ulterior motives of this part of the dream. With this first important condition, then, the method of dream interpretation I practice already departs from the popular method of interpretation by symbols, famous in history and legend, and it approaches the other method, the decoding method. Like this, it is an interpretation in detail, not in mass. Like this, it conceives the dream from the first as something put together, as a conglomerate of psychical formations. In the course of my psychoanalyses of neurotics I have probably interpreted more than 1,000 dreams at least, but I would rather not use this material here as an introduction to the technique and theory of dream interpretation. Quite apart from the fact that I would expose myself to the objection that these are, after all, the dreams of neuropaths which do not allow any conclusions to be drawn about the dreams of those of sound mind, there is another reason why I am compelled to reject them. The subject matter these dreams are aiming for, of course, is always the clinical history lying at the root of the neurosis. This would require an over-lengthy preamble for each dream, going deep into the nature and etiological conditions of the psychoneuroses. These are things which are in themselves novel and highly disturbing, and so they would distract attention from the problem of dreams. My intention is rather to make the unraveling of the dream a preliminary to elucidating the more difficult problems of the psychology of neuroses. But if I dispense with the dreams of neurotics, my main material, I cannot be too nice in my dealings with the remainder. All that is left are the dreams which have occasionally been told me by persons of sound mind from among my acquaintance, or which I have found described as examples in the literature on the dream life. Unfortunately, I have no analysis for any of these dreams, and lacking this, I am unable to discover their meaning. For my procedure is not so easy to practice as the popular decoding method, which translates the given dream content according to a fixed key. Rather, I expect to find that with different people and in different contexts the identical dream content might well conceal a quite different meaning. So I have to rely on my own dreams, resorting to them as an abundant and convenient fund of material coming from a more or less normal person and relating to a variety of occasions in daily life. The reliability of such self-analyses will certainly be called into question. There is a risk of arbitrary conclusions, it will be said. Rather, in my judgment, the conditions for self-observation are more favorable than the conditions for the observation of others. At any rate, we can try to see how far self-analysis will take us in the interpretation of dreams. There are other difficulties which I will have to overcome within myself. There is an understandable diffidence about exposing so many intimate things in one's psychic life, knowing too that others might well misinterpret them. But this is something one has to be able to go beyond. Tout psychologiste, says Delboeuf, est obligé de faire l'événement de ses faiblesses et elle croit par la jitter du jour sur quelque problème obscur. Asterisk, and I trust one may assume that in the reader, too, an initial interest in the indiscretions I shall have to commit will very soon give way to an absorption solely in the psychological problems they serve to illuminate. I shall therefore take one of my own dreams and use it to explain my method of interpretation. Every dream of this sort requires a preliminary statement. But now I must ask the reader to make my interests his own for some little time, and immerse himself with me in the minutest details of my life, for our interest in the hidden significance of dreams absolutely demands a transference of this kind. Preamble. In the summer of 1895 I had been giving psychoanalytic treatment to a young lady who was a very close friend of my family and myself. It will be understood that mixed relationships of this kind can become the source of various perturbations for the physician, especially for the psychotherapist. The physician's personal interest is greater, his authority less. A failure is a threat to his friendship with his patient's relatives. The course terminated in partial success. The patient lost her hysterical anxiety but not all her somatic symptoms. At the time I was not yet quite certain of the criteria which would indicate that a hysterical illness had been definitively cured, and I suggested to my patient a solution which seemed to be unacceptable to her. It was in this state of disagreement that, on account of the summer holidays, we broke off the treatment. One day I was visited by a younger colleague, one of my closest friends, who had also visited my patient Irma * and her family where they were staying in the country. I asked him how he had found her, and received the answer, "She is better, but not entirely recovered." I know I was annoyed by these words of my friend Otto, * or by the tone in which they were spoken. I thought I heard a criticism in them, perhaps that I had promised my patient too much, and rightly or wrongly, I attributed Otto's apparent opposition to me to the influence of her relatives, who, so I assumed, had never really approved of my treating her. In any case, the unpleasant feeling I had was unclear to me, nor did I give expression to it. That same evening I wrote out Irma's clinical history, in order to give it to Dr. M, *, a friend we had in common and the dominant personality in our circle at that time, as though to justify myself. During the night after this evening, or more probably in the early morning, I had the following dream, which I set down immediately after waking. Dream of 23 to 24 July 1895. A large hall, many guests, whom we are receiving. Among them Irma, whom I take aside at once, as it were to answer her letter and reproach her for not having yet accepted the solution. I say to her, "If you are still having pain, it is really only your own fault." She replies, "If only you knew what pain my throat and stomach and abdomen are giving me. I feel I am choking." I am startled and look at her. She looks pale and puffy. I think perhaps I have overlooked something organic after all. I take her to the window and examine her throat. At this she shows some reluctance, like women who wear dentures. I think to myself, but she has no need to. Her mouth then opens wide and I discover to the right a big white patch, and elsewhere I see large, grayish-white scabs set on remarkable curled structures clearly modeled on the nostrils. I quickly call Dr. M * over, who repeats the examination and confirms it. Dr. M looks quite different from usual. He is very pale, walks with a limp, and his chin has no beard. My friend Otto is now also standing beside her, and my friend Leopold * is percussing her through her bodice, saying, "She has an attenuation low to the left," also pointing out an infiltrated part of the skin on the left shoulder, which like him I felt, in spite of her dress. M says, "No doubt about it, it is an infection, but it doesn't matter, dysentery will set in and the poison will be eliminated." We also know directly where the infection originated. Not long before, when she felt unwell, my friend Otto gave her an injection of a propyl preparation, propylene, propionic acid, trimethylamine. I see its formula before me printed in bold type. Such injections are not to be given so lightly. Probably the syringe was not clean, either. This dream has one advantage over many others. It is immediately clear which events of the previous day it is connected to and what subject it deals with. The preamble supplies the details. The news from Otto about Irma's condition and the clinical history I had written far into the night were still engaging the activity of my psyche, even in sleep. All the same, no one knowing the preamble and the content of the dream could have any idea of what the dream means. I myself do not know. I am surprised at the symptoms Irma complains of to me in the dream, for they are not the same as those I have been treating her for. I smile at the nonsensical idea of giving an injection of propionic acid, and at the consolation Dr. M offers. Towards its conclusion the dream seems to me more obscure and condensed than it is at the start. To discover the meaning of all this I have to resolve on a detailed analysis. Analysis. The hall, many guests, whom we are receiving. That summer we were living at Bellevue, a house standing by itself on one of the hills adjoining the Kahlenberg. The house was once intended to be a dance hall, hence the unusually lofty, hall-like rooms. I had the dream at Bellevue a few days before the celebration of my wife's birthday. During the day my wife had said that she expected that several friends, including Irma, would be coming to us as guests on her birthday. So my dream anticipates this occasion. It is my wife's birthday and many people, Irma among them, are being received by us in the large hall at Bellevue. I reproach Irma for not having accepted the solution I had suggested. I say, if you are still having pain, it is really only your own fault. I could also have said this to her in waking life, or I did in fact say it to her. I was then of the opinion, which I later recognized to be incorrect, that my task did not go beyond informing my patients of the hidden meaning of their symptoms. Whether or not they accepted this solution, on which the success of the treatment depended, was no longer my responsibility. I am grateful to this error, now happily overcome, for having lightened my existence at a time when, with all my unavoidable ignorance, I was supposed to be producing successful cures. But I note from the sentence I speak to Irma in my dream that above all I am refusing to be blamed for all the pain she still has. If it is Irma's own fault, it cannot be mine. Is the intention of the dream to be sought for in this direction? Irma's complaining, pains in her throat, abdomen, and stomach, a feeling of choking. Stomach pains were among my patient's symptoms, although they were not very prominent. She complained rather of sickness and nausea. Pains in the throat and abdomen, choking sensations, scarcely featured. I wonder why I decided on this choice of symptoms in my dream, but for the moment cannot find an answer. She looks pale and puffy. My patient was always rosy-cheeked. I suspect that here another person is being foisted on her. I am startled to think I have overlooked an organic illness after all. This is, as one may well believe, a perpetual anxiety on the part of a specialist who sees almost no one but neurotics and is used to ascribing to hysteria so many phenomena other physicians treat as organic. On the other hand, a faint doubt steals over me. I do not know where it comes from as to whether my alarm is entirely genuine. If Irma's pains are organic in origin, again I am not responsible for curing them, for after all, my course of treatment removes only hysterical pains. So it actually seems to me as if I wanted my diagnosis to be faulty, for then the reproach of failure would also be removed. I take her to the window to examine her throat. She shows some reluctance, like women who wear false teeth. I think to myself, but she has no need to. I never had occasion to inspect Irma's mouth. The event in my dream reminds me of an examination some time previously of a governess who had at first given the impression of youthful beauty, but on opening her mouth took some measures to hide her denture. This instance recalls other medical examinations and the other little secrets they reveal, to the pleasure of neither party, but she has no need to is in the first place, no doubt, a compliment to Irma, but I also suspected another meaning as well. In carrying out an analysis attentively one gets a feeling whether the ulterior motives expected are exhausted or not. The way Irma is standing at the window suddenly reminds me of another experience. Irma has a close woman friend I regard very highly. When I visited her one evening I discovered her at the window in the situation reproduced in the dream, and her physician, the same Dr. M., was explaining that she had a diphtheritic membrane. In fact, the person of Dr. M. and the membrane recur in the continuation of the dream. It occurs to me now that in recent months I have had every reason to suppose that this other lady was also a hysteric. Indeed, Irma herself betrayed this to me. But what did I know about her condition? Only this very thing, that like my Irma in the dream she suffers from hysterical choking. So in the dream I have replaced my patient by her friend. Now I recall I have often played with the thought that, like Irma, this lady too might make a claim on me to free her from her symptoms. But I thought it was very unlikely myself, for she has a very reserved nature. She shows reluctance, as the dream indicates. Another explanation might be that she has no need to, in fact she has so far shown herself strong enough to control her condition without the help of others. Then there are a number of other traits which I could attach to neither Irma nor her friend: pale, puffy, false teeth. The false teeth led me to that governess. I feel inclined to settle for bad teeth. Then another person occurs to me to whom these traits could allude. She too is not my patient, and I would not like to have her as one, as I have observed that she is shy in my presence, and I do not think she would make a compliant invalid. She is usually pale, And on one occasion when she had had a good time she was puffy. 3 So I have been comparing my patient Irma with 2 other people who would be equally reluctant to submit to treatment. What can be the sense in my having exchanged her in my dream for her friend? Perhaps it is that I would like to exchange her. Either the other woman rouses stronger feelings of sympathy in me or I have a higher opinion of her intelligence. For I regard Irma as foolish because she does not accept my solution. The other would be wiser and so would give way the sooner. Her mouth then opens wide, she would tell me more than Irma. 4. What I see in the throat, a white patch and nostrils with scabs. The white patch reminds me of diphtheritis and thus of Irma's friend, but it also reminds me of the serious illness my eldest daughter suffered from nearly 2 years before and of all the fear we went through in that terrible time. The scabs on the nostrils bring to mind a problem I once had with my own health. At that time I frequently used cocaine to suppress bothersome swellings in my nose, and a few days ago I had heard that a woman patient who did the same had contracted an extensive necrosis of the nasal mucous membrane. My recommendation of cocaine, which I made in 1885, also brought severe criticism upon me. A dear friend, who was already dead in 1895, had hastened his death by misuse of this remedy. I quickly called Dr. M over, who repeats the examination. This would simply correspond to the position M held among us. But the quickly is sufficiently striking to require a special explanation. It reminds me of an unhappy experience I had as a doctor. I had once produced a severe toxic state in a woman patient by the repeated prescription of a remedy which was then still considered harmless, sulfonal, and rushed to my experienced elder colleague for assistance. That this really is the case I have in mind is substantiated by another detail: the patient who succumbed to the poisoning had the same name as my eldest daughter. Until now I had never thought of the fact. Now it seems to me almost like the retribution of fate. As though the substitution of persons were continued here in a different sense, this Mathilde for that Mathilde, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It is as though I were seeking out every occasion which could be turned into grounds for accusing myself of a lack of medical conscientiousness. Dr. M is pale, with a clean-shaven chin, and a limp. Of this so much is true, that his friends are often concerned at how unwell he looks. The other 2 characteristics must belong to another person. My elder brother occurs to me. He lives abroad, is clean-shaven, and, if I recall correctly, on the whole bore a resemblance to the M of the dream. A few days previously news came of him that on account of an arthritic affliction in his hip he has a limp. There must be a reason for me to merge the 2 into one in my dream. I actually remember that I was out of humor with both of them, and for a similar reason. Both had rejected a certain suggestion I had recently made to them. My friend Otto is now standing beside the patient and my friend Leopold is examining her and indicating an attenuation low to the left. My friend Leopold is also a physician, a relative of Otto's. As they both practice the same specialization, fate has made of them rivals who are constantly being compared with one another. They both assisted me for years when I ran a surgery for children with nervous disorders. Scenes such as the one reproduced in the dream often took place there. While I was debating the diagnosis of a case with Otto, Leopold had made a fresh examination of the child and produced an unexpected contribution to our decision. There existed between them a difference of character similar to that between Inspector Bracig and his friend Karl. The one was distinguished by his quick thinking, the other was slow, deliberate, but thorough. When I contrast Otto with the cautious Leopold in my dream, I am clearly doing so in order to praise Leopold. It is an active comparison similar to the one between Irma the disobedient patient and her, in my view, wiser friend. I notice now another track on which the thought connections of the dream are moving, from the sick child to the children's clinic. From the attenuation low to the left I get the impression that it corresponds to the details of a particular case where Leopold struck me by his thoroughness. In addition, I have vaguely in mind something like a metastatic affection, but it might also relate to the patient I would like to have in place of Irma. For, as far as I can judge, this lady imitates a tubercular condition. An infiltrated part of the skin on the left shoulder. I know straight away that this is my own rheumatic shoulder, which I regularly feel if I have stayed awake deep into the night. The wording of the dream, too, sounds ambiguous, which, like him, I feel, to feel in oneself is a common expression. It occurs to me, incidentally, how curious the description "an infiltrated part of the skin" sounds. Infiltration in the upper left back is a more familiar phrase. It would refer to the lung, and so again to tuberculosis. In spite of her dress. This is certainly no more than a parenthesis. When we examine children at the children's clinic, they were naturally undressed. It is one of the contrasts to the way we have to examine adult female patients. It used to be said of an excellent clinician that he only ever conducted a physical examination of his patients through their clothes. The rest is in the dark to me, and, to speak frankly, I have no inclination to probe any deeper. Dr. M says, it is an infection, but it doesn't matter. Dysentery will set in and the poison be eliminated. At first this seems ludicrous to me, but like everything else it still has to be carefully taken apart. Considered more closely, a kind of meaning does appear. What I discovered in the patient was a localized diphtheritis. From the time my daughter was ill I recall a discussion of diphtheritis and diphtheria. The latter is the general infection which starts with the localized diphtheritis. Leopold has indicated from the attenuation a general infection of this kind, which leads one to think of metastatic foci. I believe, it is true, that metastases of this kind do not occur in diphtheria. They remind me, rather, of pyemia. It doesn't matter is a consolation. I believe it fits in as follows. The last part of the dream has for its content the idea that the patient's pains derive from a serious organic infection. I sense that all I want with this too is to shift the blame from myself. The psychological treatment cannot be held responsible for the persistence of a diphtheritic condition. But I still feel troubled at having invented for Irma a serious illness wholly and solely to exonerate myself. It seems so cruel. So I need some assurance that all will be well, and it does not seem to me to be a bad choice to put this consolation into the mouth of Dr. M himself. But in this I am putting myself in a superior position to the dream, which itself requires explaining. But why is this consolation so nonsensical? Dysentery, some remote theoretical idea that diseased matter can be removed through the bowels. Am I trying to make fun of Dr. M.'s wealth of far-fetched explanations and unusual pathological linkages? With regard to dysentery, something else comes to mind. A few months before I had taken on a young man who had very remarkable difficulties with defecating, and whom other colleagues of mine had treated as a case of anemia with undernourishment. I recognized that it was a case of hysteria, wanted to try my psychotherapy out on him, and sent him on a sea voyage. Now, a few days previously I received a desperate letter from him in Egypt telling me he had had a new attack there, which the doctor declared was dysentery. True, I suspect that the diagnosis is only an error on the part of an ignorant colleague who was letting himself be deceived by the hysteria, yet I could not spare myself the reproach of putting my patient into a situation in which to his hysterical bowel affection he may have added one that was organic. Furthermore, dysentery was reminiscent in sound to diphtheria, * a name under taboo which was not mentioned in the dream. Yes, it must be that with the consoling prognosis dysentery will set in, etc. I am making fun of Dr. M, for I remember that he once told me, laughing, something quite similar of another colleague years before. He had been called by this colleague to a consultation over a seriously sick patient, and felt induced to reproach his colleague, who had seemed very hopeful, with the fact that he had found albumin in the patient's urine. But the colleague refused to be disconcerted, and calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, my dear colleague, the albumin will be eliminated, you'll see." So I am no longer in any doubt that this part of the dream contains mockery at the expense of those of my colleagues ignorant of hysteria. As though to confirm this, the thought now passes through my mind, does Dr. M know that the symptoms shown by his patient, Irma's friend, which are giving rise to fears of tuberculosis, also derive from hysteria? Has he recognized this hysteria, or has he been taken in by it? But what motive can I have for treating my friend so badly? It is very simple. Dr. M disagrees with my solution for Irma every bit as much as Irma herself does. So in this way I have already taken revenge on two people in this dream, on Irma with the words, "If you are still having pain it is really only your own fault," and on Dr. M with the wording of the nonsensical consolation I have put in his mouth. We know immediately where the infection originated. This immediate knowledge in the dream is very curious. Just previously we did not know, as the infection was only pointed out by Leopold. When she felt unwell, my friend Otto gave her an injection. Otto had actually told me that during the short time he had stayed with Irma's family he was called to a nearby hotel to give an injection to someone who suddenly felt unwell. The injections again remind me of my unhappy friend who poisoned himself with cocaine. I had advised him to take the drug only orally during withdrawal of morphia, but he started injecting it immediately. Of a propyl preparation, propylene, propionic acid. How on earth do I get onto these? On the evening when I had later worked on the clinical history, and then had the dream, my wife opened a bottle of liqueur on which the word ananas, pineapple, 5 could be read. It was a gift from our friend Otto. For he has the habit of giving presents on every possible occasion. I hope one day he will have a wife who will cure him of this. This liqueur gave out such an odor of cheap alcohol, of fusel oil in fact, that I refused to taste it. My wife said, "We'll give this bottle to the servants," but even more prudently I forbade it with the philanthropic remark that the servants ought not to be poisoned either. The odor of alcohol, amyl, clearly stirred in me the recollection of the entire series, propylene, methyl, etc., which supplied the dream with the propyl preparation. True, I made a substitution. I dreamed propyl after having smelled amyl, but such substitutions are perhaps permissible in organic chemistry more than anywhere else. Trimethylamine. In my dream I see the chemical formula for this substance, which at any rate witnesses to a considerable effort of memory. Actually, I see it printed in bold type, as though I wanted something of quite special importance to stand out strongly from its context. But with my attention thus drawn to it, what is trimethylamine leading me to? To a conversation with another friend ** who has followed the development of my work for years, as I have his. On that occasion he had told me about certain ideas of his concerning a chemistry of sexuality, and mentioned among other things that he believed he recognized trimethylamine to be one of the products of sexual metabolism. So this substance leads me to sexuality, that factor to which I attribute the greatest significance in the origin of the nervous afflictions I want to cure. My patient Irma is a young widow. If my concern is to find an excuse for the failure of the treatment I gave her, my best course will surely be to appeal to this state of affairs, which her friends would be very glad to alter. How strangely, by the way, a dream like this is put together. The other woman, who is my patient in the dream instead of Irma, is also a young widow. I sense why the formula for trimethylamine has taken up so much of the dream. So many important things come together in this one word. Trimethylamine is an allusion not only to the overwhelming factor of sexuality but also to a person whose approval, at a time when I felt myself alone and deserted, I remember with gratification. Was it likely that this friend, who played so great a role in my life, might not make any further appearance in this dream's chain of ideas? He does so, of course. He is an expert in the effects that proceed from the affections of the nose and the cavities adjacent to it, and has revealed to science some very remarkable connections between the nostrils and the female sexual organs. The 3 curled structures in Irma's throat. I had Irma examined by him to see whether her stomach pains might have a nasal origin. He himself, however, suffers from nasal abscesses which cause me concern, and the poema called to mind by the metastases in the dream probably alludes to these. Such injections are not to be given so lightly. Here the charge of rashness is flung directly at my friend Otto. I believe I thought something of the kind on the afternoon when, by word and glance, he seemed to be opposing me. It was something like, how easily he can be influenced, how quickly he comes to a decision. Also, the sentence quoted above again points to my dead friend, who had so rashly decided to inject himself with cocaine. As I said, I had in no way intended the drug to be injected. With my criticism of Otto for treating those chemical substances lightly, I note that again I am touching on the story of that unfortunate Mathilde which provoked the same accusation against me. It is clear that I am collecting examples of my conscientiousness here, but also of its opposite. Probably the syringe was not clean either. Another criticism of Otto, but one with its origin elsewhere. Yesterday I happened to meet the son of a lady of 82 to whom I have to administer 2 injections of morphia daily. She is at present staying in the country, and I learned that she is suffering from phlebitis. I thought at once that there must have been an infiltration caused by a contaminated syringe. It is my pride that over a period of 2 years I have not introduced a single infiltration. I take constant care, to be sure, to see that the syringe is clean. I am, simply, conscientious. From phlebitis I come back to my wife, who suffered from a blockage of the veins during a pregnancy. And now 3 similar situations surface in my memory, involving my wife, Irma, and the dead Mathilde. The identity of these situations has clearly given me the right to substitute these 3 people for one another in my dream. I have now completed the interpretation of the dream. During this work I had trouble in keeping at bay all the many ideas which were bound to be set going by the comparison between the dream content and the dream thoughts concealed behind it. In the course of the work, the meaning of the dream also became clear to me. I noticed an intention which was realized by the dream and which must have been the motive for dreaming. The dream fulfilled a number of wishes which had been aroused in me by the events of the previous evening, Otto's news, writing down the clinical history. For the outcome of the dream is that I am not to blame for the pain Irma continues to suffer, and that Otto is to blame for it. Otto annoyed me by his comments on Irma's incomplete recovery, and the dream takes revenge on him for me as it turns the criticism back onto him. The dream exonerates me of responsibility for Irma's condition in tracing it back to other factors, a whole series of reasons. The dream represents a certain state of affairs as being as I would wish it to be, its content is thus a wish fulfillment, its motive a wish. So much leaps to the eye. But many of the details of the dream, too, become comprehensible to me when seen in terms of wish fulfillment. I take my revenge on Otto not only for his having rashly opposed me by ascribing to him an equally rash medical treatment, the injection, but also for having given me a bad liqueur which smelled of fusel oil. And I find an expression in my dream which unites both charges, the injection with a propyl preparation. Even then I am not satisfied, but carry on my revenge by contrasting him with his more reliable rival. In doing so I seem to be saying, I prefer him to you. But Otto is not the only one who has to feel the weight of my wrath. I also revenge myself on my disobedient patient by exchanging her for a wiser, more compliant one. Nor do I quietly accept Dr. M.'s disagreement with me, but clearly insinuate to him that in my view he is incompetent to judge the matter in hand, dysentery will set in, etc. Indeed, it seems to me that I am appealing over his head to someone else of greater competence, the friend who told me of the trimethylamine, just as I turned away from Irma to her friend, and from Otto to Leopold. Get rid of these people, replace them with 3 others of my own choice, then I shall be free of the accusations which I don't believe I have deserved. How baseless these accusations are is demonstrated to me in the dream in the most detailed fashion. Irma's painful condition cannot be charged to me, for she herself is to blame for it in rejecting the solution I had offered. Irma's illness has nothing to do with me, for it is organic in nature and in no way curable by a course of psychical treatment. Irma's illness can be satisfactorily explained by her widowhood, trimethylamine, which of course I can do nothing to alter. Irma's illness has been caused by an incautious injection on Otto's part with an inappropriate substance, a thing I would never have done. Irma's illness comes from an injection with a dirty syringe, like the phlebitis contracted by my elderly patient, whereas nothing of the kind occurs when I give injections. I note, to be sure, that these explanations of Irma's illness, which unite to relieve me of blame, are not consistent with one another, but on the contrary are mutually exclusive. The entire plea for the dream is nothing but just that vividly recalls the defense offered by the man accused by his neighbor of returning a kettle to him in a damaged condition. In the first place, the kettle wasn't damaged at all, in the second it already had a hole in it when he borrowed it, and in the third he had never borrowed a kettle from his neighbor. But so much the better. If only one of these three defenses is acknowledged to hold good, the man has to be acquitted. Other subjects are woven into the dream whose relevance to exonerating me from responsibility for Irma's illness is not so transparent. My daughter's illness and that of my patient with the same name, the harmful effect of cocaine, the illness that affected my patient on his travels in Egypt, concern for the health of my wife, my brother, Dr. M., my own bodily ailments, concern for my absent friend who suffered from nasal abscesses. Yet when I take a good look at it, all these things are linked together to form a single sphere of ideas, perhaps with the label, concern for health, my own and others, the physician's conscientiousness. I recall having a vaguely disagreeable feeling when Otto brought me the news of Irma's condition. From the sphere of ideas which played a part in my dream, I think I can find words retrospectively to describe this momentary feeling. It is as if he had told me, "You don't take your duties as a physician seriously enough, you aren't conscientious, you don't perform what you promise." As a consequence, that sphere of ideas would have placed itself at my disposal so that I could demonstrate how very conscientious I am, how much I have at heart the health of my relations, friends, and patients. Remarkably enough, this ideational material also includes painful recollections calculated rather to support the accusation ascribed to my friend Otto than to vindicate me. The material does not take sides, as it were, but there is still an unmistakable connection between the broader raw material on which the dream was based and the narrower subject of the dream, out of which my wish to be innocent of blame for Irma's illness emerged. I do not claim that I have uncovered all the meaning of this dream or that its interpretation is without any gaps. I could linger much longer over this dream, extract from it further elucidations and discuss fresh puzzles which it has thrown up. I myself know the passages from which fresh connections among the thoughts can be pursued, but considerations of the sort that apply to all dreams of one's own deter me from this work of interpretation. Anyone who is prepared to censure me for this reserve is welcome to try being franker than I have been. For the moment I shall content myself with this one newly gained insight. If we follow the method of dream interpretation indicated here, we discover that dreams really do have a meaning and are in no sense an expression of brain activity in a state of fragmentation, as the authorities on the subject would have it. After the work of interpretation has been completed, the dream reveals itself as a wish fulfillment. After I had completed my manuscript, I had access to a work by Stumpf, which is in agreement with my own in its aim to prove that dreams have a meaning and can be interpreted. But he interprets according to an allegorizing symbolism without any guarantee that the procedure is universally valid. Breuer and Freud, Studien über History, Studies on Hysteria, Vienna, 1895. Irma's unexplained complaints in the dream of abdominal pains can also be traced back to this third person. I am referring, of course, to my wife. The abdominal pains remind me of one of the occasions when I noticed her shyness. I have to confess that in my dream I do not treat Irma or my wife very kindly. But in excuse be it noted that I am measuring them both against the ideal of the good, compliant patient. I have the feeling that the interpretation of this part is not taken far enough to follow all its hidden meaning. If I were to pursue the comparison of the three women, I would digress too far. Every dream has at least one place where it is unfathomable, the navel, as it were, by which it is connected to the unknown. Ananas, by the way, contains a curious echo of my patient Irma's family name. 3. The dream is a wish fulfillment. After passing through a narrow defile and suddenly arriving at the top of a rise where the paths divide and the most fertile prospect opens out in all directions, one may pause for a moment and consider where to make for next. A similar situation confronts us now that we have got through this first dream interpretation. We are standing in the clear light of a sudden insight. The dream cannot be compared to the random resonation of a musical instrument struck not by the hand of a player but by the impact of an external force. It is not meaningless, not absurd. It does not assume that one part of our store of ideas slumbers while another begins to wake. It is a fully valid psychical phenomenon, in fact a wish fulfillment. It is to be included in the series of intelligible psychical acts of our waking life. It has been constructed by a highly elaborate intellectual activity. But just as we are about to rejoice in this knowledge, we are assailed by a host of questions. If, as the dream interpretation would have it, the dream represents a fulfilled wish, what is the source of the striking and disconcerting form in which this wish fulfillment is expressed? What change has taken place in the dream thoughts for them to assume the shape of the manifest dream as we recall it on waking? In what way has this change come about? Where does the material come from that has been fashioned into the dream? What is the origin of the peculiarities we noticed in the dream thoughts, for example, that they might quite acceptably contradict one another? The comparison with the kettle, page 95. Can the dream teach us anything new about our inner psychical processes? Can its content rectify opinions we have held during the day? I propose to leave all these questions aside for the present and to pursue one particular path. We have learned that the dream represents a wish as fulfilled. Our next concern must be to find out whether this is a general characteristic of dreams or only the chance content of the dream our analysis began with, the dream of Irma's injection. For even if we prepare ourselves to expect that every dream has a meaning and psychical value, we still have to leave the possibility open that this meaning may not be the same in every dream. Our first dream was a wish fulfillment, another may perhaps turn out to be the fulfillment of a fear, a third may have a reflection for its content, a fourth simply reproduce a recollection. Are there any other wishful dreams, or are wishful dreams perhaps the only dreams there are? It is easy to show that dreams frequently display the features of wish fulfillment without disguise, so that one may wonder why their language has not been understood long ago. There is, for example, a dream I can produce for myself by way of experiment, as it were, whenever I wish to. If I eat anchovies, olives, or some other strongly salted dish in the evening, I develop a thirst at night which wakes me up. But the awakening is preceded by a dream which always has the same content, which is that I am drinking. I gulp down water in deep draughts, and it tastes as delicious as only a cool drink can be when one is parched, and then I wake up and have to drink in reality. The occasion for this simple dream is the thirst, which of course I become aware of when I wake up. It is this sensation that produces the wish to drink, and the dream shows me this wish is fulfilled. In doing so it serves a function which I can quickly guess. I am a good sleeper, not used to being awakened by some need. If I manage to quench my thirst by dreaming that I am drinking, I shall not need to wake up to satisfy it. So the dream is a dream of convenience. Dreaming replaces action, as it also does in other areas of life. Unfortunately, the need for water to quench my thirst is not to be satisfied by a dream, as my thirst for revenge on my friend Otto and Dr. M was, but the will and wish to do so are the same. Not long ago the same dream appeared in modified form. I was thirsty even before I went to sleep, and drank up the glass of water standing on the table beside my bed. A few hours later I was again assailed by thirst and by the inconveniences that attend it. To get water for myself I would have to get up and fetch the glass that stood on my wife's bedside table. So I dreamed, appropriately, that my wife was offering me a drink out of a vessel. This vessel was an Etruscan urn which I had brought home from a trip to Italy and had since given away. But the water it contained tasted so salty, obviously from the ashes, that I had to wake up. One sees how conveniently the dream can arrange things. Since its only objective is wish fulfillment, it can be completely egotistical. Love of comfort is really not compatible with consideration for others. The involvement of the urn is probably another wish fulfillment. I am sorry I no longer own this vessel, just as the glass on my wife's side, for that matter, is also inaccessible to me. The cinerary urn is also appropriate to the increasing sensation of a salty taste which I knew would compel me to wake up. 1. When I was young, I had dreams of convenience like this very frequently. Accustomed to working late into the night, I always found it difficult to wake betimes. Then I used to dream that I was out of bed and standing at the washstand. After a while I was unable to ignore the fact that I had not got up yet, but in the meantime I had slept a while longer. A young colleague who seems to share my fondness for sleep told me of a similar sloth dream which took a particularly clever form. The landlady he lodged with close to the hospital had strict orders to wake him punctually every morning, but she always had a hard time doing so. One morning his sleep was especially sweet. The woman called into his room, "Get up, her Peppy, you've got to get to the hospital." Straight away the sleeper dreamed of a room in the hospital, a bed where he was lying, and a headboard on which was written, Peppy H. Medical student, age 22. He said to himself in his dream, "If I am already in hospital, I don't have to go there," turned over, and carried on sleeping. In doing so he had openly admitted to himself what was motivating his dreaming. Here is another dream where the stimulus again produces its effect during sleep itself. One of my female patients had been obliged to undergo an operation on her jaw which turned out to be unsuccessful. Her physicians required her to wear a cooling appliance on her ailing cheek day and night, but she was in the habit of flinging it off as soon as she fell asleep. One day I was asked to reprove her for this. She had flung the appliance to the floor again. The invalid made her excuses. "This time I really can't help it, it was the result of a dream I had in the night. In my dream I was in a box at the opera, taking a lively interest in the performance. But Herr Karl Mayr was lying in the sanatorium and complaining fearfully of pains in his jaw. I said to myself, since I don't have the pains, I don't need the appliance, that is why I threw it off." This dream of the poor sufferers sounds like the representation of a phrase one might find oneself uttering in an unpleasant situation. I could think of more agreeable ways to pass the time. The dream shows this more agreeable way. Herr Karl Mayr, on whom the dreamer had foisted her pain, was the least attractive young man of her acquaintance she could think of. It is no less easy to detect the wish fulfillment in several other dreams I have collected from people in good health. A friend who is familiar with my dream theory and told his wife about it says to me one day, "My wife has asked me to tell you that yesterday she dreamed she had started her period." You will know what that means. Indeed I do. If the young woman has dreamed she is having her period, then she is missing it. I can imagine she would have liked to enjoy her freedom a little longer before the difficulties of motherhood begin. It was a clever way of announcing her first pregnancy. Another friend writes that his wife dreamed recently that she saw spots of milk on the front of her blouse. This too is the announcement of a pregnancy, but not of a first one. The young mother is wishing she might have more nourishment for her second child than she had for her first. A young woman whose child had an infectious illness and who was cut off from social life for several weeks while she was caring for it dreams after the child's recovery that she is attending a party at which Alphonse Daudet, Bourget, Marcel Prévost, and others are present, and that they are all very charming to her and entertain her most delightfully. In her dream these authors have the same features as their portraits. Marcel Prévost, whose portrait she has never seen, looks like the disinfection man who had come to fumigate the sick room the previous day and had been the first visitor to enter it for a long time. I think I can translate the dream perfectly. Now at last, she thinks, it is time for something more entertaining than this everlasting nursing. This selection will perhaps be enough to demonstrate that dreams of the most various kinds are very frequently found which can only be understood as wish fulfillments, and which display their content undisguised. Most of these are short and simple dreams, which makes a pleasant contrast to the confused and extravagant dream compositions which have attracted the attention of the authors on the subject. But it would be worth our while to linger for a time with these simple dreams. We may well expect the simplest forms of dreaming of all to be children's dreams, for their psychical attainments are certainly less complex than those of adults. Child psychology is, in my opinion, destined to perform a service for the psychology of adults similar to what has been done for the study of the structure of the highest classes of animals by the investigation into the anatomy or development of the lower animals. Until now, not many purposeful steps have been taken to make use of the psychology of children to this end. The dreams of small children are simple wish fulfillments and so of no interest at all compared with the dreams of adults. They present no puzzles to solve, though they are of course invaluable as proof that in its innermost nature the dream signifies a wish fulfillment. I have been able to collect a number of such dreams from what my own children have told me. It is to an excursion from Aussie to the beautiful village of Hallstatt * in the summer of 1896 that I owe two dreams, one from my daughter, who was then 8.5 years old, the other from a boy of 5.25. By way of preamble, I must explain that this summer we were staying on a hill near Aussie from which we could enjoy a glorious view of the Dockstein * when the weather was fine. With a telescope it was easy to pick out the Simony Mountain Lodge. The children repeatedly tried to view it through the telescope, though with what success I do not know. Before the outing I had told the children that Hallstatt lay at the foot of the Dockstein. They were greatly looking forward to the day. From Hallstatt we walked along the Vale of Es, Schera * and its changing prospects delighted the children. Only one of them, the 5-year-old boy, gradually grew fractious. Whenever a new mountain came into sight he asked, "Is that the Dockstein?" To which I had to reply, "No, only a foothill." After the question had been repeated several times he fell completely silent, and he frankly refused to climb the path up to the waterfall. I thought he had become tired. But next morning he came up to me radiantly happy, and said, "Last night I dreamed we were at the Simony Lodge." Now I understood him. When I talked about the Dockstein he had expected that on the excursion to Hallstatt we were going to climb the mountain and get to see the lodge the children had talked about so much when they were looking through the telescope. Then, when he noticed he was being fobbed off with foothills and a waterfall, he felt cheated and became cross. The dream compensated him for this. I tried to find out the details of his dream, but they were meager. You walk up steps for 6 hours, as he had been told. Wishes also stirred in the 8.5-year-old girl which had to be satisfied by a dream. We had taken the 12-year-old son of our neighbors with us to Hallstatt, a perfect little gentleman whom, it seemed to me, the little lady already found very attractive. The next morning she related the following dream: "Just think, I dreamed that Emil is one of us, calls you Papa and Mama, and sleeps with us in the big room the same as our boys. Then Mama comes into the room and throws a handful of big chocolate bars wrapped in blue and green paper under our beds. Her brothers, who have not, it would seem, inherited any skill in interpreting dreams, declared, just like our authorities on the subject, this dream is nonsense. The girl defended part of the dream at any rate, and it is useful for the theory of neuroses to learn which part, that Emil was one of us, that was nonsense, but not the bit about the chocolate bars. Now, I was in the dark about this very part. Their mother gave me the explanation. On the way home from the railway station the children had stopped at the vending machine and had wanted chocolate bars of just this sort, wrapped in shiny metallic foil, which they knew the machine had for sale. Their mother had rightly decided that they had had enough wishes fulfilled for one day, and left this wish to their dreams. I had missed the little scene. The part of the dream my daughter had dismissed I understood without further ado. On the road I had myself heard our well-mannered guest asking the children to wait for Papa or Mama to catch up. The child's dream had turned this temporary kinship into permanent adoption. Other forms of companionship than those mentioned in her dream, which she had drawn from her relation to her brothers, were as yet unknown to her affections. Why the bars of chocolate were thrown under the beds could not be explained, of course, without questioning the child. A dream very similar to my boy's was told me by a friend of mine. It concerned a girl of 8. Her father had taken several children on a walk to Dornbach * with the intention of visiting the Rohrer Mountain Lodge, but because it had grown too late he had turned back, promising the children to make up for it some other time. On the way back they passed a sign pointing the way to the Hameau. The children now wanted to be taken to the Hameau, but again for the same reason had to be put off with the promise of the trip for another day. The next morning the 8-year-old girl told her father contentedly, "Papa, today I dreamed you were with us at the Roer Lodge and on the Hameau." So it was that her impatience had anticipated the fulfillment of her papa's promise in her dream. Just as straightforward is another dream which the beauty of the Aussie scenery roused in my daughter, then aged 3¼ The little girl had crossed the lake for the first time and the voyage had been all too brief for her. When we reached the landing stage she did not want to leave the boat and wept bitterly. The next morning she said, "Last night I went on the lake." Let us hope the length of time this dream voyage lasted gave her greater satisfaction. My eldest son, then 8 years old, is already dreaming the realization of his fantasies. He has been riding in a chariot with Achilles, and Diomedes was the charioteer. The previous day, of course, he was fired with enthusiasm for the legends of Greece, which his elder sister had been given as a present. If I am right that when children talk in their sleep this also belongs to the sphere of dreaming, in what follows I can relate one of the youngest dreams in my collection. My youngest daughter, 19 months old at the time, vomited one morning and for that reason was given nothing to eat for the rest of the day. During the night that followed this day of fasting, we heard her cry excitedly in her sleep, "Anna F. Yid, d, beer, hockbeer, yair, s, pays, pap, strawberry, wild strawberry, scrambled eggs, mash." At that time she used her name to express taking possession of something. The menu no doubt included everything that would have seemed to her a desirable meal. The strawberry's appearance in 2 variations was a demonstration against the domestic policing of her diet and originated in the fact, which she had very likely noticed, that the children's nurse had ascribed her indisposition to eating too many strawberries. So that is how she took her revenge in her dream for this annoying report. Point 2. If we consider childhood a happy time because it does not yet know sexual desire, we should not forget what a rich source of disappointment, renunciation, and so of dream arousal the other great vital drives can be for it. Here is a second example. On my birthday my 22-month-old nephew was given the task of congratulating me and presenting me with a little basket of cherries, which at that time of year are still counted among the earliest fruits. He seems to find it difficult to do, for he says repeatedly, "There's cherries in it," and cannot be persuaded to let go of the basket. But he is able to compensate for this. Every morning until then he was in the habit of telling his mother that he had dreamed of the white soldier, a guards officer in a cloak whom he once admired in the street. On the day after the birthday sacrifice he wakes with the joyful announcement, which can only have derived from a dream, "Hermann ate all the cherries." What animals dream of I do not know. There is a proverb, mentioned to me by one of my students, which claims to know, for it asks the question, "What does a goose dream of?" And answers, "Corn." The entire theory that the dream is a wish fulfillment is contained in these 2 sentences. We observe now that we would have found the shortest route to our theory of the hidden meaning of dreams if we had only looked to linguistic usage. Proverbial wisdom often speaks scornfully enough of dreams. It is true, it seems to want to admit that science is right when it judges, Traum sind Schaum, dreams are froth, but in linguistic usage the dream is nevertheless the sweet fulfiller of wishes. I wouldn't have imagined it in my wildest dreams. We cry in delight when we find our expectations surpassed in reality. The existence of thirst dreams was also familiar to Wiegand, who wrote, page 41, "The sensation of thirst is perceived most precisely of all, it always produces the idea of quenching it." The dream represents quenching thirst in various ways, which take their special form from some close memory. Here too it is a general phenomenon that after imagining that his thirst is quenched, the dreamer is promptly disappointed by the very slight effect of the supposed refreshment. But Wiegand fails to see the universal validity in the reaction of the dream to the stimulus. If others are overcome by thirst at night and wake up without having dreamed beforehand, this is not an objection to my experiment, it only indicates that they are not such good sleepers. Shortly afterwards her grandmother, whose age added to the little girl's would come close to 70, had a dream which achieved the same feat as her youngest grandchild's. After the disturbance of a floating kidney had compelled her to go without food for a day, she dreamed, evidently carried back to her happy prime as a young woman, that she was invited out to both the main meals of the day, and both times was offered the most delicious morsels. 4. Dream distortion. Now if I make the assertion that wish fulfillment is the meaning of each and every dream, and hence that there can be no other dreams besides wishful dreams, I am sure in advance that I shall encounter the strongest opposition. It will be objected that there are dreams which can be understood as wish fulfillments is nothing new. Authorities on the subject have long recognized the fact. See Radestock, pages 137-8, Foucault, pages 110-11, Perkinji, page 456, Tissey, page 70, Emma Simon, page 42 on Baron Trink's Hunger Dreams in Prison, and the passage in Griesinger, page 111. But that there are no other kinds of dream besides wish-fulfilling dreams is just another of those unjustified generalizations with which you have been pleased to draw attention to yourself of late. There are in fact plenty of dreams which have the most painful and embarrassing content but no trace of wish fulfillment. The pessimist philosopher Eduard von Hartmann is perhaps most firmly opposed to the theory of wish fulfillment. In his Philosophic die Unbewiesen, Part 2, Stereotype Edition, page 344, he says, "As for dreams, all the little miseries of our waking life also pass over with them into the state of sleep, but not the one thing that can at least partly reconcile the cultivated person to life, the enjoyment of science and art, but less discontented observers too have emphasized that in dreams pain and unpleasure occur more frequently than pleasure." Scholz, page 33, Foucault, page 80, and others do so. Indeed, the ladies Sarah Weed and Florence Hallam have given a numerical term, based on a study of their own dreams, to the preponderance of unpleasure in dreams. They identify 58% of dreams as being distressed and only 28.6% as positively pleasant. Apart from these dreams, which extend the various disagreeable feelings of our life into sleep, there are also anxiety dreams, when this most terrible of all unpleasurable feelings holds us in its grip until we wake. And it is anxiety dreams like this that afflict children above all, whose dreams we have found to be wishful dreams undisguised. See De Backer on the Paver Nocturnus. Anxiety dreams really do seem to make it impossible to make a generalization of the principle we have drawn from the examples in the previous section, that the dream is a wish fulfillment. Indeed, they seem to brand it as an absurdity. All the same, it is not very difficult to get round these apparently compelling objections. One should merely bear in mind that our theory does not rest on a consideration of the manifest content of the dream, but refers to the thought content which the work of interpretation enables us to recognize behind the dream. Let us compare the manifest dream content and the latent content with each other. It is true that there are dreams whose manifest content is of the most distressing kind. But has anyone tried to interpret these dreams, to reveal their latent thought content? If not, these two objections no longer apply to us. It is still possible all the same that once interpreted, even distressing dreams and anxiety dreams will be revealed as wish fulfillments. In scientific work, when there are difficulties in solving one problem, it is often helpful to add another, in much the same way as it is easier to crack two nuts against one another than to crack each separately. In this way we not only confront the question, how can distressing dreams and anxiety dreams be wish fulfillments? But from our previous discussions of the dream we can also raise a second question: why is it that dreams with a neutral or trivial content which turn out to be wish fulfillments do not reveal this meaning of theirs undisguised? Take the dream of Irma's injection, which we treated in such detail. Its nature is not in the least distressing, and through the interpretation it can be recognized as a flagrant wish fulfillment. But why does it require an interpretation at all? Why does it not say straight out what it signifies? In fact, even the dream of Irma's injection does not at first give the impression of representing a wish of the dreamer as fulfilled. The reader will not have received this impression, but I too failed to grasp it before I undertook the analysis. If we call this tendency of the dream to require explanation the fact of dream distortion, then the further question arises, where does this dream distortion come from? First thoughts on the subject may suggest a variety of possible answers, for example, that during sleep there is an inability to create an appropriate expression for our dreaming thoughts. But the analysis of certain dreams compels us to admit a different explanation of dream distortion. I would like to demonstrate this with a second dream of my own. Again, it will require a number of indiscretions, but a thorough clarification of the problem will compensate for this personal sacrifice. Preamble. In the spring of 1897 I learned that two professors of our university had proposed me for appointment as Professor Extraordinarius*. This news came as a surprise to me, and gave me great pleasure as an expression of recognition from two outstanding men which was not to be accounted for by any personal connections. However, I told myself at once that I should not expect anything to come of this occurrence. The ministry had in recent years ignored proposals of this kind, and several colleagues who were older than I and at least my equal in merit were still waiting in vain for their appointments. I had no reason to suppose I should fare any better. So I decided privately to reconcile myself to this. I am not, as far as I know, ambitious. I pursue my medical practice with gratifying success, even without the recommendation of a title. Besides, it was not a question of my calling the grapes sweet or sour, for undoubtedly they hung too high for me. One evening a colleague paid me a visit, a friend who was one of those whose fate I had allowed to serve as a warning to me. For some time a candidate for promotion to professor, a title which in our society raises a physician to a demigod in the eyes of a patient, and less resigned than I was, he was in the habit of appearing at the offices of the ministry from time to time in order to advance his case. He came to me straight from one of these visits. He told me that this time he had driven the high official into a corner and asked him straight out whether the delay in his appointment was not really due to considerations of religion. The reply had been that, to be sure, given the present tendency, His Excellency was for the moment not in a position to, etc. Now at least I know where I stand, my friend concluded. His tale told me nothing new, though it was bound to strengthen me in my attitude of resignation. For the same religious considerations also apply to my own case. On the morning after this visit I had the following dream, which was also remarkable in respect of its form. It consisted of two thoughts and two images, in such a way that one thought and one image gave way to the other. However, I shall put down only the first half of the dream, as the other has nothing to do with my purpose in reporting it. My friend R. is my uncle. I feel great affection for him. I see his face before me, rather altered. It is as though elongated, a yellow beard framing it is emphasized with particular clarity. Then there follow the two other parts, again a thought and an image, which I shall ignore. The interpretation of this dream proceeded as follows. When the dream occurred to me in the course of the morning, I laughed aloud and said, "The dream is nonsense." I could not get rid of it, however. It pursued me all day, until in the evening I finally reproached myself with the words, "If one of your patients had nothing to contribute to the interpretation of a dream but, it is nonsense, you would reprimand him and assume that the dream conceals an unpleasant history which he wants to spare himself the pain of acknowledging. Deal with yourself in the same way. Your view that the dream is nonsense signifies only an inner resistance to interpreting it. Don't be deterred." So I set about the interpretation. R. is my uncle. What could that mean? For I have only one uncle, my uncle Joseph. 1 His story was a sad one, more than 30 years earlier his desire for gain had misled him into an act severely punishable by the law, and he was punished accordingly. My father, whose hair turned gray with grief in a few days, always used to say that Uncle Joseph had never been a bad man, he had been a numbskull. That was the expression he used. So if my friend R. is my Uncle Joseph, what I want to say is, R. is a numbskull. Hardly credible and very unpleasant. But there it is, that face I see in my dream, with the elongated features and the yellow beard. My uncle really had a face like that, longish, framed by a fine, fair beard. My friend R was extremely dark, but when the dark-haired start to go gray they have to pay for the splendor of their youth. Their dark beards pass, hair by hair, through a disagreeable succession of colors, first reddish-brown, then yellowish-brown, and only then definitely gray. My friend R's beard has now reached this stage, and so, by the way, has my own, as I note with chagrin. The face I see in my dream is at the same time both my friend R's and my uncle's. It is like a composite photograph by Galton *, who had several faces photographed on the same plate in order to trace family likenesses. So there is no possible doubt, I really think my friend R is a numbskull like my Uncle Joseph. At first I have no idea what purpose I have in producing this identification, which I feel I have to resist constantly. But it does not go very deep, for my uncle was a criminal and my friend R has not a stain on his character, if we accept the penalty imposed on him for knocking down an apprentice with his bicycle. But could this misdeed be what I meant? That would reduce the comparison to the ludicrous. But then I call to mind another conversation I had a few days earlier with another colleague, N, about the same subject. In fact, I met North in the street. He too was proposed for a professorship, knew of my own honor, and congratulated me on it. I rejected his congratulations firmly. You of all people should not make that kind of joke, for you have learned yourself what such proposals are worth. He replied, probably not seriously, you never know. And there is a black mark against me. Don't you know that a woman once made a legal complaint against me? I don't need to tell you that the investigation was called off. It was a low attempt at blackmail, and I had my work cut out to save the blackmailer from being prosecuted herself. But perhaps the ministry is holding this affair against me so as not to approve my appointment. But you haven't a stain on your character. There, indeed, I have the criminal, and at the same time the interpretation and tendency of my dream as well. My Uncle Joseph represents to me both my colleagues who have not been appointed to professorships, the one because he is an idiot, the other because he is a criminal. I also know now why I need this representation. If religious considerations are decisive in the delay experienced by my friends R and N in securing appointments, then my own appointment is also called into question, but if I can ascribe their rejection to other grounds which do not apply to me, my hopes will remain undisturbed. This is what my dream is doing. It makes a numbskull of one, R, and a criminal of the other, N, but I am neither the one nor the other. The common ground between us is cut away. I can look forward to my appointment as professor, and I have avoided the distress of having to apply to myself RS news of what the high official told him. I have to continue further with the interpretation of my dream. I do not feel that I have dealt with it satisfactorily as yet. I am still perturbed by the ease with which I degrade two respected colleagues in order to keep my way open to a professorship. True, I am less dissatisfied with my behavior now that I know how to assess the value of the statements made in the dream. I would dispute with anyone that I really regard are a numbskull or that I do not believe N.'s account of the blackmailing affair. Nor, of course, do I believe that Irma was dangerously infected by Otto with a propyl preparation. Here is there, what my dream is expressing is only my wish that that is how it might be. The assertion in which my wish is realized sounds less absurd in the second dream than in the first. In the second it is formed by an adroit use of a basis in fact, rather like a well-made slander where there is something in it, for my friend R had the vote of a specialist professor against him at the time, and my friend N unsuspectingly handed me the material for blackening his character himself. Nevertheless, I repeat, the dream still seems to me to need further elucidation. Now I recall that the dream contains a further element which the interpretation has not heeded so far. Once it occurred to me that R was my uncle. I feel a warm affection for him in my dream. Where am I to place this feeling? For my Uncle Joseph, I have naturally never had any affectionate feelings. My friend R has for years been very dear to me, but if I were to go up to him with words expressing an affection close to the degree of fondness I felt in the dream, he would certainly be astonished. My fondness for him appears false and exaggerated to me, much like my judgment of his intellectual qualities as I expressed it when I merged his personality with my uncle's, though exaggerated in the opposite sense. But then a new fact dawns upon me. The affection in the dream does not belong to the latent content, to the thoughts behind the dream. It stands in opposition to this content. It is calculated to hide the true interpretation of the dream from me. Probably this is its very purpose. I recall how reluctantly I approached interpreting it, how long I wanted to put it off, declaring the dream to be sheer nonsense. From my psychoanalytic practice I know how such a dismissive judgment is to be interpreted. It has no value as knowledge but merely as the expression of an effect. When my little daughter does not want an apple she has been offered, she maintains that the apple tastes sour, without having even tried it. If my patients behave like the little girl, then I know they have been confronted with an idea they want to repress. The same applies to my dream. I do not want to interpret it because the interpretation will contain something I am balking at. The interpretation once completed, I learned what it is I balked at. It is the assertion that R is a numbskull. I cannot trace the affection I felt for her back to the latent thought of the dream, but I can trace it back to this resistance of mine. If my dream is distorted on this point when compared with its latent content, into its opposite in fact, then the affection manifest in the dream serves this distortion, or in other words, the distortion and deformation here turn out to be intentional, a means of pretense. The thoughts in my dream contain a deformation of R, so that I might not notice this, the opposite, a feeling of tenderness towards him, makes its way into my dream. This insight could be a generally valid one. As the examples given in Chapter 3 have shown, there are indeed dreams which are undisguised wish fulfillments. Where the wish fulfillment is unrecognizable, disguised, there must have been a tendency to defensiveness against this wish, and as a consequence of this defensiveness the wish was only able to express itself in distortion. I propose to seek a parallel in social life to this event in the inner life of the psyche. Where in social life do we find a similar distortion of a psychical act? Only in the case of two people where the one possesses a certain power and the other has to take this power into account. This second person then distorts his psychical acts or, as we can also put it, he pretends. The politeness I practice every day is to a large extent a pretense of this kind. When I interpret my dreams for the reader I am compelled to resort to such distortions. The poet too laments the need for such distortion. Das Best, was du wissen kannst, darfst du den Buben doch nicht sagen *, the best that you can know, you cannot tell to boys. The political writer who has unpleasant truths to tell to those in power finds himself in a similar position. If he utters them openly the ruler will suppress his words, retrospectively if it is a question of words spoken, preventatively if they are to be made known in print. The writer has the censorship to fear, and so he moderates and distorts the expression of his opinion. According to the degree of severity and sensitivity of this censorship, he will find himself forced either just to hold back on certain forms of attack or to speak elusively instead of in plain statement, or he will have to conceal his objectionable views behind a harmless-seeming disguise. He may, for example, tell of incidents involving two mandarins of the Middle Kingdom, whereas he has the bureaucrats of the fatherland in mind. The stricter the censorship, the more far-reaching the disguise and often the cleverer the devices which nevertheless put the reader on the track of what is really meant. The correspondence, traceable down to the last detail, between the phenomena of censorship and dream distortion justifies us in assuming similar preconditions for both. Accordingly we would assume two psychical forces, currents, systems, to be the originators of dream formation in the individual. One of these forms the wish uttered by the dream, while the other imposes a censorship on the dream wish and by this censorship distorts its expression. Only the question arises, what is the nature of the authority empowering this second agency to impose its censorship? If we bear in mind that prior to analysis the latent thoughts of the dream are not conscious, but that the manifest dream content they generate is recalled as being conscious, then it is a short step to assuming that the prerogative of this second agency consists simply in permitting access to consciousness. We might say, nothing from the first system can become conscious which has not previously been passed by the second agency, and the second agency lets nothing pass without exercising its rights and making whatever changes it thinks fit to the applicant for consciousness. Saying this reveals a quite distinct conception of the nature of consciousness. In our view, the entry of something into consciousness constitutes a specific psychical act, different from the process by which ideas are generated or imagined and independent of it, and we regard consciousness as a sensory organ perceiving a content given from elsewhere. It can be shown that psychopathology simply cannot do without this basic assumption. We may reserve a more detailed discussion of this for later. If I hold on to the idea of two psychical agencies and their relationship to consciousness, then the striking affection I felt in my dream for my friend R, who was so much disparaged in the interpretation, turns out to have a wholly congruent analogy in the political life of mankind. According to this, I imagine myself in a society where a ruler jealous of his power and a lively public opinion are in conflict with each other. The people rise up against an unpopular official and want him removed. To show that he does not have to take account of the popular will, the tyrant chooses just this moment to bestow a high distinction on the official, though there is no other reason for doing so. In this way my second agency, which rules over access to consciousness, bestows a distinction on my friend R by an outpouring of excessive affection, because the wishful endeavors of the first system, in their own particular all-absorbing interest, would slander him as numbskull. Perhaps at this point we have a presentiment that the interpretation of dreams is capable of providing us with information about the structure of our psychical apparatus which till now we have sought in vain from philosophy. However, this is a track we shall not follow. Now that we have explained distortion in dreams, we shall return to the problem from which we started. The question was how dreams with a distressing content can be resolved as wish fulfillments. We see now that this is possible if a distortion of the dream has taken place, if the distressing content serves only to disguise a desired content. Taking into account our assumptions about the two psychical agencies, we can now also add that distressing dreams in fact do contain something which is distressing to the second agency but at the same time fulfills a wish of the first agency. They are wishful dreams insofar as every dream does indeed come from the first agency, while the second only acts defensively, not creatively, towards the dream. If we confine ourselves to assessing what the second agency contributes to the dream, we shall never be able to understand the dream. All the puzzles of the dream noticed by the authorities will still remain. That the dream really does have a secret meaning which turns out to be a wish fulfillment still has to be demonstrated by analysis for each case in turn. So I shall select a number of dreams with a distressing content and attempt to analyze them. Some of them are the dreams of hysterics, requiring a lengthy preamble and in places an intrusion into the psychical events that attend hysteria. But this is a difficulty in reporting I cannot avoid. As I have already mentioned, when I undertake the analysis of a psychoneurotic, his dreams are regularly the subject of our discussions. In the course of these I have to inform him of all the psychological explanations which helped me to reach an understanding of his symptoms, and as I do so I get criticism as unsparing as any I might expect from my professional colleagues. What my patients object to with great regularity is the proposition that all their dreams are wish fulfillments. Here are a few examples of evidence to the contrary which have been held up to me. You always say the dream is a fulfilled wish, a bright woman patient begins. Well, I will tell you a dream which was just the opposite, in which a wish I had was not fulfilled. How will that fit your theory? This is the dream. I am going to give a dinner party but I have nothing in the house except some smoked salmon. I think of going shopping, but I remember it is Sunday afternoon and all the shops are shut. Then I want to phone the delivery people but the phone is out of order. So I have to give up my wish to give a dinner party. Of course I reply that only an analysis can decide the meaning of this dream, though I do concede that at first glance it does appear rational and coherent and looks like the opposite of a wish fulfillment. But what is the material this dream proceeded from? You know the stimulus to a dream is always to be found in the experiences of the previous day. Analysis: the patient's husband, a worthy and capable wholesale butcher, told her the previous day that he was getting too fat and intended to start losing weight. He would get up early, do exercises, keep to a strict diet, and above all accept no more invitations to dinner parties. Of her husband she said further, laughing, that on his regular evening out with his friends he had made the acquaintance of a painter who had insisted he wanted to paint him because he had never seen such an expressive head. However, her husband replied in his coarse way that he thanked him very much, but he felt sure that the painter would prefer a piece of a pretty young girl's backside to the whole of his face. Point 2. She tells me she is now very much in love with her husband and teases him a lot. She has also asked him not to give her any caviar. What can that mean? For a long time, she says, she has wanted a bread roll with caviar every morning, but has grudged the expense. She would, of course, have got the caviar from her husband at once if she had asked for it, but on the contrary she asked him not to give her any caviar, so that she could go on teasing him about it. This explanation strikes me as flimsy. Such unsatisfying information usually conceals unacknowledged motives. Consider Bernheim's asterisk experiments in hypnotism in which the subjects hypnotized carry out post-hypnotic instructions, and when asked about their motives do not reply, "I don't know why I did that," or some such answer, but have to invent a palpably inadequate reason. It is likely to be something of the sort with my patient's caviar. I note that she needs to create an unfulfilled wish for herself in waking life. Her dream also shows a wish failing or refusing to come true. But why does she want an unfulfilled wish? The ideas coming to her mind so far are inadequate for interpreting the dream. I press her for more. After a short pause, congruent with overcoming a resistance, she goes on to say that the previous day she paid a call on a friend she is actually jealous of because her husband always speaks so well of her. Fortunately, this woman is very thin and skinny and her husband is fond of the buxom type. What was it this skinny friend had talked about? Naturally, about her wish to put on some weight. She also asked her, "When are you going to invite us over again? One eats so well at your table." Now the meaning of the dream is clear. I can tell my patient, it is exactly as if you had said to yourself when you heard this suggestion, "Of course I'll invite you so that you can eat plenty at my house, get fat, and be even more attractive to my husband. I'd rather never give a dinner party again." The dream then tells you that you cannot give a dinner party, and in this way it fulfills your wish to contribute nothing to filling out your friend's figure. Indeed, your husband's intention to accept no more invitations to dinner parties in the interest of slimming already informs you that we get fat from the food set before us on social occasions. All that is still lacking is some kind of connection that will confirm this solution. And the smoked salmon is still unaccounted for. What made you think of the salmon referred to in the dream? Smoked salmon is this friend's favorite dish, she replies. I happen to know the lady as well, and can confirm that she is as fond of salmon as my patient is of caviar. The same dream also admits of a different, and subtler, interpretation, which a minor circumstance even makes necessary. The two interpretations do not contradict each other, they coincide and present a splendid example of how dreams, like all other psychopathological formations, carry more than one meaning. We have heard how at the same time as dreaming of a wish refused, my patient took the trouble to provide herself in real life with a wish denied, the bread roll with caviar. Her friend too had expressed a wish to get plumper, that is, and it would not surprise us if Our Lady had dreamed that a wish of her friend's would not be fulfilled. It is in fact her own wish that her friend's wish, to put on more weight, should not be fulfilled. Instead of this, however, she dreams that she herself has not had a wish fulfilled. The dream is given a new interpretation if in her dream she means not herself but her friend, if she has put herself in the place of her friend, or, as we may say, she has identified herself with her. In my view, this is what she really did, and as an index of this identification, in real life she created for herself the wish refused. But what is the sense of this hysterical identification? To explain this we need a fuller exposition. Identification is an extremely important factor in the mechanism of hysterical symptoms. It is the means which enables patients to express in their symptoms the experiences of a large number of people, not just their own, to suffer as it were for a whole host of others, and to play all the roles in a drama solely out of their own personal resources. It will be objected that this is the hysterical imitation we are already familiar with, the ability of hysterics to imitate all the symptoms belonging to other sufferers which have made an impression on them, and empathy, as it were, intensify to the point of reproduction. But this only indicates the path run by the psychical process in the case of hysterical imitation. The path is one thing, the psychical act that takes it is another. The latter is a little more complicated than the imitation of hysterics is usually imagined to be. It corresponds to an unconscious inferential process, as an example will make clear. A physician who has a patient with a certain kind of convulsion in the same hospital room with other patients will not be surprised if he discovers one morning that this particular hysterical attack has found imitators. He will simply say to himself, "The others have seen it and imitated it, this is what we call psychical infection." That is so, but psychical infection proceeds more or less in the following way. As a rule, the patients know more about one another than the physician does about any one of them, and they are concerned for one another after the physician has paid his visit. Today one of them has had an attack, the others soon learn that a letter she has received from home, revival of lovesickness, or the like, is the cause of it. Their empathy is aroused, and the following inference is made within them, without its reaching consciousness: if one can get attacks like this from causes like this, then I too can get them, for I have the same occasions for them. If this inference had the potential to become conscious, it would perhaps result in the anxiety that one might get a similar attack. However, it takes place on different psychical terrain, and therefore ends in a realization of the dreaded symptom. The identification is thus not simple imitation but appropriation on the basis of a claim to the same etiology. It expresses a just like and refers to some factor held in common which remains in the unconscious. In hysteria, the common factor most frequently expressed is sexual. The hysterical woman identifies herself and her symptoms most readily, though not exclusively, with those people with whom she has had sexual intercourse, or who have sexual intercourse with the same partners as she herself has. Language also acknowledges a view of this kind: two lovers are one. In hysterical fantasies, as in dreams, it is sufficient for the identification that sexual relations are thought of. It is not necessary to assume they are real. So my patient is merely following the rules of hysterical thought processes when she expresses her jealousy of her friend, which, by the way, she herself recognizes to be unjustified, by putting herself in her friend's place in the dream, and when she identifies with her by creating a symptom, the wish refused. One might clarify the process with a play on words: she is putting herself in the friend's place in the dream because the friend is putting herself in her place in the eyes of her husband, because she, the friend, would like to occupy her place in her husband's affections. Point 3. The objection to my dream theory was resolved in the case of another of my patients, the cleverest of all my female dreamers, more simply, but still in conformity with the pattern that the non-fulfillment of one wish signifies the fulfillment of another. I had been arguing with her one day that the dream was a wish fulfillment. The following day she brought me a dream in which she was traveling with her mother-in-law to the house they were to share in the country. Now, I knew that she had vehemently resisted spending the summer in the company of her mother-in-law, and also knew that in recent days she had happily succeeded in avoiding this dreaded companionship by renting a house in the country a long way from her mother-in-law's residence. Now the dream cancelled this desired solution. Was this not the very opposite of my theory of wish fulfillment through dreams? Certainly, I only had to pursue the logic of the dream to reach its interpretation. According to this dream I was wrong, so it was her wish that I should be wrong, and the dream showed her that her wish was fulfilled. However, the wish that I should be wrong, which was fulfilled by using the theme of the house in the country, referred in reality to a different and more serious object. At this time I had concluded from the material provided by her analysis that something important for her illness must have taken place at a certain period in her life. She had denied it because there was nothing she could recollect. We soon discovered that I was right. Her wish that I might be wrong, transformed into the dream that she was traveling to the country with her mother-in-law, thus corresponded to the justified wish that those things, which I was only then beginning to suspect, might never have happened. Without analysis, but only by supposition, I allowed myself to interpret a little incident that occurred to a friend who had been a fellow pupil of mine through the 8 classes of the gymnasium. He once attended a lecture I gave to a small circle on the novel thesis that the dream was a wish fulfillment. When home, dreamed he had lost all his cases, he was a lawyer, and complained to me about it. I availed myself of the excuse "you can't win every case," but privately I thought, since I was top of the class for 8 years, while he moved about somewhere in the middle, might the wish from those school years that I would for once make a thorough fool of myself be still not so far from his mind? Another dream of a darker nature was told to me by a patient, again as an objection to the theory of wishful dreams. My patient, a young girl, began, "You will recall that my sister now has only one boy, her Carl. She lost her elder son, Otto, while I was still living with her. Otto was my favorite, and I was the one who really brought him up. I am fond of the little one, but naturally not nearly as much as I was of the one who died. Well, last night I dreamed that I saw Carl lying dead before me. He is lying in his little coffin, his hands folded, candles all around, in short, just like little Otto, whose death was such a blow to me. Now tell me, what does that mean? You know me well enough. Am I so wicked as to wish that my sister should lose the only child she still has? Or does the dream mean that I wish Carl were dead instead of Otto, whom I so much preferred?" I assured her that she could discount this latter interpretation. After brief reflection I was able to tell her the correct interpretation of the dream, which I then got her to confirm. I was able to do this because I was familiar with her entire previous history. Orphan young, the girl had been brought up by her much older sister, and among the friends and visitors who came to the house she met a man who made an enduring impression on her heart. For a while it seemed that this relationship, though not openly declared, would end in marriage, but this happy outcome was thwarted by her sister from motives that never became entirely clear. After they had broken with each other, the man our patient loved avoided the house. Some time after the death of little Otto, on whom she had meanwhile turned her affection, she herself left to make an independent life. However, she failed to free herself from the dependency she had fallen into in her love for her sister's friend. Her pride bade her avoid him, but she found it impossible to transfer her love to other suitors who subsequently appeared on the scene. Whenever the man she loved, a man of letters, announced a lecture anywhere, she was unfailingly to be found among the audience, and she would also seize any opportunity that arose of seeing him elsewhere from a distance. I recalled that the previous day she had told me that the professor was going to a certain concert and she wanted to go too, so as to enjoy the sight of him once again. This was the day before the dream. The concert was to take place on the day on which she told me the dream. Knowing this, I found it easy to construct the correct interpretation, and I asked her if she could remember an event of any kind that had happened after the death of little Otto. She replied at once, "Certainly, the professor came back after he had stayed away a long time, and I saw him again standing beside little Otto's coffin. It was just as I expected." So I interpreted the dream in the following way: if the other boy were to die, the same thing would be repeated. You would spend the day with your sister, the professor would certainly come along to offer his condolences, and under the same circumstances as before you would see him again. The dream signifies nothing but this wish of yours to see him again, which inwardly you are fighting against. I know you have a ticket for today's concert in your purse. Your dream was a dream of impatience. It put seeing him again, which is to take place today, forward by a few hours. To conceal her wish, she had obviously chosen a situation in which such wishes are usually suppressed, a situation in which one is so full of sadness that one gives no thought to love. And yet it is quite possible that even in the real situation, which the dream so faithfully copied, beside the coffin of the first boy whom she had loved more, she had been unable to suppress her tender feelings for the visitor she had missed for so long. A different explanation was given to a similar dream by another patient, one who had shone in her earlier years with her quick wit and a cheerful disposition, and who still showed these qualities at least as far as the ideas occurring to her during her treatment were concerned. In the context of a lengthy dream, it seemed to this lady that she saw her only daughter, a girl of 15, lying dead in a box. She was minded to use this dream as an objection to the theory of wish fulfillment, but suspected herself that the detail of the box must point the way to a different understanding of the dream. 4 In the course of the analysis, it occurred to her that the previous evening the company had fallen to discussing the English word box and the many ways it could be translated into German, as Schachtel, case, loge, box in a theater, Kasten, chest, Orphage, box on the ear, etc. From other components of the same dream it emerged that she guessed the connection between the English box and the German Buchs, tin can, and was then plagued by the recollection that Buchs is also used as a vulgar term for the female genitals. So, making allowances for her knowledge of anatomical topography, I could assume that the child in the box signified a child in the womb. Enlightened to this extent, she now no longer denied that the dream really did represent a wish of hers. Like so many young women, she was by no means happy when she found herself pregnant, and had more than once admitted to herself that she wished the child might die in her womb. Indeed, in an outburst of anger after a violent scene with her husband, she had beat her body with her fists so as to strike the child within it. The dead child was thus truly a wish fulfillment, but the fulfillment of a wish abandoned 15 years previously, and it is not to be wondered at that when it arrives so late a wish fulfillment is no longer recognized. Too much has changed in the meantime, after all. The group to which the last two dreams belong, having the death of a dear relative as their content, will be considered again among the typical dreams. I shall be able to show there by means of fresh examples how all these have to be interpreted as wish fulfillments, despite their unwished-for content. I am indebted not to a patient but to an intelligent jurist of my acquaintance for the following dream, which again was told me with the intention of restraining me from rashly generalizing my theory of wishful dreams. My dream, says my informant, is that I am arriving at my house with a lady on my arm. A closed carriage is waiting there, a man comes up to me, identifies himself as a police agent, and invites me to follow him. I ask only for time to put my affairs in order. Do you believe that it is perhaps a wish of mine to be arrested? Certainly not, I have to admit. Do you know what you were being arrested for? Yes, I believe it was for infanticide. Infanticide? But you know that this is a crime that only a mother can commit against her newborn child, that is so. 5. And what were the circumstances of your dream? What happened the evening before? I would rather not tell you, it is a delicate matter. I need it, however, or we must forego the interpretation of the dream. Well then, listen. I spent the night not at home but with a lady who means a lot to me. When we woke in the morning we again did something together. Then I went back to sleep and dreamed what I told you. Is the lady married? Yes. And you don't want to have a child by her? No, that could give us away. So you don't practice normal coitus. I take care to withdraw before ejaculating. May I assume you had performed this feat several times that night, and after repeating it in the morning you were a little uncertain whether or not you had succeeded? That may well be so. Then your dream is a wish fulfillment. You received from it a reassurance that you have not begotten a child, or, what is almost the same thing, that you had killed a child. I can easily demonstrate the connecting links to you. You will recall that a few days ago we were talking about the distress of marriage, and of the inconsistency which permits coitus in ways which avoid pregnancy. Although once ovum and semen have met and formed a fetus, any kind of interference is punished as a crime. In connection with this we also considered the medieval dispute over the point in time when the soul enters into the fetus, since it is only from that moment that the concept of murder becomes admissible. You are also sure to know Lanot's *ghastly poem in which infanticide and contraception are equated. Remarkably enough, I happened to think of Lanot only this morning. That too is an echo of your dream. And now I shall demonstrate to you a little subsidiary wish fulfillment in your dream. You are arriving at your house with the lady on your arm, you are therefore taking her home, instead of spending the night at her house, as you did in reality. That the wish fulfillment forming the core of the dream should conceal itself in such an unpleasant form has perhaps more than one cause. From my essay on the etiology of anxiety neurosis you could learn that I claim that coitus interruptus is one of the causal factors in the creation of neurotic anxiety. It would accord with this if, after several acts of coitus of this kind, you were left with a feeling of unease which then became an element in the composition of your dream. You also used this ill humor to conceal the wish fulfillment from yourself. By the way, doesn't this also explain your reference to infanticide? How is it you hit upon what is specifically a woman's crime? I will confess that some years ago I was once involved in an affair like this. It was my fault that a girl tried to save herself from the consequences of a relationship with me by having an abortion. I had nothing at all to do with carrying out the intention, but for a long time, as you will understand, I was anxious lest the matter might be discovered. I understand, this recollection provided a second reason for being troubled by your suspicion that you might have failed in your usual practice. A young physician who heard this dream related in my course of lectures must have felt personally affected by it, for he hastened to dream a similar dream, applying the form of its thinking to a different subject. The previous day he had submitted his income tax return. It was an entirely honest return, for he had little income to declare. He then dreamed that an acquaintance came from a meeting of the tax commissioners and told him that all the other tax returns had been approved, but his had aroused general mistrust and he would incur a severe penalty. The dream is the barely concealed fulfillment of a wish to be accounted a physician with a large income. By the way, it recalls the familiar tale of the young girl who was advised to reject her suitor because he has a violent temper and would certainly beat her when they were married. The girl replies, "If only he would beat me." Her wish to be married is so intense that she is prepared to accept the trouble it was suggested would go with the marriage, and even comes to wish for it. I hope that these examples will, pending any further objections, be enough to make it seem plausible that even dreams with a painful content can be resolved as wish fulfillments. Nor is anyone likely to think it a matter of chance that, when these dreams are interpreted, we should always light upon subjects one would prefer not to speak of or think about. No doubt the disagreeable feeling aroused by these dreams is simply identical with the aversion which would keep us, mostly with success, from dealing with such subjects or from discussing them, and which each of us has to overcome if we find ourselves nevertheless obliged to tackle them. However, this feeling of unpleasure which recurs thus in dreams does not exclude the existence of a wish. Everyone has wishes he would not like to communicate to others, and wishes he prefers not to admit to himself. On the other hand, we consider we are justified in connecting the unpleasure that characterizes all these dreams with the fact of dream distortion, and we are also justified in concluding that these dreams are distorted in the way they are, and the wish fulfillment in them disguised to the point of unrecognizability, because an aversion exists towards the subject of the dream or towards the wish derived from it, together with an intention to repress it. Dream distortion thus proves to be in fact an act of censorship. But we will have taken into account everything our analysis of unpleasurable dreams has brought to light if we alter our formula for the nature of the dream to read, the dream is the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed wish. There now remain anxiety dreams as a special subspecies of dreams with a distressing content, which the unenlightened will be least willing to accept as being wishful dreams. All the same, I can deal with anxiety dreams very briefly here, for what is involved is not some new aspect of the problem of dreams but an understanding of neurotic anxiety in general. The anxiety we feel in dreams is only apparently explained by the content of the dream. If we subject the dream content to interpretation, we notice that the anxiety in the dream is not justified by the content of the dream any more than, say, the anxiety of a phobia is by the idea to which the phobia clings. It is perfectly true, for example, that one can fall out of a window and so have reason to exercise a certain caution when standing next to one, but that does not explain why in the corresponding phobia the anxiety is so great and pursues its victim far beyond its occasions. The same explanation then proves to be valid both for the phobia and for the anxiety dream. In both instances, the anxiety is only soldered onto the idea that attends it, and originates from a different source. On account of this intimate connection between dream anxiety and neurotic anxiety, in discussing the former I must at this point refer to the latter. In a little essay on anxiety neurosis, Neurolog. Central Blatt, 1895, Essay 3. 87. I maintained a while ago that neurotic anxiety originates in the sexual life and corresponds to a libido deflected from its purpose and unable to find employment. Since then, this formula has proved increasingly sound, and from it one can derive the proposition that anxiety dreams are dreams with a sexual content whose accompanying libido has undergone a transformation into anxiety. We shall have an opportunity later to support this assertion with the analysis of some of the dreams of neurotics. In the course of my further attempts to approach a theory of dreams, I shall also return to the causes of anxiety dreams and their compatibility with the theory of wish fulfillment. It is remarkable how my waking recollection is reduced here for the purposes of the analysis. I have known 5 of my uncles, and one of them I have loved and honored. But the moment I overcame my resistance to interpreting my dream, I said to myself, I have really only had one uncle, the one who was meant in the dream to sit for a portrait. Gerda *und Winner keinen Hintern hat, wie kann der Edel sitzen? And if he hasn't a backside, how can the Lord be seated? I myself regret the inclusion of such examples from the psychopathology of hysteria, represented in such a fragmentary way and torn out of all context. They cannot after all be very illuminating. If they are able to indicate the close connections between my subject of the dream and the psychoneuroses, then they will have fulfilled my intention in using them. As the smoked salmon did in the dream of the thwarted dinner party. It often happens that a dream gets related incompletely and the recollection of the parts omitted only surfaces in the course of analysis. As a rule, it is these elements inserted retrospectively that yield the key to the interpretation of the dream. V. The material and sources of dreams. When we gathered from our analysis of the dream of Irma's injection that the dream is a wish fulfillment, our interest was first captured by whether this discovery had led us to identify a universal characteristic of dreams, and for the time being we silenced any other kind of scientific curiosity which might have arisen in our mind in the course of that interpretive work. Now that we have reached our goal by the one route, we may go back and choose a new starting point for our expeditions through the problems of dreams, even though for a while we may lose sight of the subject of wish fulfillment, which we have certainly not finished with for good. Now that applying our method of dream interpretation has enabled us to uncover the existence of a latent dream content which is far more significant than the manifest dream content, it becomes pressing for us to take up the separate problems of the dream afresh in order to see whether puzzles and contradictions which appeared insuperable as long as we only knew the manifest content of the dream may not now resolve themselves to our satisfaction. What the authorities have said about the connection between dreams and waking life, and about the provenance of the dream material, has been reported fully in the introductory section. We may also remind ourselves of those 3 distinctive features of the dream memory which have been remarked on so often but never explained, that the dream clearly prefers the impressions of the days immediately past, Robert, Strumpel, Hildebrandt, and Wiedhallam. That it selects according to different principles from those applied by our waking memory, remembering not what is vital and important, but what is trivial and unnoticed, see page 18, that it has at its disposal our earliest childhood impressions, and even fetches forth details from this period of our life which again seem to us trifling and in our waking life were thought to have been forgotten long ago. 1. These peculiarities in the selection of dream material were of course observed by the authorities in the manifest dream content. Recent and insignificant material in dreams. If at this point I consult my own experience with regard to the provenance of the elements appearing in the dream content, I must first of all affirm the proposition that a reference to the events of the day just past is to be discovered in every dream. Whatever dream I choose, one of my own or someone else's, will confirm this experience every time. Knowing this fact, I can begin the dream interpretation perhaps by first looking for the daytime experience which has set the dream off. In many cases, indeed, this is the shortest route. In the two dreams I subjected to close analysis in the previous section, the dream of Irma's injection and the dream of my uncle with the yellow beard, the connection with the day is so obvious that it requires no further elucidation. But to show how regularly this connection can be demonstrated, I should like to examine some items from my chronicles of my own dreams with this in view. I shall report the dreams only to the extent needed to uncover the dream source we are looking for. I am visiting a house where I am admitted only with difficulty, etc. In the meantime I keep a woman waiting for me. Source: conversation with a relative in the evening, who said she would have to wait for a purchase she wished to make until, etc. I have written a monograph on a certain, unclear here, species of plant. Source: in the morning I saw a monograph on the genus Cyclamen in the window of a bookshop. I see two women in the street, mother and daughter, the latter a patient of mine. Source: a patient I was treating told me in the evening what difficulties her mother was placing in the way of continuing the treatment. At the bookshop of S&R. I take out a subscription for a periodical costing 20 florins a year. Source: my wife reminded me during the day that I still owed her 20 florins in housekeeping money. I receive a letter from the Social Democrats committee treating me as though I were a member. Source: I received letters at the same time both from the Liberal Electoral Committee and from the Board of the Humanitarian Society, of which I really am a member. A man standing on a steep rock in the middle of the sea, in the style of Backlin *. Source: Dreyfus * on Devil's Island, at the same time news of my relatives in England, etc. One might ask whether the dream invariably relates to the events of the preceding day, or whether the connection can extend to impressions from a longer period of the immediate past. The issue is probably not a matter of principle, but for my part one would plump for the exclusive privilege of the last day before the dream day. Whenever I thought that an impression from 2 or 3 days previously was the source of a dream, closer examination was able to convince me that I had recalled this impression on the previous day, that a demonstrable reproduction of it had thus been interpolated between the day on which the event occurred and the time I had the dream, and what is more, I was able to establish the recent occasion which could have prompted my recollection of the earlier impression. So it is my view that for every dream there is a stimulus drawn from those experiences we have not yet slept on. Thus the relationship to the dream content of impressions from the immediate past, except the day before the night of the dream, is no different from that of other impressions from any time more remote. The dream can choose its material from any period of our life, provided only that a train of thought extends from the experiences of the day of the dream, the recent impressions, back to these earlier experiences. But why do we prefer recent impressions? This point will be clarified to some extent if we submit one of the dreams referred to above to a more detailed analysis. I shall choose the dream about the monograph. Dream content: I have written a monograph on a certain plant. The book is lying in front of me, I am just turning to a colored plate inserted into it. Each illustration has a dried specimen of the plant affixed to it, in the manner of a herbarium. Analysis: during the morning I saw a new book in the window of a bookshop entitled The Genus Cyclamen, obviously a monograph on this plant. Cyclamen is my wife's favorite flower. I am reproaching myself for so rarely thinking of bringing her flowers, which would please her. On the subject of bringing flowers, I recall a story I told to some of my friends not long before and have used to support my assertion that forgetting is very often the execution of an intention of the unconscious, and at all events allows us to make an inference about the secret sentiments of the one who forgets. A young woman who was accustomed to finding a bouquet from her husband on her birthday misses this expression of his affection one birthday and bursts into tears. The husband arrives and cannot understand why she is crying until she tells him, "Today is my birthday." Then he strikes his forehead, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I completely forgot," and makes to go off and get flowers for her. But she is inconsolable, for she sees in her husband's forgetfulness a proof that she no longer plays the same part in his thoughts she once had. 2 days ago, my wife met this Frau L., who told her she was in the best of health, and asked after me. Some years earlier I had been her physician. A fresh approach. I once really did write something rather like a monograph on a plant, an essay on the coca plant, which drew the attention of K. Kohler to the anesthetizing property of cocaine. I had referred to this use of the alkaloid myself in my publication, but was not thorough enough to take the matter further. In this connection it occurs to me that on the morning of the day following the dream, I only found time for its interpretation in the evening. I was thinking about cocaine in a kind of daytime fantasy. If I were ever to get glaucoma, I would go to Berlin and be operated on there incognito in my Berlin friend's surgery by a physician he has recommended. The surgeon, not knowing who his patient is, would speak highly of how easy these operations had become since the introduction of cocaine. I would not betray by the slightest word or gesture that I myself had a part in this discovery. This fantasy was followed by thoughts of how awkward it is for a physician to claim medical treatment for himself from his colleagues. I would be able to pay the Berlin eye specialist, who does not know me, like anyone else. It is only after recalling this daydream that it strikes me that the memory of a particular experience is hidden behind it. Shortly after Kohler's discovery, my father contracted glaucoma. He was operated on by my friend the eye specialist Dr. Konigstein. Dr. Kohler attended to the cocaine anesthesia and remarked that on this occasion all 3 people who had a part in the introduction of cocaine found themselves together. My thoughts now move on to when I was last reminded of this story of the cocaine. It was a few days previously, when I received the Festschrift with which grateful students had celebrated the 50th birthday of their teacher and head of their laboratory. Listed among the laboratory's claims to fame, I also found it mentioned that K. Kohler discovered the anesthetizing property of cocaine there. Suddenly I noticed that my dream is connected with an event on the previous evening. I had accompanied home none other than Dr. Konigstein himself and had been discussing a matter with him which always rouses intense interest in me whenever it is broached. As I was lingering in the hallway with him, Professor Gartner and his young wife came up, and I could not resist congratulating them on how blooming they looked. Now Professor Gartner is, as it happens, one of the authors in the Festschrift I have just spoken of, and probably caused me to recall it. Frau L., whose birthday disappointment I have just related, had also been mentioned in my conversation with Dr. Konigstein, though in another connection. I shall try to interpret the other determinants of the dream content as well. A dried specimen was included in the monograph, as though it were a herbarium. I have a recollection from my schooldays connected with a herbarium. Our headmaster once called the pupils in the top classes together and gave them the task of checking and cleaning the institution's herbarium. Little worms had been found in it, bookworm. He does not seem to have placed much trust in the assistance I could give, for he gave me only a few leaves out of it to deal with. I can remember even now that they contained cruciferae. I was never much interested in botany. At my botany examination I was again given a crucifera to identify and failed to recognize it. I would have done badly if my theoretical knowledge had not helped me out. From the cruciferae I move on to the compositae. Actually, the artichoke is a composita too, and in fact the one I might call my favorite flower. More thoughtful than I, my wife often brings me these favorite flowers home from the market. I see the monograph I have written lying before me. This too is not without relevance. My friend in Berlin, a strong visualizer, wrote to me yesterday, "I am very much engaged with your dream book. I can see it lying finished before me and I am leafing through the pages. How I have envied him this prophetic gift. If only I could see it lying finished before me." The folded and colored plate. When I was a medical student I suffered a great deal from the impulse to learn only from monographs. Despite my limited means I possessed runs of several medical journals whose colored plates were my delight. I was proud of this inclination to thoroughness. When I myself began to publish I had to draw the plates for my treatises myself, and I know that one of them came out so poorly that a well-disposed colleague laughed at me on account of it. On top of that, I do not know why, a memory comes to me from my very early years. My father once amused himself by handing over a book with colored plates, an account of travels in Persia, to me and my eldest sister for us to destroy. Hardly justifiable as a way of educating the young. I was then 5 years old, and my sister not yet 3, and the picture of us children blissfully pulling this book to pieces, like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, I must add, is almost the only clear memory of this period of my life I still retain. Then, when I became a student, I developed a decided preference for collecting and owning books, analogous to my inclination to study from monographs, a hobbyist's enjoyment of the kind that is already apparent in my dream thought about cyclamen and artichokes. I became a bookworm, cf. herbarium. Ever since I began to reflect on myself, I have always traced this first passion of my life back to this childhood impression, or rather, I recognized that this childhood scene was a screen memory for my later bibliophilia. Point 2. Naturally, I learned very early that passions today can mean sorrow tomorrow. When I was 17, I had a considerable account with a bookseller and no means of meeting it, and my father was unwilling to accept it as an excuse that my inclinations had not been for anything worse. However, mentioning this experience from my later youth brings me back at once to the conversation with my friend Dr. Konigstein. For the same reproach as before, that I devoted myself too much to the enjoyment of my hobbies, was also the subject of our conversation on the evening of the dream day. For reasons that have no place here, I shall not pursue the interpretation of this dream, but merely indicate the path leading towards it. During the work of interpretation, I am reminded of my conversation with Dr. Konigstein, of more than one part of it, in fact. If I keep in mind the things that were touched on in this conversation, the meaning of the dream will become intelligible to me. All the trains of thought it set going, my wife's particular enjoyments and my own, cocaine, the difficulties of medical treatment by one's colleagues, my preference for monographs, and my neglect of such subjects as botany, all these continue and converge into one of the many ramifications of our wide-ranging conversation. The dream again acquires the character of a justification, a plea on my own behalf, like the dream just analyzed of Irma's injection. Indeed, it was a continuation of the theme begun in that dream, airing it in terms of new material which had ensued in the interval between the two dreams. Even the seemingly neutral form of expression of the dream acquires a certain tonality. Now the implication is, but I am the man who wrote the valuable and successful treatise on cocaine, just as in the earlier dream I protested, but I am an excellent and industrious student. In both cases, then, I am justified in claiming this. However, I can dispense with completing my interpretation of the dream at this point, for my only intention in relating it was to use it as an example with which to investigate the relationship between the dream content and the experience of the previous day which prompted it. As long as I know only the manifest content of this dream, all I am able to notice is a relationship between the dream and one daytime impression. After I have done the analysis, it turns out that the dream has a second source in another experience from the same day. The first of the impressions to which the dream relates was an indifferent matter, a triviality. I see a book in the bookshop window whose title I notice only fleetingly and whose contents could hardly interest me. The second experience was of great psychical value. I engaged my friend, the eye specialist, in eager conversation for what must have been an hour, made suggestions to him that were bound to affect us both, and roused memories in myself which led me to notice a great range of disturbances within me. What is more, this conversation was broken off when acquaintances approached. Now, how are these two daytime impressions related to each other and to the dream that occurred that night? In the dream content I can find only one allusion to the trivial impression, and this enables me to confirm that dreams have a preference for taking unimportant elements from our lives into their content. In the dream interpretation, on the contrary, everything leads to the significant experience which had rightly stirred me. If I assess the meaning of the dream according to the latent content brought to light by the analysis, the only correct way of doing so, all of a sudden I come upon a new and important insight. The puzzle of the dream's preoccupation with worthless fragments of daily life dissolves before my eyes, I must also contradict the assertion that the waking life of the psyche does not continue into the dream, and that the dream squanders its psychical activity on foolish material instead. The opposite is true. What has claimed our attention by day also governs the thoughts of our dream, and we put ourselves to the trouble of dreaming only on the basis of material such as would have given us occasion for thought in the daytime. There is an obvious explanation of why I persist in dreaming of trivial and unimportant impressions from the day, even though the one that truly stirred me is what actually set me dreaming. It is likely that here again we are looking at a manifestation of dream distortion, which we have already traced back to a psychical force exercising its power as a censorship. My recollection of the monograph on the genus Cyclamen is put to use as though it were an allusion to the conversation with my friend, very much as, in the dream of the thwarted dinner party, a reference to the friend is represented by the allusion to smoked salmon. But the question is, what are the intermediary links by which the impression of the monograph could come to constitute an allusion to the conversation with the eye specialist? For such a relationship is not immediately apparent. In the example of the thwarted dinner party, the relationship is given from the outset. It goes without saying that, as her friend's favorite dish, smoked salmon belongs to the sphere of ideas which the person of her friend is able to suggest to the dreamer. In our new example, we have a case of two separate impressions which at first have nothing in common except that they happen on the same day. The monograph catches my attention in the morning, then I have the conversation in the evening. The answer offered by the analysis goes like this: connections between the two impressions of this kind, which were not present at first, are passed on retroactively from the ideas contained in the one impression to the ideas contained in the other. I have already identified the links in question in my account of the analysis. Without some influence from elsewhere, it is likely that the idea of the monograph on cyclamen would only have attached itself to the thought that this was my wife's favorite flower, and also perhaps to a recollection of the bouquet Frau L. had not received. I do not believe that these ulterior thoughts would have been sufficient to produce a dream. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this, as it says in Hamlet *, but behold, in the analysis I am reminded that the man who interrupted our conversation was called Gardner, and that I thought his wife blooming. Indeed, I only now remember in retrospect that one of my patients with the lovely name of Flora was for a while the main subject of our conversation. What must have happened is that these intermediaries from the botanical sphere of ideas effected a linkage between the two experiences of the day, the unimportant one and the one that initiated the dream. Then further relationships emerged, involving cocaine, which can quite appropriately mediate between the person of Dr. Konigstein and a botanical monograph I wrote, and they consolidate this merging of the two spheres of ideas into one, so that one element from the first impression could be used as an allusion to the second. I am prepared for this explanation to be challenged as being arbitrary or forced. What would have happened if Professor Gartner and his blooming wife had not appeared, if the patient we discussed had not been called Flora, but Anna? And yet the answer is easy. If these thought connections had not presented themselves, others would probably have been chosen. It is so easy to create connections of this kind, as indeed the riddles and conundrums we amuse ourselves with during the day amply demonstrate. The scope of wit and humor has no bounds. To go a step further, if intermediate connections of sufficient range and variety could not be created between these two impressions of the day, then the dream would have just turned out differently. Some other trivial daytime impression, of the sort that impinge on us in droves and are forgotten by us, would have taken the place of the monograph in the dream, contrived some connection with the content of the conversation, and would have stood in for it in the dream content. Since the impression of the monograph alone met this fate, this must have been the one most suited to establishing the linkage. We have no need to be amazed, like Lessing's Hanschen Schlau *, that it is only the wealthy of this world who possess the most money. The psychological process by which, as we explain it, the trivial experience comes to stand for the psychically valuable one must still strike us as surprising and disconcerting. In a later section we shall be faced with the task of reaching a closer understanding of the peculiarities of this apparently irrational operation. But at this point we are concerned only with the outcome of the process, which we are urged towards treating as our basic assumption by countless experiences recurring regularly in the course of dream analysis. But as for the process itself, it is as if a displacement of psychical emphasis, shall we say, were taking place by way of intermediaries, until ideas initially weaken intensity, by borrowing from those initially more intensely charged, attain a degree of power which enables them to force an entry into consciousness. We are not at all surprised by displacements of this kind when it is a matter of finding an attachment for quantities of effect, or a question of motor actions in general. The lonely spinster who transfers her affections to animals, the bachelor who becomes a passionate collector, the soldier who defends a strip of colored cloth, the flag, with his life's blood, the feelings of ecstasy roused in a love affair by a handclasp lingering for a second, the outburst of rage engendered in Othello by a lost handkerchief, these are all examples of psychical displacements which seem to us incontestable. But that the same means and the same principle should decide what enters our consciousness and what is withheld from it, in other words, what we think that strikes us as pathological, and when it occurs in waking life, we call it a flaw in reasoning. Let us reveal the outcome of later discussions at this point and say that the psychical process we have recognized in dream displacement will prove to be, not a pathologically disturbed process, but rather one differing from the normal, a process of a more primary nature. Accordingly, we interpret the fact that the dream content admits remnants of trivial experiences as a manifestation of dream distortion, through displacement, and we recall that we recognize dream distortion to be the result of a censorship controlling the transit between two psychical agencies. In doing so, we expect that the analysis of the dream will invariably uncover for us the real, psychically significant source of the dream and the life of the day, though our recollection of the real source has displaced its emphasis onto the unimportant one. This conception has brought us into complete conflict with Robert's theory, which for us has become quite unusable. For the fact Robert wanted to explain simply does not exist, the assumption that it does rests on a misunderstanding, on a failure to put the real meaning of the dream in the place of the apparent dream content. There is a further objection to Robert's theory. If the dream really had the task of removing the dross of our recollections of the day by means of a particular psychical activity, our sleep would have to be more disturbed and put to more strenuous work than we could claim for it in our waking mental life. For it is obvious that the number of indifferent daytime impressions which we would have to shield our memory from is immeasurably large. The night would be too short for us to cope with such a sum. It is far more likely that we forget trivial impressions without any active engagement of our psychical powers. All the same, something warns us not to dismiss Robert's ideas without further consideration. We have left unexplained the fact that one of the trivial impressions of the day, of the most recent day, that is, invariably makes a contribution to the dream content. The relationships between this impression and the actual dream source in the unconscious do not always exist from the outset. As we have seen, they are produced only retroactively, during the dream work, in the service of the intended displacement as it were. So there must be present some pressure to develop connections in the particular direction of the recent, though trivial, impression. This impression must have some quality that makes it especially suitable for this, for otherwise it would be just as easy for the dream thoughts to displace their emphasis onto an insignificant component from their own sphere of ideas. At this point, the following experiences may help us on our way to clarification. If a single day has brought us two or more experiences suitable to initiate a dream, the dream will unite reference to them both into a single whole. It obeys a compulsion to form a unity out of them. For example, one summer afternoon I got into a train compartment where I encountered two acquaintances who were, however, strangers to one another. One was an influential colleague, the other a member of an aristocratic family which I attended as a physician. I introduced the two gentlemen to each other, but throughout the long journey they conducted their conversation through me, so that I had to converse now with the one, now with the other. I asked my colleague to recommend to others an acquaintance we had in common who had just started up in medical practice. My colleague replied that he was convinced that the young man was a good doctor, but his unprepossessing appearance would make it difficult for him to gain an entry into better class houses. I replied, "That is exactly why he needs recommendation." I inquired of my other traveling companion soon after how his aunt was doing. She was the mother of one of my patients and was at that time seriously ill. During the night following this journey I had a dream. The young friend on whose behalf I had asked for patronage is in an elegant salon in a select company I had assembled of all the distinguished and wealthy people I knew, and with all the poise of a man of the world he delivers a funeral oration in their presence on the old lady who was the aunt of my traveling companion and who for the sake of the dream had already died. I confess frankly that I was not on good terms with her. So again my dream had made out connections between two daytime impressions and with them had composed a unified situation. On the basis of many similar experiences I am led to put forward the proposition that some kind of compulsion exists for the dream work to put together all the sources of dream stimuli present into a unity in the dream itself. Point 3. I would now like to discuss the question whether the dream initiating source to which the analysis leads us must always be a recent and significant event, or whether some inner experience, that is to say, the memory of a psychically valuable event, can assume the role of initiator of the dream. The very definite answer provided by numerous analyses is the latter. The initiator of the dream can be an inner process which has, as it were, become recent if the dreamer has been actively thinking about it during the day. This is probably the right moment to set out a table of the various conditions which can be recognized as the sources of dreams. The source of a dream can be a recent and psychically significant experience which is represented directly in the dream. Several recent, significant experiences which are combined into a unity by the dream. One or more recent and significant experiences which are represented in the dream content by reference to an unimportant experience occurring at the same time. A significant inner experience, a memory, train of thought, which is then represented in the dream by reference to a recent but trivial impression. As we see, for the interpretation of dreams one condition always holds good. One constituent of the dream content is a repetition of a recent impression from the previous day. This part, meant to act as the proxy in the dream, can either belong to the sphere of ideas of the actual initiator of the dream itself either as an essential or as an unimportant component of it, or it will derive from the field of some trivial impression which has been drawn into interrelationship with the sphere of the dream initiator by a more or less dense web of connections. The apparent number and variety of conditions only arises as a consequence of whether a displacement has or has not occurred, and we may note here that these alternatives offer us the same easy explanation of the array of contrasts possible between dreams as the range from partial to fully awakened states of the brain cells does for the physical theory of dreams, see page 64. What is also to be noted about this list is that for the purposes of dream formation the element that is psychically valuable but not recent, the train of thought, the memory, can be replaced by a recent but psychically trivial element, as long as the two conditions obtain, 1, that the dream content retains a reference to the recent experience, and 2, that what initiates the dream is still a psychically valuable occurrence. In only one case, A, are both conditions fulfilled by the same impression. And if we consider further that the same trivial impressions which the dream employs for as long as they are recent will forfeit their suitability as soon as they have grown a day, or at most several days, older, we must be prepared to assume that the very freshness of an impression in itself lends it a certain psychical value for dream formation which is somehow on a par with the value of memory or trains of thought imbued with affects. Only in the course of certain later psychological reflections shall we be able to discern what the basis for this value of recent impressions for dream formation can be. Point 8. In addition, our attention is drawn here to important changes which the material of our memories and ideas can undergo at night and without our being conscious of them. The demand that we should sleep on a thing before coming to a final decision about it is plainly quite justified. But we note that at this point we have left the psychology of dreaming and are encroaching upon the psychology of sleep, a step which we shall have occasion to take later from time to time. Now there is an objection which threatens to upset the conclusions we have just drawn. If trivial impressions can enter the dream content only as long as they are recent, how is it that in the dream content we also find elements from early periods of our life which, when they were recent, as Strumpel put it, possessed no psychical value, and so ought to have been forgotten long ago, elements, that is, which are neither fresh nor psychically significant. This objection can be dealt with fully if one refers to the results of the psychoanalysis of neurotics. The solution runs as follows: the displacement which substitutes unimportant matter for psychically valuable material, in dreaming just as in thinking, has in their case already taken place in those early periods of life and has been fixed in their memory ever since. For those originally trivial elements are no longer trivial once they have assumed by means of displacement the value of psychically significant material. What has remained really trivial can no longer be reproduced in a dream. It will rightly be concluded from this discussion that I maintain there are no trivial initiators of dreams, and thus no innocuous dreams. This is my strict and single-minded opinion, excepting the dreams of children and perhaps brief dream reactions to nocturnal sensations. Apart from these, either what we dream is manifestly recognizable as having psychical significance, or it is distorted and can only be assessed after a dream interpretation has been carried out, when it too will reveal its significance. The dream never wastes its time on trifles. We do not allow a mere nothing to disturb our sleep. The apparently innocuous dreams turn out to be pretty bad when we take the trouble to interpret them. If I may be permitted the expression, the dream wasn't born yesterday. As this is another point where I may anticipate contradiction, and as I am glad to seize the opportunity to demonstrate dream distortion at work, I shall now subject a number of innocuous dreams from my collection to analysis. A clever and refined young lady who is, however, even in her daily dealings, one of the reserved, one of the still waters, relates her dream: arrive at the market too late and can get nothing either from the butcher or the vegetable woman. An innocuous dream, to be sure, but dreams do not look like this. I get her to tell it to me in detail. Then her account runs as follows: she goes to the market with her cook, who is carrying the basket. The butcher tells her, after she has asked for something that is no longer available, and makes to give her something else, with the remark, "This is good too." She refuses it and goes to the vegetable woman, who wants to sell her a peculiar vegetable tied up in bundles but black in color. She says, "I don't recognize that. I won't have it." The daytime connection of this dream is simple enough. She really had gone to the market too late and had got nothing. The butcher's shop was already shut. Strikes one as a description of the experience. But wait, is that not a rather vulgar phrase which refers, or rather its opposite does, to a certain kind of carelessness * in a man's dress? The dreamer, by the way, did not use these words. Perhaps she avoided them. Let us look for an interpretation of the individual details contained in the dream. When something in a dream has the character of speech, that is, when it is said or heard and not merely thought, a distinction which is usually perfectly clear, it derives from something that has been said in waking life, though this has been treated as raw material, broken up, slightly altered, but above all wrenched from its context. Point 9. We can take such spoken words as our starting point in the work of interpretation. So where do the butcher's words, "that is no longer available," come from? In fact, from myself. A few days previously I had explained to her that the earliest experiences of childhood as such are no longer available, but are replaced in the analysis by transferences in dreams. So I am the butcher, and she is rejecting these transferences of earlier modes of thought and feeling to the present data. Where do her dream words come from? "I don't recognize that. I won't have it." For the purpose of analysis this has to be divided up. I don't recognize that she said herself to her cook the previous day when she had a quarrel with her, but then she added, "Behave properly." A palpable displacement is emerging here. Of the two sentences she used towards her cook, she took the insignificant one into her dream. The one she suppressed, however, "behave properly," is the only one appropriate to the remainder of the dream content. It is what one might exclaim to someone who had made an improper demand and omitted to shut the meat shop. That we were really on the track of the interpretation is then demonstrated by the similarity between this and the allusions present in the scene with the vegetable woman. A vegetable sold tied together in bundles, and long and narrow, as she adds in retrospect, and at the same time black. What can that be but a dream merging of asparagus and black radishes? Asparagus I have no need to interpret to any knowledgeable person, but the other vegetable too, as a warning shout, black, look out. Schwarzer, red dyke, cf. Schwarzer reddish, black radish, seems to me to point to the same sexual theme as we divined at the beginning when we wanted to substitute the meat shop was shut for the dream narrative. There is no need to understand the meaning of this dream in its entirety. What has been established is that it is meaningful and in no sense innocuous. Point 10. 2. Another innocuous dream by the same patient, in some respects a counterpart to the preceding one. Her husband asks, "Shouldn't we have the piano tuned?" She, "It's not worthwhile, and besides the hammers need re-leathering." Again a repetition of a real event from the previous day. Her husband asked this question and she replied along these lines. But what does it mean, that she should dream this? True, she says of the piano that it is a disgusting chest with a dreadful tone, something her husband owned before they were married, 11 etc. But the key to the solution is only provided by her words, "It's not worthwhile." This has its origin in a visit she paid to a friend the day before. She was invited to take off her jacket and declined with the words, "No thanks, it's not worthwhile, I have to go soon." As she tells me this, it occurs to me that while we were engaged in the work of analysis the previous day, she suddenly grasped at her jacket, or a button had come undone. It is as though she wanted to say, "Please, don't look, it's not worthwhile." Thus the chest, Kasten, is amplified to her chest, Brustkassen, and the interpretation of the dream leads directly to the time when she was developing physically, when she began to be dissatisfied with her figure. It is likely it could lead to even earlier times if we take account of the disgusting and the dreadful tone, and recall how frequently the smaller hemispheres of the female body stand in as opposite and as substitute for the large ones in illusions and dreams. 3. I shall interrupt this series to interpolate the brief innocuous dream of a young man. He dreamed that he was putting on his winter coat again, which was terrible. According to him, the occasion for this dream is the cold snap that has suddenly set in. However, a subtler judgment will notice that the two brief parts of the dream do not suit each other very well, for what could be terrible about wearing a thick or heavy coat in the cold? It also does no good for the innocuousness of this dream that the first idea occurring to the young man during analysis is the recollection that on the previous day a lady confessed to him in confidence that her latest child owed its existence to a burst condom. He now reconstructs what he thought on this occasion: a thin condom is risky, a thick one is no good. The condom was the overcoat, Überseer, rightly, for one puts it on, zieht in Uber. A lightweight coat also has the same name. An event such as the one the lady related would certainly have been terrible for this unmarried man. And now back to our female dreamer of innocuous dreams. 4. She is putting a candle into the candlestick, but the candle is broken, so that it does not stand very well. The girls at school say she is clumsy, but the mistress says it is not her fault. Here too there is a real occasion. She really did put a candle into the candlestick the previous day, but it was not broken. A transparent symbolism is being employed here. A candle is an object that rouses the female genitalia. If it is broken, so that it does not stand very well, this signifies the impotence of the man. It is not her fault. But, carefully raised as she is, and a stranger to everything ugly, does this young woman know of this use of the candle? As it happens, she is able to quote the experience through which in fact she acquired this knowledge. During a trip on the Rhine in a rowing boat, a boat passes them by in which a group of students are sitting and singing, or rather bellowing with great gusto, a song that goes, "When the Queen of Sweden, with the window shutters shut, takes Apollo candles, **." She fails to hear or understand the last words, and her husband has to enlighten her. In the dream content, these lines are replaced by the innocuous recollection of a task she once performed clumsily at her boarding school, doing so, indeed, under the same circumstances, with the window shutters shut. The connection between the theme of masturbation and impotence is clear enough. Apollo and the latent dream content links this dream to an earlier one in which the virginal palace was referred to. Indeed, not at all innocuous. V. In case it may be imagined that drawing inferences from the dream about the life the dreamer really leads is all too easy, I shall add another dream which seems equally innocuous and comes from the same person. I have dreamed of something, she said, which I really did during the day. That is, I was filling a little trunk so full of books that I had trouble in closing it, and I dreamed it just as it really happened. Here the narrator herself places the emphasis on the correspondence between dream and reality. Now, although they have created a place for themselves in waking thought, all such judgments of the dream or comments on it nevertheless invariably belong in the latent dream content, as later examples will confirm. So, then, we are told that what the dream relates really happened on the previous day. It would take us too far afield to describe the route by which in the course of the interpretation we hit upon the idea of calling on English to assist us. It is enough to say that again we are dealing with a little box. Compare the dream of the dead child in the box, pages 119 to 20, which was filled so full that nothing more would go in. This time at least nothing bad. In all of these innocuous dreams, it is the sexual element which thrusts itself forward so conspicuously as the motive for censorship. But this is a topic of fundamental importance which we shall have to set aside. Material from infancy as a source of dreams. As the third distinctive characteristic of the content of dreams, like all the writers on the subject, except Robert, we have indicated that impressions from the earliest years of our life can appear in our dreams, which do not seem to be at the disposal of our memory when we are awake. How rarely or how often this occurs is understandably hard to judge, because the origins of these elements in the dream cannot be recognized after we wake. So proof that we are dealing with impressions from childhood has to be produced by means of objective evidence, and the conditions for this come together only rarely. Amori tells a story for its particular value as evidence of a man who decided to visit his hometown after having been away for 20 years. The night before he left, he dreamed he was in a village quite unfamiliar to him, and in the street he met a man he did not know, with whom he had a conversation. When he did return to his home, he was able to assure himself that this unfamiliar village really existed in the vicinity of his hometown, and the unknown man of his dream turned out to be a friend of his late father's who lived there. A compelling proof, certainly, that he had seen both, man and village, in his childhood. In addition, the dream can be interpreted as an impatience dream, like that of the girl who had a ticket for the concert in her purse, pages 120 to 1, or of the child whose father had promised him an excursion to the Hameau, and others of the kind. The motives for reproducing just this impression from the dreamer's childhood rather than any other, of course, cannot be uncovered without analysis. Someone attending my lectures, who boasted that his dreams were only very rarely subject to dream distortion, told me that a while ago he dreamed he saw his former tutor in the bed of the maid who had been employed in the house up to his 11th year. The locality of this scene occurred to him while he was dreaming. His interest aroused, he told the dream to his older brother, who laughed and confirmed the reality of what he had dreamed. He remembered it very well, he said, for he was 6 years old at the time. The loving couple used to get him, the elder boy, drunk on beer when circumstances were favorable to nocturnal dalliance. The younger child, then 3 years old, our dreamer, who slept in the maid's room, was not regarded as an inconvenience. There is a further instance where it can be determined with certainty and without the aid of dream interpretation that a dream contains elements deriving from childhood, and that is when the dream is what we call a recurrent one, that is, one first dreamed in childhood, which repeatedly reappears from time to time in the sleep of the adult. To the familiar examples of this kind of dream I can add some I have been told, though I have never had a recurrent dream of this sort myself. A physician in his 30s told me that from the earliest years of his childhood up to the present day, a yellow lion which he is able to describe exactly has made frequent appearances in his dream life. Now this lion, familiar to him only in his dreams, turned up one day in Natura as a long-lost porcelain object, and the young man then heard from his mother that this object had been his best-loved toy during his early childhood, though he himself could no longer remember it. One of my women patients had dreamed 4 or 5 times in the course of her 38 years the same frightening scene. She is being pursued, flees into a room, shuts the door, then opens it again in order to take out the key, which is in the outside lock, then, with the feeling that something dreadful will happen if she does not succeed, seizes the key to lock the door from the inside, after which she breathes a sigh of relief. I am unable to say at what early age this little scene could have taken place, which of course she only witnessed. If we now turn from the manifest dream content to the dream thoughts disclosed only after analysis, we are astonished to find the active involvement of childhood experiences in dreams whose content would in no way lead us to suspect it. I owe an especially charming and instructive example of a dream of this kind to my honored colleague of the Yellow Lion. After reading Nansen's asterisk account of his polar expedition, he dreamed that on an icefield he was giving galvanic treatment to the intrepid explorer on account of a sciatica which the latter was complaining of. In the analysis of this dream he recalled an incident from his childhood without which the dream would certainly have remained incomprehensible. One day when he was 3 or 4 years old he was listening intently to the grown-ups talking about journeys of discovery, and then asked his father if that was a serious illness. He had clearly confused journeys, Reisen, with aches, Reisen, and the laughter of his brothers and sisters made sure he did not forget the embarrassing experience. Something rather similar is involved in the analysis of the dream about the monograph on the genus Cyclamen when I come upon the memory of my father giving the 5-year-old boy a book with colored plates to destroy. It may perhaps be doubted whether this memory really did play a part in forming the dream content, or whether the work of analysis is not rather creating a connection only in retrospect. But the wealth of associations, and the way they were intertwined together vouch for the former idea. Cyclamen favorite flower, favorite food artichoke, pull to pieces like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, an expression one hears every day in connection with the division of the Chinese Empire asterisk, herbarium bookworm, whose favorite food is books. Moreover, I can testify that the ultimate meaning of the dream, which I have not given in full here, is very intimately connected with the content of that childhood scene. In the case of another set of dreams, we learn from analysis that the very wish that initiated the dream, and whose fulfillment the dream represents, has its origin in childhood, so that to our surprise we find the child, with its impulses, living on in the dream. At this point I shall continue the interpretation of a dream from which we have already learned much that is new, I mean the dream in which my friend is my uncle, page 109. We have pursued its interpretation to the point when the wishful motive to be appointed professor came palpably to meet us, and we explained the affection I felt for my friend in the dream as a defiant creation made in opposition to the slander of my 2 colleagues in my dream thoughts. The dream was my own, so I may continue its analysis by saying that the solution I had reached still failed to satisfy my feelings. I knew that my judgment of the colleagues who were so ill-used in my dream thoughts was quite different in waking life, and the strength of my wish not to share their fate with regard to the academic appointment seemed to me inadequate to explain fully the contrast between my opinion of them when awake and that of the dream. If my need to be addressed by a different title was so strong, it pointed to a pathological ambition which I do not recognize in myself and which I believe is quite foreign to me. I do not know how others who think they know me would judge me in this matter. Perhaps I really have been ambitious, but if so, my ambition has long since been aimed at other goals than the rank and title of a professor extraordinarius. So where did the ambition that inspired my dream come from? Suddenly there comes to my mind a tale I was told so often in my childhood, how at my birth an old peasant woman made a prophecy to my mother as she rejoiced in her firstborn child, that she had given the world a great man. Such prophecies must be very frequent. There are so many mothers full of expectations for their children, and so many old peasants or other old women who have lost what power they had on earth and so have turned their attention to the future. Nor will such a prophecy have been to the disadvantage of the prophetess. Could this be the source of my desire for greatness? But just at this point I recall another impression from the later years of my childhood which might offer an even better explanation. One evening, in one of the hostelries on the Prater * where my parents would often take me to when I was 11 or 12, we noticed a man going from table to table and for a small sum improvising verses on any subject he was given. I was sent to invite the poet to our table, and he showed his gratitude to the messenger. Before he asked what his subject was to be, he devoted a few rhymes to me and declared in his inspiration that one day I would probably become a minister. I can still remember very clearly the impression this second prophecy made on me. It was during the period of the bourgeois ministry, shortly before, my father had brought home portraits of those middle-class academics Herbst, Giskra, Unger, Berger, and others, and we had illuminated the house in honor of these gentlemen. There were even Jews among them, which meant that every industrious Jewish boy carried a ministerial portfolio in his satchel. It must even have something to do with the effect of those times that until shortly before I enrolled at the university I intended to read law, and changed course only at the last moment. For a ministerial career is certainly not open to a medical man. So then, what of my dream? I notice only now that it is transporting me back from the troubled present to the hopeful period of the bourgeois ministry and is doing its best to fulfill the wish I nurtured then. In treating my two learned and worthy colleagues so badly because they are Jews, one as if he were a numbskull, the other as if he were a criminal, in acting in this way, I am behaving as though I were the minister. I am putting myself in the minister's place. What a thorough revenge on His Excellency! He declines to appoint me professor extraordinarius, and in return, in my dream I put myself in his place. In another instance I was able to note that the wish that initiated the dream, though belonging to the present, was all the same powerfully reinforced by memories reaching deep into childhood. It concerns a set of dreams which have their basis in my longing to go to Rome. I anticipate that for some time yet I shall have to satisfy this desire only in my dreams, for at the time of year when I am free to take a holiday, a stay in Rome is inadvisable for reasons of health. So I dream on one occasion that I am seeing the Tiber and the Ponte Sant'Angelo through a train window, then the train starts moving, and it occurs to me that I have not even set foot in the city. The view I saw in the dream was copied from a familiar engraving which I had noticed briefly the previous day in the drawing room of one of my patients. Another time someone is leading me to a hill and showing me Rome, half veiled in mist and still so far away that I wonder at the clarity of the view. The content of this dream is richer than I would wish to go into here. The motif to see the promised land from afar is easy to recognize. The city I first saw thus hidden in mist is Lübeck, the model for the hill is Gleichenberge *. In a third dream I am in Rome at last, or so the dream tells me. But to my disappointment what I see is not city scenery at all, a little river with dark waters, one side of it black rocks, on the other meadows with large white flowers. I notice a Herr Zucker, whom I know slightly, and decide to ask him the way to the city. It is obvious that I am laboring in vain to see in my dream a city I have not seen in waking life. When I break up the dream's landscape into its elements, the white flowers indicate Ravenna, a town I know, which had for a time at least taken precedence over Rome as Italy's capital. In the marshes around Ravenna we found the most beautiful water lilies in the midst of dark waters. The dream has them growing in meadows, like the narcissi in our own sea, because in Ravenna it was so difficult to gather them from the water. The dark rocks, so close to the water, remind me vividly of the Vale of Tapel, near Carlsbad *. Carlsbad now puts me in a position to explain the strange feature of asking Herr Zucker the way. In the material from which the dream was spun I was able to recognize two of those comic Jewish anecdotes which conceal so much profound and often bitter wisdom, and which we always enjoy quoting in conversation and letters. One is the story of the Constitution, which tells of how a poor Jew steals onto the express train to Carlsbad without a ticket, is then caught out, at every ticket inspection told to get off and treated worse and worse, until, when asked by an acquaintance who encountered him at one of the stations of his suffering, where he is traveling to, he replies, "If my Constitution holds out to Carlsbad." Close to this my memory holds another story of a Jew who does not know any French and who has it drummed into him that in Paris he must ask the way to the Rue Richelieu. Paris too was for many years a goal of my desire, and the joy I felt when I first set foot there I took as a guarantee that I should also see the fulfillment of my other wishes. Moreover, asking the way is a direct allusion to Rome, for it is well known that all roads lead to Rome. The name Zucker, sugar, also points to Carlsbad, for that is where we send all those suffering from the constitutional complaint of diabetes, Zuckerkrankheit. What occasioned this dream was a suggestion of my Berlin friend that we should meet in Prague at Easter. The things I intended to discuss with him there would give rise to a further connection with sugar and diabetes. A fourth dream, shortly after the last one, again takes me to Rome. I see a street corner before me and am surprised that so many German posters have been put up there. On the previous day I had written prophetically to my friend that probably Prague would not be a very comfortable place for Germans to take a walk in. The dream thus expressed at the same time both the wish to meet him in Rome rather than in a Bohemian city, and the desire, probably originating in my student days, that the German language might be treated with greater toleration in Prague. In any case, in the earliest years of my childhood I must have understood the Czech language, for I was born in a little town in Moravia with a Slav population. A Czech children's poem which I heard in my 17th year imprinted itself so effortlessly on my memory that I can repeat it even today, though I have no idea what it means. So these dreams too are not without multiple connections to the impressions of my earliest years. On my last visit to Italy, which among other things took me along Lake Trasimene, I saw the Tiber, but with sadness in my heart I was obliged to turn back 80 kilometers from Rome. It was then at last that I discovered that my longing for the eternal city was reinforced by impressions from my youth. I was just working out a plan to travel to Naples via Rome one year quite soon when I recalled something I must have read in one of our classic writers*. It is a nice question who paced his room more restlessly after he had conceived the plan to go to Rome, Winkelmann, the headmaster's deputy, or Hannibal, the general. And there I was, following in Hannibal's footsteps. Like him, I had not been granted a sight of Rome. He too had moved to Campania when all the world had expected him in Rome. But Hannibal, whom I had managed to resemble so much, had been my favorite hero when I was at the gymnasium. Like so many of that age, my sympathies in the Punic Wars did not lie with the Romans but with the Carthaginians. Then, in the upper school, when I first became aware of the consequences of being descended from an alien race, and the stirrings of anti-Semitism among my schoolfellows urged me to take up a position, the figure of the Semitic general rose even higher in my eyes. Hannibal and Rome symbolized to me the opposition between the tenacity of Jewry and the organization of the Catholic Church. The significance which the anti-Semitic movement has since acquired for our emotional life later helped to fix the thoughts and feelings of that early period. Thus the wish to go to Rome became for my dream life a cloak and symbol for several other fervent wishes, and I would work with all the endurance and single-mindedness of the Carthaginian for their realization, even though their fulfillment seems for the time being to be as little favored by fate as Hannibal's lifelong wish to enter Rome. And this is the moment when I hit on the experience from my youth which is still exerting its power in all these dreams and feelings even today. I must have been 10 or 12 years old when my father began to take me with him on his walks and in conversation tell me his views on the things of this world. In this vein, to show me how I had been born into better times than he had, he once told me, "When I was a young man I went for a walk on a Saturday in the town you were born in, wearing my best clothes and with a new fur cap on my head. Then a Christian comes along, knocks my cap in the mud with a single blow, and shouts, 'Jew, get off the pavement.' And what did you do?" "I stepped into the road and picked up my cap," came the impassive reply. That did not seem to me very heroic of the big, strong man who was leading me by the hand. I compared this situation, which I was not happy about, with another more suited to my feelings, the scene where Hannibal's father, Hasdrubal*, makes his son swear before the domestic altar to take revenge on the Romans. From that time on, Hannibal had a place in my fantasies. I believe I can trace this enthusiasm for the Carthaginian general even further back into my childhood, so that here too all that may be involved is the transference to a new bearer of an effective relationship that had already been formed. One of the first books that came into my hands once I could read was Thiers' History of the Consulate and the Empire. I recall that I had stuck little labels onto the flat backs of my wooden soldiers, bearing the names of the Napoleonic marshals, and that Messina asterisk, as a Jew, Manasseh, was my declared favorite even then. Napoleon himself was connected with Hannibal by his crossing of the Alps. And perhaps the evolution of this warrior ideal can be pursued even further back into childhood, back to the wishes which the company, during my first 3 years, of a boy a year older, friendly one moment, belligerent the next, must have aroused in the weaker of the two playmates. The deeper we descend into the analysis of dreams, the more frequently we are put on the track of childhood experiences which act as dream sources in the latent dream content. We have heard, page 20, that the dream very rarely reproduces recollections in such a way that they form the only manifest dream content, unabbreviated and unchanged. All the same, some examples of this occurrence have been confirmed, and to these I can add some new ones which again relate to scenes of infancy. In the case of one of my patients, a dream once presented a barely distorted reproduction of a sexual incident which he immediately recognized as a faithful recollection. Its memory had never been completely lost in waking life, it is true, though it had become much obscured, and its revival was the result of the preceding work of analysis. At 12 years old the dreamer had visited a schoolfriend confined to his bed, and by making some movement, probably quite accidentally, his friend exposed himself. Seized by a kind of compulsion at the sight of his friend's genitals, he exposed himself also, and took hold of the other's member. But his friend looked at him with surprise and indignation, and he grew embarrassed and desisted. A dream repeated this scene 23 years later, together with all the feelings that had attended it, except that now the dreamer assumed the passive instead of the active role, and the person of the schoolfriend was replaced by someone from the present. As a rule, it is true, the scene from infancy is represented in the manifest dream content only by an illusion, and has to be developed out of the dream by means of interpretation. The report of such examples cannot be very conclusive as evidence, because of course there is usually no other guarantee that these are in fact childhood experiences. If they occur at an early age they will no longer be acknowledged by the memory. The justification for inferring them at all from the evidence of dreams is provided by a large number of factors arising during the work of psychoanalysis which, operating in combination, seem sufficiently dependable. Torn out of context for the purpose of dream interpretation, these derivations of dreams from childhood experiences will not perhaps seem very impressive, especially as I am not even reporting all the material on which the interpretation is based. But this will not deter me from reporting them. All the dreams of one of my women patients have the character of being rushed, gehetzt, she rushes to be on time so as not to miss the train, and so forth. In one of her dreams she is to visit a friend of hers. Her mother has told her to go by transport, not to walk, but she runs, and as she does so she keeps falling down. The material emerging in the analysis allows me to recognize a recollection of romping and rushing about in childhood, Kinderhetzerien, of the sort the Viennese call ein Hetz, a bit of fun, and in the specific case of this dream I can trace it back to the joke children are fond of, the sentence Die Kuh rannte bis es fiel, the cow ran until she fell, said as quickly as if it were a single word, which again is a rush, Hetzen. All these innocuous rushings with her little friends are recalled because they take the place of other, less innocuous, ones. 2. Another patient has the following dream. She is in a big room in which all kinds of machines are standing, as she imagines an orthopedic institution to be. She hears that I have no time and that she will have to receive treatment at the same time as 5 others. But she balks at this, and refuses to lie in the bed or whatever it was intended for her. She stands in a corner and waits until I say it isn't true. In the meantime the others are laughing at her and saying she is fooling around. Besides this, as though she were going to make a lot of little squares. The first part of this dream's content is a connecting link to her treatment and a transference to me. The second contains the allusion to the childhood scene, with the reference to the bed. The two parts are soldered together. The orthopedic institution could be traced back to a remark of mine in which I had compared her treatment, as regards both its nature and its duration, to an orthopedic treatment. When I began it, I had to tell her that for the moment I had little time for her, but that later I would devote a whole hour to her every day. This aroused in her the old sensitivity which is one of the main character traits of children heading for hysteria. They are insatiable for love. My patient was the youngest of 6 siblings, hence 5 others, and as such her father's favorite, though even so she seems to have found that her beloved father devoted too little time and attention to her. Her waiting until I say it isn't true has the following derivation: a little tailor's boy had brought her a dress, and she had given him the money for it. Then she asked her husband if she would have to pay again if the boy lost the money. To tease her, her husband assured her yes, the teasing in the dream content, and she asked him again and again and waited for him finally to say it wasn't true. So for the latent dream content, this thought can be construed as wondering whether she may have to pay me double if I devote double the time to her, a thought that is mean or dirty. Dreams very often replace the uncleanliness of childhood with meanness over money. The word dirty forms the bridge. If all the business of waiting until I say, etc., is intended in the dream to be a circumlocution for dirty, then standing in a corner and not lying in bed correspond to it as constituents of a childhood scene in which she has dirted the bed, and is sent to stand in the corner as a punishment, with the threat that her father won't love her anymore, her brothers and sisters will laugh at her, etc. The little squares pointed toward her little niece, who showed her the arithmetical trick of writing numbers in, I think, 9 squares in such a way that in whatever direction you add them up, they come to 15. 3. The dream of a man. He sees 2 boys who are scrapping. They are Cooper's boys, as he concludes from the tools lying around. One of the boys has knocked the other down. The boy on the ground has earrings with blue stones. He runs after the miscreant, his stick raised with the intention of beating him. The boy flees to a woman standing beside a wooden fence, as though she were his mother. She is a laboring woman, with her back to the dreamer. At last she turns round and looks at him with a horrible gaze, so that he runs away in fear. The red flesh of her lower eyelids can be seen protruding. The dream made full use of trivial events from the previous day. He really did see 2 boys in the street that day, one of whom knocked the other down. When he ran up to settle the quarrel, they both took flight. Cooper's boys is explained only by a subsequent dream. In the course of its analysis he used the phrase dem fast den Boden ausklagen, to knock the bottom out of the barrel, to be the absolute limit. He has observed that earrings with blue stones are mostly used by prostitutes. In this way the familiar line of doggerel about 2 boys was added. The other boy, he was called Marie, i.e. he was a girl, the standing woman. After the scene with the 2 boys he went for a walk along the Danube and took advantage of the solitude there to urinate against a wooden fence. As he walked on, a decently dressed older woman smiled at him in a very friendly way and tried to hand him her visiting card. As the woman in the dream is standing as he had done when urinating, what is involved is a urinating woman, and the horrible sight also belongs to this, the protrusion of red flesh, which can only relate to the genitals gaping when a woman crouches down and which, seen in childhood, reappeared in the later recollection as proud flesh, as a wound. The dream unites 2 occasions on which the little boy was able to see the genitals of little girls, that is, when they were knocked down and when they urinated, and, as the other context indicates, it preserves the memory of a beating or a threat from his father on account of the sexual curiosity shown by the boy on these occasions. 4. A large number of childhood recollections, combined in a rough and ready fashion, lies behind the following dream of an elderly lady. She is rushing out to do some shopping. Then on the Graben asterisk she sinks to her knees as if she has collapsed. Lots of people gather around her, especially the cab drivers, but no one helps her up. She makes many vain attempts. Finally she must have succeeded, for she is put into a cab which is supposed to take her home. Through a window a large, heavily laden basket, similar to a shopping basket, is thrown in after her. This is the same patient who was being rushed in her dreams, just as she rushed about in play as a child. The first situation in the dream is clearly derived from the sight of a fallen horse, just as the collapse indicates a horse race. In her early years she was a horsewoman, and earlier still probably a horse. Falling down belongs to her earliest childhood memory of the 17-year-old son of the caretaker, who was seized in the street with epileptic convulsions and taken home in a carriage. Of course, she only heard of this, but the idea of epileptic convulsions, of someone falling, gained great power over her imagination and later influenced the form assumed by her own hysterical attacks. When a woman dreams of falling, it almost always has a sexual significance. She becomes a fallen woman. In the case of the present dream, this interpretation will hardly admit of any doubt at all, for her fall is on the Graben, the place in Vienna well known as a parade for prostitutes. The shopping basket allows of more than one interpretation. As a basket, it recalls the many baskets, colloquial, refusals, she once handed to her suitors, and later, as she thought, she received herself. That no one will help her up also belongs here. She herself interprets it as being spurned and rejected. The shopping basket further recalls fantasies, already familiar from the analysis, in which she married far below her station and now has to go and do the shopping herself. Finally, however, the shopping basket can be interpreted as a symbol for a servant. Then further childhood recollections appear of a cook who was dismissed because she stole. She too sank to her knees and pleaded. The dreamer was 12 years old at the time. Then the memory of a housemaid who was dismissed because she consorted with the coachman, Kutcher, of the house, who, by the way, later married the girl. This recollection thus supplies us with the source for the cab drivers, Kutcher, in the dream, who, unlike the real one, refused to look after the fallen woman. But what still remains to be explained is throwing the basket in after her, specifically through the window. This reminds her of dispatching luggage on the railway, of the country practice of Fenstern, visiting a girl by climbing in through her window, of little impressions from a stay in the country, when a man threw blue plums into a lady's room through her window, and how her little sister was afraid because a passing idiot looked into the room through the window. And then behind these there surfaces an obscure recollection from her 10th year of a maid in the country who was engaged in love scenes with a servant of the house, which the child could have noticed something of, and who was dispatched, thrown out, in the dream the opposite, thrown in, together with her lover. Now in Vienna, the luggage, the suitcase of a servant is described as her 7 Swetchken, 7 little plums, bits and pieces, pack den 7 Swetchken zusammen und pack your bits and pieces together and go. Of course my collection of dreams has plenty of dreams supplied by my patients, which, when analyzed, lead back to dim or altogether forgotten childhood impressions, often from the first 3 years of life. But it is difficult to draw conclusions from these which are to hold good for dreams in general, for as a rule the dreamers are neurotics, hysterics especially, and the role ascribed in these dreams to childhood scenes could well be determined by the nature of the neurosis and not by the character of the dream. All the same, it happens just as often when I interpret my own dreams, which I do not undertake on account of any gross pathological symptoms, that in the latent dream content I come unexpectedly upon a scene from infancy, and that all at once a whole series of dreams leads on to paths which have their beginnings in a childhood experience. I have already given examples of this, and shall give more when occasion arises. Perhaps I cannot conclude this section better than by relating some of my own dreams in which recent occasions and long-forgotten childhood experiences appear together as dream sources. After I sought my bed, tired, hungry, and weary from travel, I am visited in sleep by the great vital needs, and I dream, I am going into a kitchen for a pudding. 3 women are standing there, one of whom is the landlady, and she is turning something in her hand as though making dumplings. Nodal, she answers that I must wait until she is finished, not clearly as speech. I grow impatient and go away offended. I put on an overcoat, but the first one I try is too long for me. I take it off again, rather surprised that it is trimmed with fur. A second that I put on has a long stripe with Turkish markings on it. A stranger with a long face and a short pointed beard comes up and prevents me from putting it on, declaring it is his. Then I show him that it is covered all over with Turkish embroidery. He asks, "What are the Turkish markings, stripes, to you?" But then we are quite friendly with one another. In analyzing this dream there comes quite unexpectedly to my mind the first novel I ever read, when I was perhaps 13 years old, beginning it, that is, at the end of the first volume. I never knew the name of the novel, nor that of its author, but I can remember its conclusion very vividly. The hero declines into madness, and continually calls out the names of the three women who brought him the greatest happiness and the greatest misfortune in his life. One of these names is Pelagie*. I still don't know what I can do with this recollection in the analysis. Then the three women are joined in my thoughts by the three fates who spin man's destiny, and I know that one of the three women, the landlady in the dream, is the mother who gives life, and sometimes, as in my case, the earliest nourishment. At the woman's breast love and hunger meet. An anecdote tells how a young man, who became a great admirer of female beauty, once said, when the conversation turned to the pretty nurse who had suckled him as an infant, that he regretted that he had not used the opportunity to greater advantage. It is my habit to use this anecdote to elucidate the element of retrospective action in the mechanism of the psychoneuroses. One of the fates is rubbing the palms of her hands together as though making dumplings, a strange occupation for a fate and in urgent need of explanation. This comes now from another, and earlier, childhood memory. When I was 6 years old and enjoying my earliest instruction from my mother, I was supposed to believe that we are made of earth and must therefore return to earth. I did not like this idea, however, and expressed my doubts of it. At this my mother rubbed the palms of her hands together, just as though making dumplings, except that they held no dough, and showed me the blackish epidermis scale she had rubbed off as a sample of the earth of which we are made. My astonishment at this demonstration ad oculos was boundless, and I resigned myself to what I was later to hear expressed in the words, "You owe nature a death." *12 So it really is the fates I am visiting in the kitchen. Then, as I did so often as a child when I was hungry, and from the stove my mother would tell me to wait until lunch was ready. And now for the dumplings. At least one of my university teachers, in fact the very one to whom I owe my histological knowledge, epidermis, will be reminded by the name Nodal of a person he was forced to sue because he had plagiarized his writings. To plagiarize, to appropriate what one can get even if it belongs to someone else, plainly leads to the second part of the dream, in which I am treated like the overcoat thief who was up to his thieving tricks for a time in the lecture halls. I have written the word plagiarism down without any particular purpose, just because it occurred to me, and now I see that it must belong to the latent dream content because it is able to serve as a bridge between the various parts of the manifest dream content. The chain of associations. Pelagie, plagiarism, plagiostomes, large fish, sharks, 13 fish's bladder, link the old novel with the Nodal affair and with the overcoats, Uberzier, which obviously signify a piece of sexual equipment, cf. Maury's Dream of Kilo, Lotto, page 51. An utterly forced and nonsensical connection, it is true, but all the same one that I could not have created when awake if it had not already been created by the dreamwork. Indeed, as if nothing were sacred to my urge to create connections by force, the well-loved name of Bruck *, bridge, word bridges, see above, now serves to remind me of the institution where I passed my happiest hours as a schoolboy without any further needs, so words you can der Weisheit brussen mit jedem Tage mehr gelassen *, suck on at wisdom's breasts, you'll find she daily grows more sweet and kind. In total contrast to the desires which plague me while I am dreaming. And finally, there arose the recollection of another dear teacher whose name, Fleischl*, from flesh, meat, like Nodal, again sounded like something to eat, and of a sad scene in which epidermis scales played a role, the mother, landlady, and disturbance of mind, the novel, and a substance for reducing hunger, from the pharmacy, or Latin kitchen, kush, cocaine. I could pursue the intertwined trains of thought further in this way and explain fully the part of the dream which I have neglected in this analysis, but I must refrain from doing so, as the personal sacrifices it would demand are too great. I shall take up only one of the threads, which is able to lead directly to one of the dream thoughts lying behind the tangle. The stranger with the long face and pointed beard who tries to prevent me from putting on the overcoat has the features of a merchant in Spalato * from whom my wife purchased a great quantity of Turkish cloth. He was called Popovich, a suspicious name, Popo equals bottom, which has also given the humorist Stettenheim * the occasion for a suggestive remark. He told me his name and blushed as he shook my hand. The same misuse of names, by the way, as with Pelage, Nadel, Bruck, Fleischl. Of course, playing games with names in this way is a bad habit of children, so much I can say without contradiction, but if I am indulging in it myself, it is an act of retribution, for my own name has fallen victim countless times to such idiotic joking. Freud, equals joy. Goethe once remarked about how sensitive we are about our names, which we feel as closely attached to as we do to our skin. The occasion for his remark was Herder's play upon his name in the lines:
Der du von Göttern abstammst, von Goten oder vom Kote, Stern, thou who art descended from gods or from dung, so seid ihr Götterbilder auch zu Staub. Stern.
You godlike figures too have turned to dust. I note that this digression on the misuse of names was intended only to prepare the way for my own complaint. But let us break off here. The purchase in Spalato reminds me of another one, in Cattaro *, when I was much too cautious and missed the opportunity of a bargain. See above, the missed opportunity with the nurse. For one of the dream thoughts which hunger inspires in the dreamer is, don't miss a thing, take what you can, even if it involves doing a little wrong. Don't let any opportunity slip by, life is so short, death inevitable. Since it is also meant sexually, and since desire will not stop at doing wrong, this carpe diem has the censorship to fear, and has to hide behind a dream. And then all the thoughts countering the desire make their presence felt as well, recollection of the time when spiritual nourishment alone satisfied the dreamer, all the restraints and even the threats of repellent sexual punishments. 2. A second dream requires a lengthier preamble. I have arrived at the Westbahnhof to set off for my holiday at Aussie, but I reach the platform while the train for Ischl * due to leave earlier, is still there. There I see Count Thun * on the platform, who for his part is bound for Ischl to see the Emperor. In spite of the rain he arrived in an open carriage, getting out and going straight through the entrance for local trains. When the ticket collector, who did not know him, made to take his ticket, he waved him away without explanation with an abrupt gesture. After he has departed on the train for Ischl, I am supposed to leave the platform again and go back to the stifling waiting room, but with some difficulty I succeed in being allowed to stay. I pass the time watching out for anyone coming along and claiming the patronage of the great to get a compartment allocated to them. If that happens, I intend to kick up a fuss, that is, demand equality of treatment. Meantime I am singing to myself something which I then recognize as an aria from the Marriage of Figaro *.
Will der Herr Graf ein Tänzel einwagen, soll er's nur sagen.
Ich spiele ihm eins auf. If my Lord Count should want to go dancing he'll pay the piper. I'll call the tune. I doubt if anyone else would have recognized the melody. I had been in an exuberant, aggressive mood the whole evening, and had needled waiters and cab drivers, without offending them, I hope. Now all kinds of impudent and revolutionary thoughts are going through my mind, appropriate to Figaro's words and reminiscent of Beaumarchais' comedy, which I had seen at the Comédie Française. His remark about the great lords who took the trouble to be born, the droit du seigneur the Count tries to exercise on Susanna, the jokes which our wicked journalists from the opposition make on the name of Count Thun by calling him Count Nix Thun, Thun equals do, Nix Thun equals do nothing. Truly, I don't envy him. He is now on his way to a difficult visit to the Emperor, and I am really Count Nix Thun. I am going on holiday. With all sorts of enjoyable plans for my holiday into the bargain. Along comes a gentleman who is familiar to me as the government representative at examinations for medical students, and whose performance in this role has earned him the flattering epithet of the government sleeping partner. On the strength of his official status he demands half a first-class compartment, and I hear one official say to another, "Where shall we put the gentleman with the half first-class ticket?" A nice piece of preferential treatment. I pay my first-class fare in full. But then I do get a compartment to myself, though it is in a coach without a corridor, so that I will have no use of a lavatory the whole night long. I complain to the official, but to no avail, and I revenge myself by suggesting that he should have a hole made in the floor of the compartment in case travelers might have need of it. And at 2:45 in the morning I really do wake up from the following dream with the desire to urinate. A crowd of people, a students' assembly. A count, thun or toff asterisk, is speaking. Called upon to say something about the Germans, he declares derisively that their favorite flower is the coltsfoot, Hufletic, and then sticks something resembling a torn leaf in his buttonhole, actually the crumpled skeleton of a leaf. I flare up in indignation. 14 So I flare up in indignation, but all the same I wonder at being in this state of mind. Then, less clearly, it was as though it were the main hall, aula, of the university. The entrance is crowded, and I would have to escape. I force my way through a series of handsomely furnished rooms, obviously rooms belonging to the administration, with furniture of a color between brown and mauve, and at length I arrive in a corridor where a housekeeper, a fat, elderly woman, is sitting. I avoid speaking to her, but she clearly considers I have a right to get past, for she asks whether she should accompany me with a lamp. I indicate, or tell her, that she should remain on the stairs, and as I do so feel how cunning I am in finally eluding inspection as I leave. In this way I get below and find a narrow, steeply rising path, which I follow. Again unclear. As if I now have the second task of getting out of the city, just as earlier I got out of the house. I am riding in a hansom cab and tell him to drive to a railway station. I can't drive with you on the railway line itself, I say, after he raised an objection, as though I had tired him out. At the same time it is as though I had already driven with him on a stretch one usually travels by train. The stations are crowded. I reflect whether I should go to Krems or Znaim asterisk, but think that the court might be there and decide for Graz asterisk or somewhere like that. Now I am sitting in the carriage, which resembles a city tram, and I have in my buttonhole a strangely entwined, long thing, with mauve-brown violets on it made of a stiff material, which attracts a lot of attention. Here the scene breaks off. I am again in front of the railway station, but in the company of an older man. I devise a plan for remaining unrecognized, but also see that this plan has already been carried out. Thinking and experiencing are here, as it were, one. He is pretending to be blind, at least in one eye, and I am holding out a male urine bottle to him, which we had to buy, or have bought, in the city. I am his male nurse, then, and have to give him the bottle because he is blind. If the ticket collector sees us like this, he is bound to let us pass, as we are quite inconspicuous. At the same time, the posture of the man in question and his urinating member can be seen very vividly. This is when I wake up with a desire to urinate. The entire dream makes something of the impression of a fantasy transporting the dreamer to the revolutionary year of 1848. My memories of this had in fact been renewed by the anniversary celebration of 1898, as they had been by a little excursion to the Watchau asterisk. Here I had got to know Emmersdorf, asterisk the place where Fischhoff, asterisk the student leader, had retired, who might be indicated by certain features of the manifest dream content. My train of thought then leads me to England, to the home of my brother, who had the habit of teasing his wife with 50 years ago, asterisk after the title of a poem by Lord Tennyson, which the children would always correct to 15 years ago. But this fantasy, which is linked to the thoughts that had been called up by the sight of Count Thun, is only like the facade on Italian churches, placed in front of a building with no organic connection to it, being full of gaps, confused, and with components from the interior protruding in many places. The first situation in the dream is concocted from several scenes which I can separate out. The Count's arrogant posture in the dream is copied from a scene at the gymnasium which occurred during my 15th year. We had formed a conspiracy against an unpopular and ignorant teacher. Its moving spirit was a fellow student asterisk who seems since then to have taken Henry VIII of England as his model. It fell to me to direct the principal assault, and a discussion of the importance to Austria of the Danube, the Watchau, was the occasion when it came to open rebellion. One of our fellow conspirators was the only aristocrat asterisk in our year, called the Giraffe on account of his strikingly tall stature, summoned to explain himself by the school tyrant, the professor of German. He stood there before him like the Count in my dream. The declaration of the favorite flower and sticking in the buttonhole something that again must be a flower, which recalled the orchids I had given a woman friend on the same day, and also a rose of Jericho, is strikingly reminiscent of the scene in Shakespeare which inaugurates the civil wars of the White and Red Roses. The reference to Henry VIII paved the way to this recollection. Then, it was not far from the roses to the red and white carnations. Between these the analysis interpolates two little verses, one German, the other Spanish, Rosen, Tulpen, Nelken, alle Blumen welken. Roses, tulips, carnations, all flowers wither. Isabelita, no lors que se marketan las flores, little Isabel, do not weep because the flowers wither. The Spanish comes from Figaro. Here in Vienna the white carnation has become the emblem of the anti-Semites, the red that of the Social Democrats. Behind it a recollection of an anti-Semitic challenge during a railway journey through the beautiful land of Saxony, Anglo-Saxons. The third scene contributing elements to the first dream situation comes from my earliest student days. In a German students' union there was a discussion of the relationship between philosophy and the natural sciences. Green youth that I was, full of materialist theories, I pushed myself forward to advocate an extremely one-sided point of view. A colleague my senior and my better, who has subsequently proved his ability to lead men and organize the masses, and, by the way, also has a name from the animal kingdom, then rose and gave us a sound drubbing. He too, he said, had in his youth tended swine and then returned repentant to his father's house. I flared up in indignation, as in the dream, became swinishly offensive, Sagrob, and replied that now that I knew he had tended swine, I was no longer surprised at his manner of speech. In the dream I am surprised at my nationalistic German state of mind. Uproar followed. I was urged from many directions to retract my words, but I remained steadfast. The offended party was too sensible to accept the suggestion that he should offer a challenge, and let the matter rest. The remaining elements of the dream scene have their origin in deeper strata. What could the Count's proclamation of the coltsfoot mean? Here I must ask my chain of associations: flufflattage, coltsfoot, lattice, lettuce. Salat, salad, saladhund, the dog in a manger who grudges others what he nevertheless does not eat himself. Here one can see a stock of insults showing through these expressions: giraffe, ape, schwein, sow, hund. By the roundabout way of a name I can also arrive at an ass, and thereby again at mockery of an academic teacher. In addition I translate, I do not know whether correctly or not, flufflattage as piss inlet. I learned this from Zola's Germinal *, in which the children are invited to bring salad leaves of this sort with them. Dog, chien contains in its name an echo of the greater bodily function, cheer, as pisser was used for the lesser. Before long we will have all three kinds of indecency together, for in this same Germinal, which has plenty to do with the coming revolution, a singular contest is described relating to the production of gaseous excretions called flatus. 15 And now I am bound to see that the path to this flatus has been laid down for a long time, from the flowers via the Spanish verse, Isabelita to Isabella and Ferdinand, via Henry VIII, the sailing of the Armada against England, after whose defeat the English had a commemorative medallion struck bearing the inscription Flavit et dissipati sunt, for the tempest had scattered the Spanish fleet. But I intended, only half in jest, to use this inscription as the title of the chapter therapy, if ever I were to get round to writing a detailed account of my conception and treatment of hysteria. As for the second scene, I am not able to analyze it in such detail, for reasons of censorship. For in this scene I am putting myself in the position of one of the great of that revolutionary period who also had an adventure with an eagle and is said to have suffered from incontinentia all the * and the like, and I believe I would not be justified in getting past the censorship here, even though a Hofrat, lit, court counselor, senior civil servant, alla, consularius aulicus, told me the greater part of that story. The series of rooms, Zimmer, in the dream owe their inspiration to His Excellency's Pullman car, into which I was able to glance for a moment. As so often in dreams, however, they signified women, Frauenzimmer, public women. In the figure of the housekeeper I am repaying a clever elderly lady most ungratefully for her hospitality and for the many enjoyable stories I have been told at her house. The feature of the lamp goes back to Grillparzer, *, who noted a charming experience of similar tenor and then used it in his play about Hero and Leander, Des Meers und der Liebe Wellen, The Waves of the Sea and of Love, the Armada and the Storm. I must also withhold a detailed analysis of the two remaining parts of the dream. I shall pick out only those elements leading to the two childhood scenes which are my reason for considering the dream at all. It will rightly be supposed that it is sexual material that obliges me to make this suppression, but one does not need to be entirely satisfied by this explanation. For there are many things which are no secret to ourselves but which we are nevertheless obliged to keep secret from others, and what is at issue here is not the reasons for concealing the solution to the dream, but the motives of inner censorship which hide the actual content of my own dream from myself. I have to say, therefore, that the analysis reveals these three parts of the dream to be impertinent boasting, the issue of a ludicrous megalomania long since suppressed in my waking life, which even ventures at particular points into the manifest dream content. I feel how cunning I am, and in any event offers an excellent explanation of my exuberant mood on the evening before the dream. Boasting in every field, thus the reference to Graz alludes to the saying, "What does Graz cost?" which we are fond of repeating when we feel we have more than enough money. Anyone who recalls Master Rabelais' unsurpassed account of the life and deeds of Gargantua and his son Pantagruel will be able to include the implied content of the first part of the dream among the instances of boasting. What follows belongs to the two scenes of childhood I promised to relate. I had bought a new suitcase for this journey, whose color, a brownish mauve, appears several times in the dream, mauve-brown violets made of a stiff material beside a thing they call a girl catcher, the furniture in the administration's rooms. It is a well-known childhood belief that something new will attract attention. The following scene from my childhood was told me, and my memory of it has been replaced by the recollection of that account. Before the age of 2 I am supposed to have occasionally still wet the bed, and when I was rebuked for this, so I am told, I consoled my father with the promise that in N, the nearest town of any size, I would buy him a lovely new, red bed. Hence the parenthesis in the dream that we bought the bottle in the city, or had to buy if. What we have promised we have to perform. Notice, too, the combination of the male bottle and the female case, box. The child's entire megalomania is contained in this promise. We have already been struck, in the course of an earlier dream interpretation, by the significance for the dream of the problems children experience over urination. Compare the dream on page 154. Then there was another domestic incident when I was 7 or 8 which I remember very well. One evening before going to bed I broke the rule that one must not relieve oneself in one's parents' bedroom in their presence, and in the course of rebuking me for this, my father let fall the remark, "Nothing will come of the boy." It must have been a terrible blow to my ambition, for allusions to this scene recur in my dreams again and again and are invariably connected with enumerations of my successes and achievements, as though I wanted to say, "You see, something did come of me." This childhood scene also provided the material for the last image in the dream, in which, of course, the roles were reversed in revenge. The older man, plainly my father, since the blindness in one eye signifies the glaucoma he suffered in one eye, 16 is now urinating in front of me as I once did in front of him. With the glaucoma I am reminding him of the cocaine which had been of help to him during his operation, as if thereby I had fulfilled my promise. Besides this, I am making fun of him, because he is blind. I have to hold the bottle out to him, and I am reveling in allusions to my knowledge of the theory of hysteria, which I am proud of. Point 17. If the two urinating scenes from childhood are in any case closely linked in my history to the theme of megalomania, their arousal on the journey to Ossy is helped by the circumstance that my compartment had no WC, and I had to be prepared for an embarrassing situation in the course of the journey, which is just what did happen in the morning. I then woke with the sensations of a call of nature. One might be inclined to attribute the role of actual initiator of the dream to these sensations, but I would rather give precedence to a different idea, that it was the dream thoughts which first called forth the desire to urinate. It is very unusual for me to be aroused from sleep by a need of any kind, least of all at the time I woke on this occasion, 3:45 in the morning. I would counter a further objection by saying that on other journeys under more comfortable conditions, I hardly ever felt a desire to urinate after waking too early. In any case, it will not matter if I leave this point undecided. My experience in the analysis of dreams has, further, made me aware that even dreams whose interpretation at first seems complete because both the source of the dream and the initiator of the wish are easily demonstrable. Even these dreams set vital trains of thought reaching out which go back to earliest childhood, and so I have had to ask myself whether this feature too does not constitute an essential condition of dreaming. If I might generalize this idea, in its manifest content, every dream would be characterized by a connection with what has been experienced recently, in its latent content, however, by a connection with the experiences from our earliest years, which, as I really can demonstrate from my analyses of hysteria, have remained in a strict sense still recent, right up to the present. However, this supposition still seems very difficult to prove. I shall have to return in another context to the probable part played by our earliest childhood experiences in the formation of dreams, Chapter 7. Of the three peculiarities of the dream memory we considered at the start, we have explained one satisfactorily, its preference for the trivial in the dream content, by tracing it back to dream distortion. We have been able to confirm the existence of the other two, the special choice made of recent and of infantile material, but we have not been able to account for them by the motives for dreaming. Let us keep these two characteristics in mind, for their explanation and utility remain to be dealt with. They are bound to find their place elsewhere, either in the psychology of sleep, or in those considerations of how the psychical apparatus is constructed, which we shall have to undertake later once we have noted that the interpretation of dreams enables us, like a window, to cast a glance into its interior. However, I should like to emphasize one other result of these last dream analyses before going on. The dream frequently appears to have several meanings. Not only can several wish fulfillments be united in it alongside one another, as we have seen, but one meaning, one wish fulfillment can overlay another, until right at the bottom we come upon the fulfillment of a wish from earliest childhood, and here again we are bound to wonder whether in this sentence frequently should not be replaced by invariably. The somatic sources of dreams. If we try to interest an educated layman in the problems of dreaming, and with this in mind ask him what sources he thinks dreams might flow from, we usually find that he believes he is quite sure of this part of their solution. He recalls at once the influence on the formation of dreams exercised by a disturbed or overburdened digestion. Dreams come from the stomach, or by the position the body happens to take, or by little eventualities while we are asleep, and he seems quite unaware that after all these motives have been taken into consideration there still might be something left that needs explaining. What part the scientific literature has assigned to somatic sources of stimulus in the formation of dreams has already been discussed in detail in the opening chapter, pages 30-5, so all we need do here is recall the results of this review. We heard that three kinds of somatic stimulus source are to be distinguished: objective sensory stimuli proceeding from external objects, purely subjective excitations of the sensory organs, and physical stimuli originating from within the body. And we noted that, in contrast to somatic sources, the authorities tended to push any possible psychical sources of dreams into the background, or even exclude them entirely, page 36. In testing the claims made in favor of these groups as somatic sources of stimulus, we learned that the significance of objective excitations of the sense organs, partly chance stimuli during sleep, partly those which the psyche is unable to ward off even in sleep, is confirmed by numerous observations and corroborated by experiment, pages 23-4. We found that the role of subjective sensory excitations appears to have been proved by the recurrence of hypnagogic sensory images in dreams, page 28. And we learned that, although it cannot be demonstrated that the entire range of images and ideas occurring in our dreams is traceable to internal physical stimuli, this widely assumed derivation can be supported by the influence patently exerted on the content of our dreams by the excitations of the digestive, urinary, and sexual organs. Nervous stimulus and physical stimulus, then, it is claimed, are the somatic sources of dreams, that is, according to several authorities, the only sources there are. On the other hand, we have also paid heed to a number of doubts which seem to attack not so much the correctness as the adequacy of the somatic stimulus theory. However certain all its advocates must have felt about its factual basis, especially with regard to accidental and external nervous stimuli, which can be recognized in the dream content with no trouble whatever, still, not one of them was unaware of the likelihood that the sheer abundance of ideas contained in dreams might not be derived from external nervous stimuli alone. Miss Mary Whitten Calkins examined her own dreams and those of a second person from this point of view over 6 weeks, and found only 13.2% and 6.7% respectively in which the element of external sense perception could be demonstrated. Only 2 instances in her collection could be traced back to organic sensations. On this point, statistics confirm what a superficial survey of our own experiences had led us to expect. Many have settled for giving prominence to the nervous stimulus dream over other forms of dream, as being a well-researched subspecies. Spitta divided dreams into those aroused by nervous stimulus and those by association. However, it was clear that this solution could not be considered satisfactory as long as it failed to demonstrate the bond linking the somatic dream sources to the ideas contained in the dream. Accordingly, as well as the first objection, the insufficient frequency of external stimuli, there is now a second, the inadequate elucidation of the dream that is reached by introducing this kind of dream source to explain it. The advocates of this theory owe us 2 explanations in this respect. First, why we do not recognize the external stimulus as we dream for what it is, but invariably misunderstand it. Compare the alarm clock dreams, page 25, and second, why the reaction of the perceiving psyche to this misunderstood stimulus can vary so unpredictably in its outcome. By way of answer to this question, we have heard from Strumpel that, as a consequence of its withdrawal from the external world in sleep, the psyche is not in a position to offer the correct interpretation of the objective sensory stimulus, but is obliged to create illusions on the basis of this stimulus with its range of indeterminate potentialities. As he puts it himself, page 108. As soon as an external or internal nervous stimulus produces in the psyche a sensation or a complex of sensations, a feeling, a psychical event of any kind, and as soon as this is perceived by the psyche, this event summons up sensory images left there from the sphere of its waking experience, from earlier perceptions, that is, either naked or clad in the appropriate psychical values. It gathers around itself, as it were, a larger or smaller number of such images, which are the means by which the impression deriving from the nervous stimulus acquires its psychical value. Here too we usually say, as we do of waking behavior, that when asleep the psyche interprets the impressions produced by the nervous stimuli. The outcome of this interpretation is what we call the nervous stimulus dream, that is, a dream whose constituents are determined by a nervous stimulus producing its effects in the life of the psyche in accordance with the laws of reproduction. Wundt's view is identical in all essentials to this theory. He maintains that the ideas appearing in dreams proceed in the main at least from sensory stimuli, including especially stimuli of our general vital feeling. So they are mainly illusions of the fantasy, and probably only to a minor extent pure remembered ideas intensified into hallucinations. To express the relation between the dream content and the dream stimuli according to this theory, Strumpel hits on the excellent comparison. Page 14. It is as though the 10 fingers of a player wholly ignorant of music are running up and down the keyboard. In this view, the dream would appear to be not a psychical phenomenon arising from psychical motivations but the consequence of a physiological stimulus expressing itself in psychical symptoms, because the apparatus affected by the stimulus is incapable of any other form of expression. A similar assumption lies, for example, behind the explanation of obsessional ideas which Maynard put forward in his famous comparison with a dial on which certain numbers stand out more strongly than others. However popular this theory of somatic dream stimuli has become, and however attractive it may appear, it is nevertheless easy to point out its weak point. Every somatic dream stimulus that requires the sleeping psychical apparatus to interpret it by constructing an illusion can arouse countless such attempts at interpretation, that is, can get itself represented in the dream content in a tremendous variety of different ideas. However, the theory put forward by Strumpel and Wundt is unable to suggest any motive which would govern the relation between the external stimulus and the dream idea selected for its interpretation, that is, which would explain the strange selection that the stimuli make often enough in their reproductive activity. Lips, Grundfachchen des Seelenlebens, p. 170. Other objections can be raised against the assumption at the basis of the entire theory of illusion, which holds that the sleeping psyche is not capable of recognizing the real nature of objective sensory stimuli. The physiologist Burdak showed us long ago that even in sleep the psyche is perfectly capable of interpreting correctly the sense impressions reaching it, capable too of reacting in accordance with the correct interpretation, for he argues that we are able to exclude sense impressions that seem important to us, nurse and child, from the oblivion into which we fall when asleep, and that we are much more certain to be wakened by our own name than by some indifferent impression on the ear, which, of course, presupposes that even in sleep the psyche distinguishes between sensations. Section 1, page 36. Burdak concludes from these observations that what should be assumed is not our inability to interpret sensory stimuli while asleep, but our lack of interest in them. The same arguments as Burdak was using in 1830 recur unaltered in 1883 in Lips's criticism of the theory of somatic stimulus. According to this, the psyche appears to be like the sleeper in the anecdote. When asked, "Are you asleep?" he replies no, but in response to the request that follows, "Then lend me 10 guilders, takes refuge behind the excuse, "I'm asleep." The inadequacy of the theory of somatic dream stimuli can also be demonstrated in other ways. Observation shows that I am not compelled by the external stimuli to dream, even though these promptly appear in the dream content in the event of my dreaming. I can react in a number of ways to a stimulus that comes over me in sleep, to the skin, say, or to one caused by pressure. I can simply not notice it, and then discover on waking up that, for instance, a leg has been uncovered or an arm squashed. Indeed, pathology shows me countless examples of the most various and violent stimuli from sensations or movements during sleep which have failed to produce any effect at all. I may feel a sensation during sleep penetrating my sleep, as it were, which is usually the case with painful stimuli, but without weaving the pain into a dream, and I may, thirdly, wake in response to the stimulus in order to remove it. It is only as a fourth possible reaction that the nervous stimulus might cause me to dream, but the other possibilities will be realized at least as often as that of forming a dream. This could not happen if the motivation for dreaming did not lie outside the somatic sources of stimulus. A fair assessment of these gaps in the explanation that dreams are due to somatic stimuli has been made by other writers. Schemer, joined by the philosopher Foucault, they have attempted to determine more precisely the psychical activities which create such varied and colorful dream images out of the somatic stimuli, that is, they have moved dreaming essentially back into the inner realm again, and into an activity of the psyche. Schemer not only gave a vivid and imaginative poetic description of the psychical characteristics revealed in the formation of dreams, he also believed he had divined the principle governing the psyche's treatment of the stimuli presented to it. According to Schemer, as the dream work bestirs the imagination, soaring freely and unburdened by the fetters of the day, it strives to represent in symbolic form the nature of the organ that gives rise to the stimulus and the kind of stimulus it may be. In this way, a sort of dream book develops containing instructions for the interpretation of dreams and enabling us to make inferences from the dream images about our bodily feelings, the condition of our organs, and the nature of the stimuli. Thus, the image of a cat will express a mood of ill humor, the image of a smooth, shining loaf of bread, bodily nudity. The human body as a whole is represented by the dream imagination as a house, the separate bodily organs as parts of the house. In toothache dreams, a high vaulted entrance hallway corresponds to the mouth, and a flight of stairs to the descent from the throat to the gullet. In headache dreams, the ceiling of a room covered with disgusting toad-like spiders is chosen to designate the top of the head. Foucault, page 39. A wide selection of these symbols is used by the dream to represent the same organ. Thus the breathing lung finds its symbol in a blazing, roaring stove, the heart in empty chests and baskets, the bladder in round, bag-shaped, or generally hollowed-out objects. It is especially important that at the conclusion of the dream the organ producing the stimulus, or its function, is often presented undisguised, in fact, mainly as it affects the dreamer's own body. Thus the toothache dream usually ends with the dreamer's drawing a tooth out of his mouth, page 35. This theory of dream interpretation cannot be said to have found much favor with the authorities on the subject. More than anything, it seems so far-fetched, and there has even been some reluctance to recognize the morsel of justification which in my judgment it can claim. As we see, it leads to a revival of dream interpretation by means of symbolism such as the ancients employed, except that the sphere from which the interpretation is drawn is limited to the extent of the human body. The applicability of Schemers' theory is bound to be seriously restricted by the absence of a scientifically comprehensible technique of interpretation. Arbitrariness in the dream interpretation is certainly not to be discounted, especially as here too a stimulus can express itself in the dream content in several forms of representation. Thus, even Schemers' follower Foucault was unable to confirm the representation of the body as a house. It is bound to cause offense, too, that here again the psyche has the dream work foisted on it as a useless and purposeless activity, for according to this theory the psyche is content to generate fantasies about the stimulus engaging it without even the remotest prospect of removing it. But there is one objection which deals a heavy blow to Schemers' theory of the dream's symbolization of physical stimuli. These physical stimuli are present at all times, and it is generally assumed that the psyche is more accessible to them during sleep than when we are awake. So it is difficult to understand why the psyche does not dream continually the whole night through, indeed, why it does not dream every night about all the organs. If this objection is met by stipulating that to arouse dream activity special excitations would have to proceed from the eye, ear, teeth, gut, etc., then there is still the difficulty of demonstrating that these intensifications in the stimuli are objective, which is possible only in a small number of cases. If the dream of flying symbolizes the rise and fall of the lungs while breathing, then, as Strumpel already observed, either this dream would have to be dreamed much more frequently, or one ought to be able to demonstrate an increase in breathing activity during the dream. Yet a third case is possible, the most probable of all, that is, that special motives may be intermittently operative to draw attention to visceral sensations uniformly present, but this case already takes us beyond Schemers' theory. The value of Schemers' and Foucault's views lies in the fact that they draw our attention to a number of characteristics of the dream content which need explanation and seem to obscure further insight. It is quite correct that dreams contain symbolizations of bodily organs and functions, that in dreams water often indicates a stimulus from the bladder, that the male member can be represented by an upright staff or a column, and so forth. One can hardly reject the interpretation of dreams displaying a very mobile field of vision and brilliant colors as visual stimulus dreams, in contrast to the pallid coloring of others, nor dispute the contribution of illusion formation in dreams containing noise and a babble of voices. A dream such as Schemers', in which two rows of fine fair-haired boys stand facing one another on a bridge, attack one another, and then take up their former positions again, until finally the dreamer sits down on a bridge and draws a long tooth from his jaw, or a similar dream of Foucault's, which involves two rows of cupboard drawers and which again ends with pulling out a tooth. Dream images of this kind, described in great detail by both writers, will not allow us to cast Schemers' theory aside as idle invention without first investigating the core of truth it contains. Our task will then be to produce an alternative explanation for the supposed symbolization of the alleged toothache. All the time we have been engaged with the theory of somatic dream sources, I have refrained from advancing any argument based on our dream analyses. If we have been able to show, by a procedure which other authorities have not applied to their material on dreams, that the dream possesses a value of its own as a psychical act, that a wish is the motive for its formation, and that the experiences of the previous day provide the immediate material for its content, then every other dream theory that neglects such an important investigative procedure, and consequently makes the dream seem a useless and puzzling psychical reaction to somatic stimuli, stands condemned even without any specific criticism. Otherwise, most improbably, there would have to be two quite different kinds of dream, of which we have encountered only one, and the earlier judges of the dream only the other. All that remains for us to do now is to find a place within our own theory of dreams for the facts on which the current theory of somatic dream stimuli is based. We have already taken the first step in this direction by putting forward the proposition that the dream work is under the compulsion to process into a unity all the initiators to dreaming that are present at the same time, page 137. We saw that when two or more experiences capable of producing an impression are left from the previous day, the wishes arising from them are united in a dream. We also saw that the psychically valuable impression and the trivial experience come together to form the material of the dream, provided that ideas mediating between the two can be generated. Hence the dream appears as a reaction to everything that is simultaneously present and currently active in the sleeping psyche. As far as we have analyzed the dream material up to now, we have recognized it as being a collection of psychical remnants, memory traces, to which, on account of the preference for recent and childhood material, we had to ascribe a psychologically, as yet, indeterminable characteristic of current activity. It will not be very difficult for us now to predict what will happen if these active memories are joined during sleep by new material from the senses. These excitations in turn become important for the dream because they are current and active. They are combined with the other factors currently active in the psyche to provide material for forming the dream. In other words, the stimuli occurring during sleep are processed into a wish fulfillment whose other constituents are the familiar psychical remains of the day. This combination does not have to take place. Indeed, we have heard that more than one kind of response is possible towards bodily stimuli in our behavior when asleep. Where it does take place is in those dreams where it has been possible to find representational material for the dream content able to express both kinds of dream source, the somatic and the psychical. The essential nature of the dream is not changed if the psychical sources of the dream are supplemented by somatic material. It remains a wish fulfillment, no matter how its expression is determined by the current material. At this point I should like to make room for a number of distinctive factors which can shape the importance of external stimuli for the dream in variously shifting ways. I imagine that a combination of individual, psychological, and fortuitous elements working together in any given circumstances will decide how we behave in particular instances of more intense objective stimulation during sleep. The habitual or accidental depth of our sleep, combined with the intensity of the stimulus, will in one instance make it possible to suppress the stimulus in such a way that it does not disturb our sleep, in another force us to wake up, or support our efforts to overcome the stimulus by weaving it into a dream. In accordance with the diversity of these constellations, external objective stimuli will find expression more frequently or more rarely in one person's dreams than in another's. In my own case, as I am an excellent sleeper and stubbornly resist any attempt to disturb me while I am asleep, external causes of excitation very rarely intrude into my dreams, whereas psychical motives evidently cause me to dream very easily. In fact, I have recorded only one single dream in which an objective, painful source of stimulus can be recognized, and this dream in particular will be most instructive for us to see what effect the external stimulus had in shaping it. I am riding a gray horse, at first timidly and clumsily, as though I were only holding on. Then I encounter a colleague, P, who is sitting high in the saddle, dressed in a suit of loden cloth, and warning me of something, probably that I have a bad seat. Now I gradually find that I am sitting more and more easily and comfortably on my highly intelligent horse, and I note that I feel quite at home up here. For a saddle I have a kind of cushion which completely fills the space between the horse's neck and crupper. Thus saddled, I ride through the narrow space between two heavy wagons. After I have ridden some distance down the road, I turn round and make to dismount, at first before a little chapel with open door, built as part of the street frontage, but then I really dismount in front of one very near it. My hotel is in the same street. I could let the horse go on there alone, but I prefer to lead it there myself. It is as if I were ashamed to arrive at the hotel on horseback. A hotel boy is standing in front of it. He shows me a note of mine which has been found, and laughs at me over it. On the note, underlined twice, is written, "Nothing to eat," and then a second instruction, unclear, something like, "No work," in addition a vague idea that I am in a strange town, where I am not doing any work. At first one cannot tell from the dream that it arose under the influence, or rather under the compulsion, of a painful stimulus. But the day before I had been suffering from boils that made every movement a torment, and finally a boil at the base of the scrotum had grown as big as an apple, causing me the most unbearable pain with every step. Feverish fatigue, lack of appetite, carrying on in spite of it all with the day's hard work, all combined with the pain to distress me. I was not really capable of pursuing my duties as a physician, but the nature and location of the trouble raised the thought of a different activity, the one for which I would certainly have been more unfit than for any other, and that is writing. Now this is the very activity my dream sets me doing. It is the most energetic denial of my complaint that can be imagined. I cannot write in any case, apart from this once. It never enters my dreams. I have only ever sat on a horse once, and then it was without a saddle, and I did not enjoy it. But in this dream I am writing as if I had no boil on the perineum. No, I am writing for the very reason that I do not want to have one. To judge from its description, my saddle is the poultice which made it possible for me to sleep. Protected by it, I probably felt nothing of my pain in the early hours of sleep. Then the painful sensations made themselves felt and tried to wake me up, whereupon the dream came and said soothingly, "Sleep on still, you won't wake up anyway. You haven't got a boil, look, you're riding a horse after all, and you can't ride if you've got a boil." And the dream succeeded. The pain was numbed and I slept on. But the dream was not content with suggesting away the boil by obstinately clinging to an idea incompatible with my complaint, in this respect behaving like the hallucinatory delusions of the mother who has lost her child 18 or the merchant whose losses have destroyed his fortune. In addition, the details of the sensation denied in the dream and the image used to repress it also serve the dream as material to link other material currently active in the psyche to the dream situation, and to find a way of representing it. I am riding a gray horse. The color of the horse matches exactly the pepper and salt colored suit my colleague P. was wearing when last I encountered him in the country. Highly spiced food has been suggested to me as the cause of my boils, in any case preferable as an etiology to sugar, which one might think of in connection with boils. My friend P. is fond of getting on his high horse with me ever since he took over a woman patient of mine with whom I had performed great feats. Kunststück. In my dream I am sitting on the horse crosswise at first, like a circus rider, Kunstreiter, but who really led me, like the horse in the anecdote leading the Sunday rider, whither she would. So symbolically the horse comes to signify a patient. In my dream it is highly intelligent. I feel quite at home up there. Goes back to the position I occupied in her house before I was replaced by P. I thought you were firmly in the saddle. There was a remark made to me recently about my connections with the same house by one of my few well-wishers among the great physicians of this city. It was also a great feat to practice psychotherapy for 8 to 10 hours a day in such pain, but I know that unless I am physically well, I cannot carry on my particularly difficult work for long, and the dream is full of dark allusions to the situation that is bound to arise, the note, of the sort neurotics keep and show their physician nothing to eat and no work. Interpreting further, I see that the dream work has contrived to find the route from the wish-fulfilling situation of writing to very early scenes of childhood quarrels which must have taken place between myself and a nephew, only a year older than I by the way, who now lives in England. In addition, it has taken up elements from my travels in Italy. The street in my dream is made up of impressions from Verona and Siena. Interpretation going still deeper leads to sexual dream thoughts, and I recall what dream allusions to this beautiful country were thought to mean in a woman patient of mine who had never been in Italy, genitalian, to Italy, genitals. At the same time this has some connection with the house where I preceded my friend P. as physician, and with the place where my boil was located. Among the dreams mentioned in earlier sections there were already several which could serve as examples of processing nervous stimuli, as they are called. The dream of drinking water in great draughts is one of these. In this case the somatic stimulus is apparently the sole source of the dream, and the wish deriving from the sensation, thirst, its only motive. It is similar in other simple dreams, if the somatic stimulus by itself is capable of creating a wish. The dream of the invalid who cast the cooling appliance off her cheek at night shows an unusual way of reacting to painful stimuli with a wish fulfillment. It seems that the invalid had temporarily contrived to numb her own sensations, and in doing so she foisted her pain onto someone else. My dream of the three fates is obviously a hunger dream, but it contrives to push the need for nourishment back to the infant's longing for the mother's breast, and to use this harmless desire as a screen for a more serious one which may not express itself so openly. The dream about Count Thun showed us the paths by which a fortuitous physical need can be linked with the most powerful, but also with the most powerfully suppressed emotions of the inner life. And when, as in the case reported by Garnier, the first consul weaves the noise of an exploding infernal machine into a dream of battle before it wakes him, this reveals very clearly the nature of the only aim served at all by the psyche's activity as it engages with sensations during sleep. Let us compare this dream by Napoleon I, who was, by the way, an excellent sleeper, with the dream of the Liabed student woken by his landlady to get to the hospital, who dreamed he was in a hospital bed and then slept on with the motivation, if I am already at the hospital, I don't need to get up in order to go there. The latter is an obvious dream of convenience. The speaker frankly admits his motive for dreaming, but in doing so, he reveals one of the secret motivations for dreaming at all. In a certain sense, all dreams are dreams of convenience, they serve the purpose of continuing sleep instead of waking up. The dream is the guardian of sleep, not its disturber. We shall produce the arguments to justify this view at a later point, contrasting it with those psychical factors which wake us from sleep. At this stage we are already able to establish that it is applicable to the part played by objective external stimuli. Either the psyche does not concern itself at all with the causes of sensations during sleep, if it is able to do this despite the intensity of the stimuli and despite understanding very well what they signal, or it uses the dream to deny these stimuli, or, thirdly, if it has to acknowledge them, it seeks out that interpretation which presents the currently active sensation as a constituent of a situation which is both wished for and compatible with sleeping. The actual sensation is woven into a dream in order to rob it of reality. Napoleon may go on sleeping, for all that is trying to disturb him is a dream recollection of the rumble of cannon at Arcole, *19. Thus the wish to sleep must always be included among the motives for the formation of dreams, and every successful dream is a fulfillment of this wish. How this universal, invariably present, and constant wish to sleep relates to the other wishes fulfilled in their turn by the dream content, will be the subject of another discussion. However, in the wish to sleep we have uncovered the factor that is able to fill the gap in the strumple of Wundt theory and explain the oddity and capriciousness of the way the dream interprets the external stimulus. The correct interpretation, which the sleeping psyche is perfectly capable of making, would make claims on our active interest and demand an end to sleep. So out of all the interpretations possible only those are admitted which are compatible with the absolute censorship exercised by the wish to sleep. As who should say, it is the nightingale * and not the lark. For if it is the lark, our night of love is at an end. From among the interpretations now admissible, the one then selected will be the interpretation that is able to make the best link with the wishful impulses lurking in the psyche. Thus everything is unambiguously determined, and nothing left to arbitrary choice. The misinterpretation is not illusion but, if you like, evasion. But again, as in the case of substitution by displacement at the behest of the dream censorship, we have to concede that here too is an act which puts the normal psychical process out of joint. If the external nervous and internal somatic stimuli are sufficiently intense to compel the attention of the psyche, then always provided that they result in dreaming and not in waking up, they represent a firm point for the formation of the dream, a nucleus in the dream material, for which a corresponding wish fulfillment can be sought much as mediating ideas, see above, are sought between two psychical dream stimuli. It is in so far true of a number of dreams that in them the somatic element is in command of the dream content. In this extreme case, in order to create the dream even a wish that is not actively present will be roused. However, all the dream can do is represent a situation in which a wish appears as fulfilled. It is, as it were, faced with the task of seeking out the wish that can be represented as fulfilled by the sensation actively present. Even if this active material is painful or distressing in character, that does not make it useless for forming a dream. The life of the psyche also has at its disposal wishes whose fulfillment arouses unpleasure, which seems a contradiction, but can be explained if we take into account the presence of the two psychical agencies and the censorship prevailing between them. As we have heard, there are in the life of the psyche repressed wishes belonging to the first system whose fulfillment the second system resists. When I say there are, I do not mean it historically, as if to say that these wishes once existed and have been abolished. On the contrary, the theory of repression, which the study of the psychoneuroses requires, maintains that such repressed wishes still continue in existence, but at the same time so does the burden of an inhibition. Language has hit upon the right term when it speaks of the suppression of such impulses. The psychical organization enabling these wishes to break through to their realization remains intact and in working order. But if it happens that such a suppressed wish is in fact realized, then the inhibition set up by the second system, which is capable of consciousness, and now overcome, expresses itself as unpleasure. To conclude this discussion, when unpleasurable sensations from somatic sources are present in sleep, this constellation is utilized by the dream work, maintaining the censorship to a greater or lesser degree, to represent the fulfillment of an otherwise repressed wish. One set of anxiety dreams is made possible by this state of affairs, while another set of these dream formations unfavorable to the wish theory displays a different mechanism. For anxiety in dreams can be psychoneurotic, originating in psychosexual excitations, and in their case the anxiety corresponds to repressed libido. In such instances, this anxiety has the significance of a neurotic symptom, as the entire anxiety dream does, and we are standing on the border where the dream's wish-fulfilling intention breaks down. But there are other anxiety dreams where the feeling of anxiety has a somatic origin, for instance, with breathing difficulties experienced by invalids with lung or heart trouble, and then it is exploited to assist energetically suppressed wishes towards their fulfillment in a dream, though their dream, had it arisen from psychical motivations, would have resulted in the same release of anxiety. It is not difficult to reconcile the two apparently disparate cases. If either of two factors belonging intimately together in the psyche, an inclination towards an effect together with a representational content, is currently active and given, it will evoke the other, even in a dream. In the one instance, the somatically given anxiety will call up the suppressed ideas contained in the psyche, in the other, these ideas, freed from repression and accompanied by sexual excitation, will call up the release of anxiety. We can say of the one case that a somatically given effect receives a psychical interpretation. In the other, though everything is psychically given, the content, which had been suppressed, is easily replaced by a somatic interpretation appropriate to the anxiety. The difficulties our understanding has with this have little to do with dreams. They arise because with this discussion we are touching on the problems of how anxiety develops, and of repression. The stimuli from within our body which command our dreams undoubtedly include our general physical feeling. Not that it is able to provide the content of the dream, but it does compel the dream thoughts to select from the material which is to act as representation in the dream content, as it brings one part of this material close to mind as appropriate and keeps another distant. Moreover, it is very likely that this general feeling from the life of the day is linked to the psychical residue important for the dream. When the somatic sources of stimulus during sleep, that is to say, the sensations felt in sleep, are not unusually intense, their part in the formation of dreams is similar, in my view, to that played by the recent but trivial impressions of the day. I think that they are brought into play in the formation of a dream only when they are suitable for combination with the ideas contained in the psychical source of the dream, but otherwise not. They are treated like a cheap material always available and put to use whenever needed, rather than a precious material itself prescribing how it should be used. The case is rather as if a patron brought an artist a rare stone, an onyx, for him to make into a work of art. The size of the stone, its coloring and flaws, will help to decide what head or scene is to be represented in it, whereas in the case of uniform and abundant material such as marble or sandstone the artist only follows the idea which is formed in his mind. It is only in this way, it seems to me, that we can understand why the content of our dreams provided by bodily stimuli of ordinary intensity nevertheless does not appear in every dream, nor every night. Perhaps I can best explain my view by an example which will also take us back to dream interpretation. One day I was struggling to understand the significance of the sensation we sometimes have of inhibited movement, of being unable to stir, unable to have done with something, and the like, which appears so often in dreams, and which is so similar to the feeling of anxiety. That night I had the following dream. I am going, very incompletely dressed, from an apartment on the ground floor up a flight of stairs to a floor higher up. As I go I jump 3 steps at a time, pleased that I can climb stairs so nimbly. Suddenly I see a maidservant coming down the steps, that is, towards me. I feel embarrassed, try to hurry, and then that sensation of inhibition appears. I am stuck to the steps and cannot move. Analysis: the situation in the dream is taken from everyday reality. I have 2 flats in an apartment building in Vienna which are connected only by the main flight of stairs outside them. My consulting room and study are on the upper ground floor, the living rooms on the floor above. When I have finished my work in the lower apartment late in the evening, I go up the flight of stairs to my bedroom. On the evening before the dream I had in fact gone this short distance in rather disheveled dress, that is, I had taken off my collar, tie, and cuffs. In the dream this had become a greater degree, as usual vague, of undress. Jumping the steps is my customary way of going upstairs, though here it was a wish fulfillment as well, already recognized as such in the dream, for my ease in performing this feat reassured me as to the condition of my heart. Moreover, this way of going upstairs is the effective opposite to the inhibition in the second half of the dream. It shows me what needs no proof, that the dream has no difficulty in imagining motor actions being performed to perfection. Think, for instance, of flying in dreams. However, the flight of stairs I am going up is not that of my own house. At first I do not recognize it, and only the person coming towards me enlightens me as to the place intended. This person is the maidservant of the old lady I visit twice a day to give her injections. The flight of stairs is also quite similar to those I have to climb there twice a day. How have these stairs and this woman got into my dream? The embarrassment at not being fully dressed is undoubtedly sexual in character. The maidservant I dreamed about is older than I, surly and not at all attractive. The only answer I can think of to these questions is the following. Whenever I make my morning visit to this house, I usually have to clear my throat. The product of my expectoration lands on one of the steps. For there is no spittoon on either of these 2 floors, and I take the view that keeping the stairs clean ought not to be at my expense, but aided by the provision of a spittoon. The housekeeper, likewise an elderly and surly person, but, I willingly grant, with an instinct for cleanliness, takes a different point of view from mine over this matter. She lies in wait for me to see if I will again permit myself this liberty, and when she has established that I have, I hear her grumbling audibly. Then for days she will deny me the usual marks of respect when we encounter each other. On the day before my dream, the housekeeper acquired an ally in the maid. I had completed my visit to the invalid, hurriedly, as always, when the maidservant stopped me in the hallway and uttered the pronouncement, "Doctor, you might have wiped your boots today before you came into the room. Your feet have made the red carpet all dirty again." This is the entire claim the flight of stairs and the maidservant can make for appearing in my dream. Between my flying over the stairs and spitting on the steps there is a close connection. Throat catarrh and heart trouble are both supposed to represent a punishment for the vice of smoking, which of course has given me as low a reputation for cleanliness with the lady in charge of domestic affairs in my own house as in the other. The dream had fused both into a single structure. I must postpone further interpretation of this dream until I can explain the origin of the typical dream of being incompletely clothed. As a provisional conclusion to be drawn from the dream, I shall say only that the dream sensation of inhibited movement is always called up wherever a certain context requires it. The cause of this dream content cannot have been any particularly immobile condition of mine while asleep, for not a moment before I had seen myself leaping light of foot up steps as though to reassure myself on this question. Typical dreams. In general, we are unable to interpret someone else's dream if the person concerned is unwilling to yield us the unconscious thoughts behind its content, which is a serious restriction on the practical utility of our method of interpreting dreams. But, quite in contrast to the individual's usual freedom to trick out his dream world in his own peculiar way and so make it inaccessible to others, there are a certain number of dreams which almost everyone has dreamed in the same way, and which we usually assume have the same meaning for everyone too. These typical dreams are also particularly interesting because they presumably derive from the same sources in all dreamers, and so they seem particularly well suited to provide us with information about the sources of dreams. In dealing with these typical dreams, I find I am hampered by the chance circumstance that I have not had access to enough of them in my own experience. So I shall do no more than give a fuller assessment of some model examples in this category, and to do this I shall select what we call the embarrassment dream of being naked, and the dream of the death of relatives dear to us. Dreams of being naked or ill-clad in the presence of strangers also occur with the added feature of not being ashamed of this, and the like. But we are interested in dreams of nakedness only when the dreamer feels shame or embarrassment in this kind of dream, wants to run away or hide, and then is subject to the peculiar inhibition of being unable to move from the spot and feeling incapable of doing anything to alter the embarrassing situation. It is only in this combination that the dream is typical. In other respects its content may be involved at its core in all sorts of other connections and shot through with additional elements personal to the individual. What is essential is the embarrassing sensation of shame, of wanting to hide one's nakedness, usually by mobility, and of being unable to do so. I believe that most of my readers at some time will have found themselves in this situation in their dreams. Usually the nature and kind of undress is not very distinct. We hear it said, for instance, I was in my shirt, but this is rarely a clear image. Mostly the unclad state is so indefinite that when it is related an alternative is given, I was in my shirt or underwear. As a rule the deficiency in dress is not so bad that the shame associated with it would seem justified. For someone who has worn the emperor's uniform, nakedness is often replaced by incorrect dress. I am in the street without my saber and I can see a group of officers coming towards me, or without my necktie, or I am wearing checked civilian trousers, and the like. The people in whose presence one feels ashamed are almost always strangers, their faces left indefinite. It never happens in a typical dream that they raise objections or draw attention to the form of dress which is so embarrassing to oneself. On the contrary, these people are indifferent or, as I could see from one particularly clear dream, stiff and solemn in demeanor. This is worth reflecting on. Between them the shame and embarrassment of the dreamer and the indifference of the other people produce a contradiction of the kind that often occurs in dreams. After all, the only thing appropriate to the dreamer's feeling would be for the strangers to gaze at him with astonishment and laugh at him, or be indignant at the sight. But as I see it, this offensive feature is removed from the dream by wish fulfillment, while the other, sustained by some power or other, remains in place, and in this way the two parts are out of harmony with each other. We have interesting testimony that this dream, partly distorted as it is by wish fulfillment, has not been rightly understood. It has, of course, become the basis of a fairy tale familiar to us all in the version by Hans Andersen, 20*, and has recently been put to poetic use by L. of Fulda** in his Talisman. Andersen's tale tells of two deceivers who weave a precious garment for the emperor which is supposed to be visible only to the virtuous and loyal among his subjects. The emperor goes forth clad in this invisible garment, and, for fear of the power of the raiment as a touchstone of their loyalty, everyone pretends not to notice that the emperor is naked. But this is the very situation in our dream. We do not have to be very bold to assume that as the dream content was not understood, this provided a spur to inventing a guise in which the situation on the brink of memory makes some sense. The situation is thereby robbed of its original meaning and put at the service of other purposes. But we shall hear that a misunderstanding of this kind of the dream content by the conscious thinking of a second psychical system occurs frequently and is to be acknowledged as a factor in the final form of the dream, and further, that similar misunderstandings, also within the same psychical personality, play a major part in the creation of obsessions and phobias. As for our dream, it is also possible to say where the material for this reinterpretation is taken from. The deceiver is the dream, the emperor the dreamer himself, and the moralizing tendency betrays an obscure awareness that what is involved in the latent dream content are forbidden wishes which have been sacrificed to the power of repression. In fact, The context in which dreams of this kind appear in the course of my analyses of neurotic cases leaves no room for doubt that what lies at the bottom of the dream is a memory from our earliest childhood. It is only in our childhood that we are seen in inadequate clothing by our relatives, as well as by strange nursemaids, servant girls, and visitors, and in those days we were not ashamed of our nakedness. 21 With many children we can observe that even in later years being undressed has an exhilarating effect on them rather than inducing shame. They laugh, leap around, and slap themselves, and their mother or whoever else is by reprimands them and says, "Stop it. That's naughty. You mustn't do that." Children often display exhibitionist pleasure in the wish to show themselves off. You can hardly walk through a village in the countryside around here without encountering a 2 or 3-year-old who lifts his little shirt to the traveler, perhaps in his honor. One of my patients has preserved a conscious memory of a scene from his 8th year in which, after undressing before going to bed, he tried to dance out in his shirt to his little sister in the next room, and the maidservant who was looking after him prevented it. Exposure before children of the opposite sex plays a large part in the early lives of neurotics. In paranoia, the illusion of being observed while dressing and undressing is to be traced back to this experience. Among adults remaining in the perverse stage, there is a class in whom this infantile impulse has been raised to the point of becoming a symptom, the class of exhibitionists. When we look back, this childhood where shame is absent appears to us as a paradise. And paradise itself is nothing but the mass fantasy of the childhood of the individual. This is why in paradise two human beings are naked and feel no shame in each other's presence, until a moment comes when shame and anxiety awaken in sexual life and the work of culture begins. Now, dreams can take us back to this paradise every night. We have already raised the supposition that impressions from our earliest childhood, the prehistorical period up to about the end of our 3rd year, demand reproduction for their own sake, perhaps regardless of their content, and that their repetition is a wish fulfillment. Thus, nakedness dreams are exhibition dreams. The heart of the exhibition dream is formed by one's own figure, seen not as a child's, but as it is in the present, and by the inadequate clothing, which looks indistinct, overlaid as it is by so many later recollections of undress or to please the censorship. Then there are also the persons in whose presence one feels ashamed. I know of no instance in which the actual spectators of these infantile exhibitions reappear in the dream, for the dream is hardly ever a simple recollection. Curiously enough, the people in whom we did have a sexual interest when we were children are left out of all the reproductions found in dreams, hysteria, and obsessive neurosis. It is only paranoia which restores the spectators, deducing with fanatical conviction that although they have remained invisible, they are really present. What the dream puts in their place, a lot of strangers who take no notice of the spectacle offered them, is virtually the wishful opposite to the one familiar person in front of whom one exposed oneself. Incidentally, a lot of strangers frequently appear in dreams in any number of other contexts. As wishful opposites, they always signify secrets. It is noticeable that the restoration of the earlier state of affairs occurring in paranoia also takes this opposite into account. One is no longer alone, one is certainly being observed, but the observers are a lot of strangers, left curiously indefinite. Moreover, in the exhibition dream repression finds a voice. The embarrassing feeling in the dream is, after all, the reaction of the second psychical system to the fact that the content of the exhibition scene which it repudiated has nevertheless contrived to reach representation. To spare it this, the scene should not have been brought to life again. We will deal with the feeling of inhibition again later. In dreams it is an excellent means of representing the conflict of will, the no. The unconscious intention is to continue the exhibition, the demand of the censorship is to break it off. The relationships of our typical dreams to fairy tales and other poetic materials are certainly neither isolated nor accidental. The poet is normally the instrument of the transformation process, but on occasion the keen poet's eye has understood it analytically and pursued it backwards, tracing the poem back to the dream. A friend has drawn my attention to the following passage from G. Keller's Green Henry. "It is not my wish, my dear Lee, that you should ever learn from experience the exquisitely piquant truth in Odysseus' situation when he appears naked and covered with mud before Nausicaa and her companions. Do you want to know what is going on in it? Sometime, when you are separated from your homeland and all you hold dear, roaming in foreign lands, and when you have seen much and experienced much, when you are acquainted with grief and sorrow, are wretched and deserted, then at night you are sure to dream that you are drawing near your homeland. You will see it shining, radiant in the loveliest colors. Fair and gracious figures come to meet you. Then you suddenly discover that you are walking in rags, naked and covered in dust. A nameless shame and fear take hold of you. You try to cover yourself, to hide, and you wake bathed in sweat. As long as mankind has existed, this has been the dream of the sorrowful, storm-tossed man, and thus it is that Homer has taken that situation from the depths of man's eternal nature. Asterisk. The depths of mankind's eternal nature, which the poet invariably counts on arousing in his listeners, are made of those motions of our inner life rooted in that time of our childhood which later becomes prehistoric. From behind the irreproachable wishes of the homeless man which are suitable for consciousness, infantile wishes break out which have become impermissible, and that is why the dream externalized in the legend of Nausicaa invariably turns into an anxiety dream. My own dream, referred to on page 184, of running up the stairs, which turned soon afterwards into being rooted to the spot, is also an exhibition dream, as it shows the essential elements of its kind. So it should be traceable back to childhood experiences, and knowledge of these should enlighten us as to how far the maidservant's behavior towards me, her objection that I dirted the carpet, helps her to the position she has in the dream. In fact, I can supply the desired explanation. In a psychoanalysis, one learns to reinterpret closeness in time as closeness in subject matter. Two ideas, apparently unconnected, following immediately upon each other, belong to a unity which is to be inferred, just as an A and a B which I write down one after the other have to be spoken as a syllable, ub. Likewise in relating elements to one another in dreams. The dream of the stairs referred to is taken from a series of dreams, and I am familiar with the interpretation of the other items in it. This dream, surrounded by the others, must belong in the same context. Now at the basis of the other dreams around it there was the memory of a nursemaid who looked after me from some date when I was still being breastfed until I was 2.5 years old. According to information I recently gathered from my mother, she was old and ugly, but very intelligent and competent. From what I may conclude from my dreams, she did not always treat me with the most loving care, and had harsh words for me if I failed to respond satisfactorily to her upbringing and cleanliness. So, in taking it on herself to continue this work of education, the maidservant earns the right to be treated as an incarnation of the prehistoric old nurse in my dream. We may assume that, despite her ill treatment, the child was fond of this tutelary figure. Point 22. Another group of dreams which may be called typical are those in which a dear relative, a parent, or brother or sister, a child, and so on, has died. We must immediately distinguish two classes of these dreams, those where the dreamer remains untouched by sorrow, so that on waking he wonders at his lack of feeling, and the others, in which the dreamer feels profound grief at the death, indeed, expressing it even by weeping passionately in his sleep. The dreams of the first group we may put aside. They have no claim to be regarded as typical. On analysis we find that they mean something different from what they contain, that they are intended to conceal some other wish. Take the dream of the aunt who sees her sister's only son before her in his coffin, page 120. That does not mean that she wishes her little nephew were dead, but, as we learned, it means the wish to see a certain much-loved person again after a long parting, the same person she had once seen again after a similar long interval at the dead body of another nephew. This wish, which is the true content of the dream, offers no occasion for grief, and that is why no grief is felt in the dream either. We note here that the effect contained in the dream does not belong to the manifest but to the latent dream content, and that the emotional content of the dream has remained free of the distortion that affected its representational content. The case of dreams where the death of a dear relative is represented is different when emotions of sorrow are also felt. These mean what their content says, the wish that the person concerned might die. And as I may expect that all my readers' feelings and those of everyone who has had a dream of this kind will balk at my interpretation, I must attempt to prove it on the broadest of foundations. We have already explained one dream which taught us that the wishes that are represented as fulfilled in our dreams are not always current wishes. They can also be wishes that are past, over and done, overlaid or repressed, but which we are still obliged to credit with a kind of continued existence only because they surface again in our dreams. They are not dead as we conceive the dead, but are like the shades in the Odyssey * who wake to a kind of life once they have drunk blood. That dream, page 121, of the dead child in the box is concerned with a wish that was active 15 years before and frankly admitted to be from that time. It is perhaps not unimportant for the theory of dreams if I add that at the basis even of this dream there lies a memory from earliest childhood. As a little girl, it cannot be said for certain when the dreamer had heard that during the pregnancy of which she was the product her mother had fallen into a deep depression and with all her heart had wished the child in her womb dead. Now an adult and pregnant herself, she was only following her mother's example. If anyone has a dream filled with grief that their mother or father, brother or sister has died, I never take this dream for evidence that the dreamer wishes them dead now. The theory of dreams does not make so great a demand, it is content to conclude that, sometime in childhood, he has wished them dead. But I am afraid this qualification will still do little to pacify my critics. They may dispute just as energetically the possibility that they ever had such a thought, just as they feel sure that they do not nurse such wishes at the present time. That is why I have to restore a part of the lost inner life of childhood, according to the evidence that the present still has to show. Let us first look at the relationship children have to their brothers and sisters. I do not know why we assume that it must be a loving one, for there are insistent examples of hostility between adult siblings in everyone's experience, and we are so often able to establish that these quarrels began in childhood or have always existed. But very many adults too, who are very close to their siblings today and support them, lived in a state of scarcely interrupted enmity with them during childhood. The older child has mistreated the younger, told tales about him, stolen his toys. The younger, in helpless rage at the older, admires him, envies him, and fears him, or turns his first conscious stirrings for freedom and justice against the oppressor. The parents say the children don't get on well, and cannot find the reason for it. It is not difficult to see that even the character of a good child is different from what would be desirable in an adult. Children are absolutely self-centered, they feel their needs intensely and aim quite ruthlessly at their satisfaction, particularly at the expense of their rivals, other children, and above all their brothers and sisters. But that does not make us call a child wicked, we call him naughty. He is not responsible for his bad deeds, neither in our judgment nor before the law. And rightly so. For we may expect that within the lifespan we ascribe to children, stirrings of altruism and a sense of morality will awaken, and that, as Maynard puts it, a secondary ego will overlay the primary and inhibit it. Morality probably will not develop at the same time in every child. Also, the length of the immoral childhood period is different in different individuals. If this morality fails to develop, it pleases us to speak of degeneration, though obviously it is a matter of hampered development. Where the primary character has already been overlaid by later development, it can still come to the surface again at least partially, if the subject falls ill with hysteria. The similarity of what we call the hysterical character with that of a naughty child is really quite striking. Obsessional neurosis, by contrast, corresponds to an excessive morality, reinforcing the burden on the primary character as this begins to stir again. Thus many people who love their brothers and sisters today, and would feel bereft at their death, carry ill wishes towards them in their unconscious from long ago, which can be realized in dreams. But it is particularly interesting to observe small children of up to 3 years old or a little more in their behavior towards their younger siblings. Until now, the child was the one and only. Now he is told that the stork has brought a new baby. The child inspects the new arrival and declares firmly, the stork can take it away again. It is my entirely serious opinion that the child has the measure of the disadvantage it has to expect from the stranger. I was told by a lady close to me, who gets on very well today with her sister, for years her junior, that when she heard the news of the new arrival, she answered with the reservation, "But I won't give her my red cap." Even if the child did not reach this insight until later, the arousal of her hostility would still date from that moment. I know of a case in which a little girl not yet 3 years old attempted to strangle the baby in its cradle, sensing that no good would come of its further presence. Children of about this age are capable of jealousy, intensely and unmistakably. Or it can happen that the baby really does disappear quite soon, and once again the child is the center of all the tenderness in the house. But then a new one arrives, sent by the stork. Is it not quite reasonable that our darling should generate within him the wish that his new competitor might meet with the same fate as the earlier one, so that things go as well again for him as they did before and in the interim? Of course, in normal circumstances this behavior of the child to the later infant is a simple function of the difference in their ages. If the interval in age is greater, motherly instincts towards the helpless newborn baby will already begin to stir in the older girl. Feelings of hostility towards siblings must be far more frequent in childhood than the imperceptive adult may observe. In the case of my own children, who followed quickly on one another, I missed the opportunity to make observations of this kind. I am catching up on them now with my little nephew, whose sole reign was disturbed after 15 months by the appearance of a rival. True, I am told that the young man behaves very chivalrously towards his little sister, kisses her hand, and strokes her. But I am becoming convinced that even before he is 2 years old he is using his ability to talk to criticize a creature who does, after all, appear superfluous in his eyes. Whenever the talk turns to her, he joins in the conversation and exclaims with displeasure, "Too little, too little." In recent months, weaned away from this contemptuous attitude by his excellent development, he has found different grounds for his admonition that she does not deserve so much attention. He reminds us on every occasion that offers, "She hasn't got any teeth." We all recall the story of the eldest daughter of another sister, 6 years old at the time. For half an hour she kept asking all her aunts to reassure her, "Lucy can't understand that yet, can she?" Lucy was her rival, 2.5 years her junior. I have come upon the dream of a sibling's death appropriate to this intensified hostility in every one of my women patients, for example. I found only one exception, which could easily be interpreted as proving the rule. Once during a consultation I was explaining this state of affairs to a lady whose symptoms seemed worth considering under this aspect. To my astonishment she responded that she never had dreams of this kind. Another dream occurred to her which ostensibly had nothing to do with it. It was a dream she first had when she was 4 years old, as the youngest child at the time, and had then dreamed many times. A flock of children, all her brothers, sisters, and cousins, were romping in a meadow. Suddenly they grew wings, flew up in the air, and were gone. She had no idea what the dream meant. It will not be hard for us to recognize it as a dream of the death of all her brothers and sisters in its original form, very little affected by the censorship. I will venture to replace it with the following analysis. At the death of one of the flock, in this case the children of 2 brothers were brought up together as brothers and sisters, our little mourner, not yet 4 years old, will have asked a wise grown-up, "What happens to children when they are dead?" The answer will have been, "Then they grow wings and become little angels." In the dream, in accordance with this explanation, all the brothers and sisters have wings like angels and this is the main thing, they fly away. Our little angel maker asterisk is left alone, think of it, the only one left after such a great flock. The children romping in a meadow and then flying away from it is surely an unmistakable reference to butterflies, as if the child were drawn by the same combination of ideas as moved the ancients to picture the psyche with butterflies' wings. Now perhaps someone will interject, granted the hostile impulse of children towards their siblings, but how could a tender infant disposition reach such heights of wickedness as to wish its rivals or sturdier playfellows dead, as if every offense were only to be expiated by the death penalty? Anyone who says this is not taking into account the child's idea of being dead, which has only the word and very little else in common with ours. The child knows nothing of the horrors of decomposition, of freezing in the cold grave, of the terror of endless nothingness which the adult's imagination cannot bear to contemplate, as all the myths of the world to come bear witness. The fear of death is unknown to the child. That is why he will play with the terrible word and threaten another, "If you do that again, you'll die, like Franz." Which makes his poor mother shudder, for she may be unable to forget that the greater part of mankind born on this earth will not outlive the years of childhood. Even at the age of 8, back from a visit to the Science Museum, a child can say to his mother, "Mama, I love you so much, when you die I'll have you stuffed and set you up here in this room so that I can see you forever and ever." That is how little the child's idea of being dead resembles ours. To the child, who is, after all, spared the scenes of suffering before death, being dead is much the same as being away, no longer disturbing the survivors. The child does not distinguish how this absence comes about, whether on account of a journey, an estrangement, or death. If in the prehistoric years his nurse is sent away and his mother dies a while later, the two events as they are uncovered in the course of analysis overlay each other in his memory. That the child does not miss them very intensely in their absence is something many a mother has learned to her sorrow on returning home after a summer trip of several weeks, when, in response to her inquiries she has to hear, "The children haven't asked after their mama, not once." But if she really has made the journey to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, the children will seem to have forgotten her at first and they will begin to remember her only in retrospect. So if the child has motives for wishing another child away, there is nothing to stop him giving this wish the form of wanting him dead, and the psychical reaction to the wishful dream of death is evidence that, despite all the differences in content, the child's wish is nevertheless somehow the same as the consonant wish in the adult. But if this wish for his brothers or sisters to die is explained by the child's self-centeredness, which makes him see them as rivals, how are we to explain his death wish towards his parents, who are for the child the givers of love and fulfillers of his needs, and whose preservation he should wish for simply from selfish motives? We are led to a solution of this difficulty by our experience that dreams of a parent's death most frequently concern the parent who shares the same sex as the dreamer, so that a man mostly dreams of his father's death, a woman of her mother's. I cannot set this up as the rule, but the predominance of the pattern I have indicated is so distinct that it requires to be explained by a factor of general significance. Put crudely, it is as though a sexual preference were established very early, as though the boy saw a rival for love in his father, and the girl in her mother, and removing them could only be of benefit to the child. Before this idea is rejected as monstrous, let us take a good look at the real relationships between parents and children. We have to distinguish what the cultural demand to honor our parents requires of this relationship from what daily observation tells us is the case. There is more than one occasion for hostility hidden in the relationship between parents and children. The conditions for creating wishes which will not pass the censorship are present in abundance. Let us dwell first on the relation of father and son. It is my opinion that the sanctity we have accorded the 10 Commandments blunts our perception of reality. Perhaps we do not dare to notice that the greater part of mankind put themselves above obeying the 4th commandment. At the lowest levels of human society as much as at the highest, parental respect habitually yields to other interests. The dark tidings that reach us in myth and legend from the primeval days of human society give us some idea of the power of the father and the ruthlessness with which he wielded it that is most disagreeable. Kronos devours his children, rather as the boar devours the mother sows Pharaoh, and Zeus castrates his father and takes his place as ruler. The more absolute the father's rule in the ancient family, the more the son as rightful successor is forced into the position of enemy, and the greater his impatience to come to power himself through the death of the father. Even in our middle-class families, by refusing his son his independence and the wherewithal to support it, the father is helping to develop the natural seeds of enmity in him. The physician is often enough in a position to notice that in his grief at the loss of his father, the son cannot suppress his satisfaction at gaining his freedom at last. The father habitually keeps a rigid grip on the remnants of the dreadfully antiquated potestas patris familias in our society today, and every writer is sure of making an impact if, like Ibsen, he pushes the ancient battle between father and son to the foreground in his plot. The occasions for conflict between daughter and mother arise when the daughter grows up and sees her mother as her wardress while she herself desires her sexual freedom. On the other hand, as her daughter blossoms, the mother is reminded that the time has come for her to give up her own claims to sexuality. All these relationships are plain for everyone to see. But they do not take us any further in our aim to explain the dreams of a parent's death in persons whose honor for their father and mother has long been something sacrosanct. Moreover, our previous discussions have prepared us to expect that the death wish towards the parents will derive from earliest childhood. This assumption is confirmed by our analyses in the case of psychoneurotics with a certainty that excludes any doubt. We learn from them that sexual wishes in the child, insofar as they can be called that at such an early stage, develop very early, and that the girl's first affection is for her father, and the boy's first infant desire is for his mother. Thus the father becomes an intrusive rival for the boy, as the mother does for the girl, and we have already explained in the case of siblings how little the child needs for this feeling to lead to a death wish. As a rule, their sexual choice is already determined by the parents' preferences. A natural inclination sees to it that the husband will spoil his little daughter, the wife take her son's part, while both of them, as long as the magic of sex does not upset their judgment, will be strict in their influence on the little one's upbringing. The child is quite aware of the preference and rebels against the parent who opposes it. To be loved by the grown-ups means for him not only the satisfaction of a particular need, but also that he will get his way in all other respects too. Thus the child follows his or her own sexual impulses and at the same time perpetuates what the parents initiated by choosing between them along the same lines as they did. The signs of these infantile affections in children are, most of them, usually overlooked. A few can be noticed even after the first childhood years. An 8-year-old girl of my acquaintance took advantage of the opportunity offered when her mother was called away from table to proclaim herself her successor. "I'll be mama now. Carl, do you want more vegetables? Do help yourself, please," and so on. A particularly gifted and lively girl, not yet 4 years old and particularly transparent with regard to this aspect of child psychology, declared point-blank, "Mummy can go away now. Then Daddy will have to marry me and I'll be his wife." In the life of children, this wish does not in the least exclude the child's tender love for her mother. If the little boy is allowed to sleep close to his mother when his father is away, and when his father returns he has to go back to the nursery to someone far less to his liking, then a wish could easily form that his father should always be absent so that he can keep his place near his dear, sweet mama, and one means of achieving this wish is obviously if his father were dead. For one thing his experience has taught him, dead people, like grandpapa, for example, are always absent, and never come back. Although such observations of small children neatly fit the interpretation I have suggested, still they do not have the same persuasive power that the psychoanalyses of adult neurotics have to convince the physician entirely. When neurotics tell me their dreams in this respect, they do so with introductory material of a kind that makes interpreting them as wishful dreams inescapable. I discover a lady one day in low spirits with eyes red from weeping. She says, "I don't want to see my relatives again, the sight of me must fill them with horror." Then, almost without transition, she tells me that she remembers a dream but of course she doesn't know what it means. She dreamed it when she was 4, and it goes as follows: a lynx or a fox is going for a walk on the roof, then something falls down, or she falls down, and then her mother is carried out of the house dead, at which she weeps bitterly. I have scarcely informed her that this dream must mean a wish from her childhood to see her mother dead, and that this dream must be why she thinks her relations are filled with horror at her, when she promptly offers some material to explain the dream. Lynx Eyes is a rude name she was once called by a street urchin when she was a very small child. When she was 3 years old, a tile fell from the roof onto her mother's head, so that she bled heavily. I once had the opportunity to make a close study of a young girl who was going through a variety of psychical conditions. In the state of raving confusion with which her illness began, the patient showed a particular revulsion from her mother, struck her and swore at her whenever she came near her bed, while at the same time she remained loving and obedient towards a much older sister. There followed a lucid but apathetic condition, with very disturbed sleep. In this phase I began her treatment and analyzed her dreams. A vast number of them dealt, in more or less disguised form, with the death of her mother. In one dream she was attending the funeral of an old woman, in another she saw herself and her sister sitting at table in mourning. There was no doubt as to the meaning of these dreams. As she improved further, hysterical phobias made an appearance. The most tormenting was that something had happened to her mother. Then, wherever she might be, she had to hurry home to convince herself that her mother was still alive. This case, in combination with what I had learned elsewhere, was very instructive. It showed the variety of ways the psychical apparatus has of reacting to the same initiating idea, translated, as it were, into many languages. In her confused condition, when, as I see it, the second psychical agency was overwhelmed by the normally suppressed first, her unconscious hostility towards her mother powerfully affected her motor activity. Then, as she first grew calmer, and her turmoil was suppressed and the power of the censorship restored, this hostility had only the field of dreaming left open to it to realize the wish for her mother's death. As this state of normality grew still stronger, it created the excessive concern for her mother as a hysterical counterreaction and defensive phenomenon. In this connection, it is no longer inexplicable why hysterical girls so often cling to their mothers with such extravagant tenderness. Another time I had the opportunity to see deep into the unconscious inner life of a young man whose obsessional neurosis had made him almost incapable of living. He could not go out into the street because he was tormented by the fear that he might kill every passerby. He spent his days sorting out the evidence for his alibi in case he should be accused of any murder that occurred in town. It goes without saying that he was as moral a person as he was highly cultured. The analysis, which, by the way, led to his recovery, revealed the basis of this painful obsession to be murderous impulses towards his rather too severe father, which to his astonishment had expressed themselves consciously when he was 7 years old, though of course they derived from much earlier childhood years. After his father's painful illness and death, when he was 30 years old, the obsessional accusation appeared, transferred to strangers in the form of this phobia. Anyone capable of wanting to hurl his own father from a mountain peak into the abyss below cannot, to his way of thinking, be trusted to spare the lives of those less close to him, so he is quite right to lock himself up in his room. In my experience, which is already very extensive, parents play the main parts in the inner life of all children who later become psychoneurotics. Being in love with the one parent and hating the other belong to the indispensable stock of psychical impulses being formed at that time, which are so important for the later neurosis. But I do not believe that in this respect psychoneurotics are to be sharply distinguished from other children of Adam with a normal development in their capacity to create something absolutely new and theirs alone. It is far more likely, and this is supported by occasional observations of normal children, that with these loving and hostile wishes towards their parents too, psychoneurotics are only revealing to us, by magnifying it, what goes on less clearly and less intensely in the inner life of most children. In support of this insight, the ancient world has provided us with a legend whose far-reaching and universal power can only be understood if we grant a similar universality to the assumption from child psychology we have just been discussing. I refer to the legend of King Oedipus and the drama of that name by Sophocles. Oedipus, son of Laius, king of Thebes, and Jocasta, is abandoned as an infant because an oracle had proclaimed to his father that his son yet unborn would be his murderer. He is rescued and grows up as a king's son at a foreign court, until he himself consults the oracle about his origins, and receives the counsel that he should flee his home city, because he would perforce become his father's murderer and his mother's spouse. On the road from his supposed home city he encounters King Laius and kills him in a sudden quarrel. Then he arrives before Thebes, where he solves the riddle of the Sphinx as she bars his way, and in gratitude he is chosen by the Thebans to be their king and presented with Jocasta's hand in marriage. He reigns long in peace and dignity, and begets 2 sons and 2 daughters with his unbeknown mother, until a plague breaks out, occasioning fresh questioning of the oracle by the Thebans. At this point Sophocles' tragedy begins. The messengers bring word that the plague will end when the murderer of Laius is driven from the land. But where is he? Where shall we hope to uncover the fated traces of that far distant crime? The action of the play consists now in the gradually intensified and skillfully delayed revelation, comparable to the work of a psychoanalysis, that Oedipus himself is Laius' murderer, but also that he is the son of the murdered king in Jocasta. Shattered by the abomination he has in his ignorance committed, Oedipus blinds himself and leaves his homeland. The oracle is fulfilled. Oedipus the king is what we call a tragedy of fate. Its tragic effect is supposed to depend on the contrast between the all-powerful will of the gods and the vain struggles of men threatened by disaster. What the deeply moved spectator is meant to learn from the tragedy is submission to the will of the divinity and insight into his own powerlessness. Consequently, modern dramatists have tried to achieve a similar tragic effect by weaving the same contrast into a plot of their own invention. But the spectators have looked on unmoved as, despite all the efforts of innocent humans, some curse or oracle is fulfilled. The later tragedies of fate have failed in their effect. If Oedipus the king is able to move modern man no less deeply than the Greeks who were Sophocles' contemporaries, the solution can only be that the effect of Greek tragedy does not depend on the contrast between fate and human will, but is to be sought in the distinctive nature of the subject matter exemplifying this contrast. There must be a voice within us that is ready to acknowledge the compelling force of fate in Oedipus, while we are able to reject as arbitrary such disposals as are to be found in Die Jungfrau or other tragedies of fate. And a factor of this kind is indeed contained in the story of King Oedipus. His fate moves us only because it could have been our own as well, because at our birth the oracle pronounced the same curse upon us as it did on him. It was perhaps ordained that we should all of us turn our first sexual impulses towards our mother, our first hatred and violent wishes against our father. Our dreams convince us of it. King Oedipus, who killed his father Laius and married his mother Jocasta, is only the fulfillment of our childhood wish. But, more fortunate than he, we have since succeeded, at least insofar as we have not become psychoneurotics, in detaching our sexual impulses from our mothers and forgetting our jealousy of our fathers. We recoil from the figure who has fulfilled that ancient childhood wish with the entire sum of repression which these wishes have since undergone within us. As the poet brings Oedipus' guilt to light in the course of his investigation, he compels us to recognize our own inner life, where those impulses, though suppressed, are still present. The contrast with which the chorus takes its leave. Behold, this was Oedipus. Greatest of men, he held the key to the deepest mysteries, was envied by all his fellowmen for his great prosperity. Behold, what a full tide of misfortune swept over his head. Page 68, this admonition refers to us too in our pride, who have grown so wise and powerful in our own estimation since our childish years. Like Oedipus, we live in ignorance of those wishes, offensive to morality and forced upon us by nature, and once they have been revealed, there is little doubt we would all rather turn our gaze away from the scenes of our childhood. There is an unmistakable indication in the text of Sophocles' tragedy itself that the legend of Oedipus sprang from that ancient dream material which contains the painful disturbance of our relations with our parents by the first stirrings of our sexuality. Jocasta consoles Oedipus at a stage where he has not yet learned the truth, but is troubled by the memory of what the oracle proclaimed. She refers to a dream which many indeed do dream, but without, or so she thinks, its having any significance. Nor need this mother marrying frighten you, many a man has dreamt as much. Such things must be forgotten, if life is to be endured, page 53. The dream of having sexual intercourse with the mother is dreamed by many today as it was then, and they recount it with indignation and amazement. It is clearly the key to the tragedy and the complement to the dream of the father's death. The Oedipus story is the imagination's reaction to these two typical dreams, and just as the dreams of the adult are filled with feelings of revulsion, the legend too is bound to include the horror and self-punishment in its content. Its further revision derives from a misleading secondary revision of the subject matter, which seeks to make use of it for theological ends. Compare the subject matter of the exhibition dream, p. 186. The attempt to reconcile divine omnipotence with human responsibility, of course, is bound to be defeated by this material, as by any other. 23. I cannot leave the typical dreams of the death of dear relatives without adding some words to elucidate their general significance for the theory of dreams. These dreams present the very unusual instance of a dream thought formed by a repressed wish escaping any censorship and entering the dream unaltered. There must be quite special conditions to make this fate possible. I think these dreams are encouraged by the following two factors. First, we cannot think of a wish more remote from us than this one. We believe that to wish that would not occur to us in our wildest dreams, and that is why the dream censorship has no weapons against this monstrous thing, rather as Solon's laws were unable to decree any punishment for parricide. Secondly, however, it is just here that a remnant of the day very frequently comes halfway to meet the suppressed and unsuspected wish in the shape of a care and concern for the life of the dear person. The only way this concern can enter the dream and leave its mark is by making use of the congruent wish, but the wish is able to mask itself with the care and concern which has come to life during the day. If we take the view that all this happens more simply, that we are only continuing at night and in our dreams what we are concerned about by day, then we are just cutting off these dreams of the death of someone dear from their explanation, and holding on unnecessarily to an easily soluble puzzle. It is also instructive to pursue the relation of these dreams to anxiety dreams. In the dreams of the death of someone dear, the repressed wish has found a way of escaping the censorship and the distortion it imposes. Then it is unfailingly accompanied by feelings of pain or grief in the dream. Similarly, an anxiety dream only comes about if the censorship has been entirely or partially overcome, while on the other hand the censorship is overcome the more easily if anxiety is already present as a current sensation deriving from somatic sources. In this way it becomes obvious what tendency the censorship pursues in exercising its office and practicing dream distortion. It is in order to prevent the development of anxiety or other forms of distressing effect. In the previous discussion I spoke of the self-centeredness of the child's psyche. I shall pick up on this with the aim of suggesting a connection, that dreams have preserved this characteristic too. They are all of them absolutely self-centered, in all of them the self, our own dear self, makes an appearance, even though disguised. The wishes fulfilled in them are invariably this self's wishes. Any dream said to have been called forth by interest in another is only a deception and a show. I shall submit to analysis a few examples contradicting this assertion. A boy not yet 4 years old relates, he saw a big dish, with vegetables and a big joint of roast meat on it, and all of a sudden the meat was eaten up whole, all in one piece, not cut up. He did not see the person who ate it. 24. Who can the stranger be, whose sumptuous repast of roast meat fills our little one's dream? What the boy experienced on the day of the dream is bound to enlighten us on this score. For some days he has been on a milk diet prescribed by the physician, but on the evening of the day of the dream he was naughty and as a punishment he was not given any supper. He had endured a fast of this kind once before and behaved very bravely throughout. He knew that he would get nothing to eat, but he also did not dare to give the slightest indication that he was hungry. Upbringing is beginning to have its effect on him. It is already expressed in his dream, which shows the beginnings of dream distortion. There is no doubt that he himself is the person whose wishes were directed at such a lavish meal, of roast meat in fact. But since he knows that this has been forbidden him, he does not dare, as hungry children do in their dreams, compare my little daughter Anna's dream of the strawberries, page 104, to sit down to the meal himself. The person remains anonymous. 2. I dream on one occasion that I see displayed in a bookshop a new volume of a particular series in binding for connoisseurs, which I usually buy, monographs on art, world history, places famous for their art, etc. The new collection is called Famous Speakers, or Speeches, and the first volume bears the name Dr. Lecture. In the analysis, it seems improbable to me that the fame of Dr. Lecture, the never-ending speechmaker of the German obstruction in Parliament, should concern me in my dreams. It is in fact the case that a few days ago I took on new patients for psychological treatment, and am now compelled to speak for 10 or 11 hours a day. So I am that kind of never-ending speechmaker myself. 3. Another time I dreamed that a teacher of my acquaintance at the university says, "My son, the myope asterisk," then there follows a dialogue consisting of brief remarks and replies. But then there follows a third part of the dream in which I and my sons are present, and as for the latent dream content, father and son and Professor M are only straw men corresponding to myself and my eldest son. On account of another peculiarity, I shall deal further with this dream later on. 4. The following dream gives an example of really base egoistic feelings hiding themselves behind tender care. My friend Otto is looking ill. He is brown in the face and has protruding eyes. Otto is my family doctor, and I am still hopelessly in his debt because for years he has watched over the health of my children, treated them successfully when they were ill, and on top of that given them presents on every occasion that offered a pretext. He paid a visit on the day of the dream, and my wife remarked that he looked tired and under stress. At night my dream comes and lends him some of the symptoms of Bestow's disease, *. Anyone who discards my rules in analyzing dreams will understand this dream to mean that I am worried about my friend's health, and that this worry is realized in the dream. This would contradict not only the proposition that the dream is a wish fulfillment, but also the other proposition that it is only accessible to egoistic impulses. But I would ask anyone who takes this line to explain my fears that Otto might be suffering from Bestow's disease, when his appearance does not give the slightest occasion for such a diagnosis. My analysis, on the other hand, provides the following material drawn from an event that took place 6 years ago. We were traveling, a small group of us, which also included Professor R, in deep darkness through the forest of N, a few hours from the place where we were spending the summer. Our driver, not entirely sober, tumbled us together with the carriage down a hillside, and it was fortunate that we all escaped unhurt. But we were forced to spend the night at the nearest inn, where the news of our accident aroused great sympathy for us. One gentleman, showing the unmistakable symptoms of morbus Bestoi, but only browning of the facial skin and protruding eyes, by the way, just as in the dream, no sign of struma, placed himself entirely at our disposal and asked what he could do for us. Professor R, in his forthright way, replied, "Just lend me a nightshirt." "So sorry, I can't," rejoined the noble fellow, and went his way. In continuing the analysis, it occurs to me that Bestow * is not only the name of a physician but also of a famous educator. Now that I am awake I do not feel entirely sure of this knowledge. But my friend Otto is the person I have asked to take care of my children's physical welfare, particularly during puberty, hence the nightshirt, if anything were to happen to me. In seeing my friend Otto in my dream with the symptoms of our noble helper, I obviously mean to say, if anything happens to me, I can expect just as little from him for the children as from Baron L on that occasion, despite his obliging offers. The egoistic thread in this dream now seems to be revealed. But where is the wish fulfillment here? Not in my revenge on my friend Otto, who is fated to be badly treated in my dreams, but in the following association. In representing Otto as Baron L in my dream, I have at the same time identified my own person with someone else, that is, with Professor R, for of course I am demanding something of Otto, just as on that occasion R demanded something of Baron L. And there we have it. Professor R, with whom I would not otherwise dare to compare myself, is like me in one respect. He made his way independently outside the university and only late in life attained the title he had long merited. So once again, I want to become a professor. Even that late in life is a wish fulfillment, of course, for it means that I shall live long enough to see my boys through puberty myself. I have no knowledge from my own experience of other typical dreams in which the dreamer is flying at his ease, or falling filled with feelings of anxiety, and everything I have to say about them I owe to my psychoanalyses of patients. From the information gathered from them, one is bound to conclude that these dreams too repeat impressions from childhood, and relate to the motion games children find so enjoyable. What uncle is there who has not made a child fly by rushing through the room with him, arms outstretched, or played falling by bouncing the child on his knees and then suddenly stretching out his legs, or by lifting the child up high and then suddenly pretending to take away his support? The children shout with pleasure and never tire of wanting it repeated, particularly when some fear and giddiness are involved. Then, years afterwards, they create the repetition in their dreams, but in their dreams they leave out the hands that held them, so that now they hover and fall freely. The pleasure all small children take in games such as swinging and bouncing is well known. When they see acrobatic tricks in the circus, their memory is renewed. In many young boys, a hysterical attack is made up of reproducing tricks of this kind, which they perform with great skill. Not infrequently in these motion games, innocuous in themselves, sexual feelings will be aroused. 25 To use a common word covering all these games, it is the romping, Hetson, of childhood that is repeated in these dreams of flying, falling, growing giddy, and the like, but its feeling of pleasure is now turned into its opposite, changed into anxiety. But as every mother knows, the romping of childhood too ends often enough in quarrels and tears. Thus I have good reason for rejecting the explanation that dreams of flying and falling are called up by the state of our tactile feelings during sleep or sensations of the movement of our lungs. As I see it, these sensations are themselves reproduced from the memory to which the dream relates, that is, they are the content of the dream and not its source. Everyone who has finished his senior years at school with the final matriculation examination complains how persistently he is pursued by the dream that he has failed, has to repeat a year, and the like. For someone who possesses an academic degree, this typical dream is replaced by another, which offers the prospect of not holding his own at the viva for his doctorate, though he may object in vain in his sleep that he has been practicing medicine for years, is a university lecturer, or head of a government department. These are the ineradicable memories of punishments we suffered in childhood for our misdeeds stirring within us again, attaching themselves to the two decisive stages of our studies, the dizire, dizilla asterisk of these strict examinations. The examination fear of neurotics, too, is reinforced by this infantile anxiety. Once we have ceased to be schoolchildren, it is no longer our parents and nurses, or later our teachers, who see to our punishment, as once they did. The implacable causal chain of life has taken over our further education, and now we dream of the matriculation or the viva, and which of us has not trembled at undergoing them, even the righteous? Whenever we expect that the outcome will punish us because there is something we have not done right, or have not finished properly, or whenever we feel the pressure of some responsibility. But I certainly do not deceive myself that I can produce a full explanation for this set of typical dreams. In my attempts to do so, my material really has left me in the lurch. I must hold on to the general viewpoint that all the sensations of movement and tactile feeling in these typical dreams are roused as soon as some psychical motive requires them, and they can be ignored if a need of this kind does not come halfway to meet them. The relation to infantile experiences also seems to me to emerge with certainty from the indications I have received in the analysis of psychoneurotics. But what other meanings may have attached themselves in the course of life to the memory of those sensations, different in each individual perhaps, despite the typical appearance of these dreams, I cannot say, and I would very much like to be in a position to fill this gap by careful analysis of good examples. To anyone who is surprised that I should complain of the lack of good material, despite the frequency of dreams of flying, falling, drawing teeth, and the like, I owe the explanation that I have not had such dreams in my own experience since I have been giving my attention to the topic of dream interpretation. Moreover, the dreams of neurotics which are otherwise at my disposal are not all of them interpretable, and often not into the last nook and cranny of their hidden intentions. A certain psychical force that had a share in constructing the neurosis and is reactivated in resolving it resists being interpreted down to the last riddle. Clearly Robert's view that the dream is intended to relieve our memory of the trivial impressions of the day is no longer tenable if often quite trivial images recalled from childhood appear in the dream. We would have to conclude that the dream habitually fulfills its appointed task in a most inadequate way.
See my essay über Deckerinnerungen, On-Screen Memories, in der Monatsschrift für Psychiatrie und Neurologie, 1899 SE 3, 301.
The inclination of the dream work to merge all items of interest occurring at the same time into one operation has already been observed by several writers on the subject, e.g. Delage, page 41, Delboeuf, Rapprochement Force, page 236. Dream of Irma's injection, dream of the friend who was my uncle. Dream of the young doctor's funeral oration. Dream of the botanical monograph. Most of my patients' dreams during analysis are of this kind. Cf. the passage in Chapter 7 on transference. Cf. the passage on speech and dreams in the section on the dream work. Only one of the authorities on the subject seems to have recognized the origin of utterances in dreams, Delboeuf, page 226, who compares them with clichés. For the curious, I would note that the patient's dream conceals a fantasy of indecent, sexually provocative behavior on my part, which she repulses. This may seem incredible to some, but I would remind them of the numerous cases where physicians have been accused in this way by hysterical women, in whom the same fantasy does not appear in distorted form and in their dreams, but has become undisguisedly conscious in the form of a delusion. A substitution by its opposite, which will become clear after the interpretation. Both effects belonging to these childhood scenes, the astonishment and the acceptance of the inevitable, were to be found in a dream I had shortly beforehand, which first restored the memory of this childhood experience to me. The plagiostomes are not an arbitrary addition, they recall a vexatious occasion when I disgraced myself before the same teacher. This repetition slipped into my written account of the dream, presumably from absent-mindedness. I retain it, as the analysis shows that it has its significance. Not in germinal but in latera, an error I only noticed after the analysis. In addition, I would draw attention to the identical letters in euphlatic and flatus. Another interpretation, he has one eye, like Odin, father of the gods. Odin's consolation *, the consolation I offer my father that I will buy him a new bed. Some of the material on which the interpretation is based, holding out the bottle, glass, recalls the story of the peasant at the optician's who tries glass after glass but still cannot see it. Bauernfänger, peasant catcher equals conman, Mädchenfänger, girl catcher. In the previous part of the dream, the treatment of the weak-minded father by the peasants in Zola's Latera. The unhappy satisfaction of seeing how in the last days of his life my father dirted his bed like a child, hence in the dream I am his male nurse, thinking and experiencing are here, as it were. One recalls a violently revolutionary literary drama by Oscar Panizet in which God the Father is treated pretty shamefully as a paralyzed old man. It says there, will indeed with him are one, and his archangel, a kind of Ganymede, has to restrain him from scolding and cursing, as these imprecations would instantly be fulfilled. The devising of plans is a criticism of my father, originating from a later period, just as the entire rebellious content of the dream, full of lèse-majesté and mockery of the authorities as it is, goes back to rebellion against the father. The prince is called Landesvater, father of his country, and the father is the oldest, first, and sole authority for the child, from whose absolute power the other social authorities have proceeded in the course of the history of human culture. Insofar as matriarchy does not impose limits on this proposition, the version in the dream, thinking and experiencing are one, points to the explanation of hysterical symptoms, to which the male bottle also related. A Viennese would not need me to explain the meaning of the principle of Xnaz. It consists in producing objects of a rare and valuable appearance out of trivial, preferably ludicrous and worthless material, e.g. arms and weapons out of cooking pots, straw, and salt sticks, as our artists do on their social evenings. Now, I had noticed that hysterics do the same. Beside what has actually happened to them, they unconsciously create for themselves horrible or extravagant fantasy events which they construct from the most innocuous and banal material of their experience. It is on these fantasies, and not on the recollection of actual events, that their symptoms depend, and this is so, whether the symptoms are serious or equally innocuous. This explanation had helped me over many difficulties and given me much pleasure. I was able to use it to explain the dream element of the male bottle because I had been told at the last Xmas evening that a poisoned chalice of Lucretia Borgia's had been put on display, which had as its centerpiece and main component a urine bottle for men of the sort customarily used in hospitals. Compare the passage in Griesinger and the observation in my second paper on the psychoneuroses of defense, Neurologisches Zentralblatt, 1896, in fact in his first paper, Essay 3. 43. The two sources from which I learned of this dream do not agree in their accounts. The Emperor's New Clothes. The child also makes an appearance in the fairy tale, for in it a small child suddenly calls out, but he has nothing on. An overinterpretation of this dream would run, spitting, spucken, on the steps would lead, since spuken, haunting, is an activity of spirits, by way of rough translation to esprit d'escalier. L'esprit d'escalier means much the same as lack of ready wit, Schlagfertigkeit equals, lit, readiness with a blow. That is a fault I really must admit to. Or was the nursemaid not ready enough with her blows, perhaps? Another great creation of tragic poetry is rooted in the same soil as Oedipus the King, Shakespeare's Hamlet. But the change in treatment of the same material reveals the difference in the inner life of these two cultural periods so remote from each other, the advance of repression over the centuries in mankind's emotional life. In Oedipus, the child's wishful fantasy on which it is based is out in the open and realized, as it is in dreams. In Hamlet it remains repressed, and we learn of its existence as we learn of a neurosis only through the inhibiting effects it produces. Curiously, Hamlet has shown that the overwhelming power of modern drama is compatible with the fact that we can remain quite unclear about the hero's character. The play is based on Hamlet's hesitation in fulfilling the task of revenge laid upon him. What the reasons or motives are for this hesitation the text does not say. The most various attempts at interpretation have not been able to identify them. According to the view argued by Goethe and still dominant today, Hamlet represents the type of human being whose power of action is paralyzed by the overdevelopment of the activity of thought, sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. According to others, the poet has attempted to portray a pathological, irresolute character close to neurasthenia. However, the drama's plot tells us that Hamlet should certainly not appear to be entirely incapable of action. We see him in action twice, once in sudden passion, when he stabs the eavesdropper behind the arras, the second time purposefully, indeed cunningly, when with all the insouciance of a Renaissance prince he dispatches the two courtiers to the death intended for himself. So what inhibits him from fulfilling the task laid upon him by his father's ghost? Here again we have at our disposal the knowledge that it is the particular nature of this task. Hamlet can do anything except take revenge on the man who removed his father and took the latter's place beside his mother, the man who shows him his own repressed infant wishes realized. The revulsion that should urge him to revenge is thus replaced by self-recrimination, by the scruples of conscience which accuse him of being, quite literally, no better than the sinner he has to punish. I have translated into conscious terms what is bound to remain unconscious in the hero's psyche. If anyone wants to call Hamlet a hysteric, I can only acknowledge that it is an inference my interpretation admits. The sexual revulsion which Hamlet expresses in the dialogue with Ophelia is congruent with it, the same sexual revulsion which was to take increasing hold of the poet's psyche in the following years, reaching its extreme in Timon of Athens. Of course it can only have been the poet's own inner life that confronts us in Hamlet. I note from the work on Shakespeare by George Brandes *, 1896, that the drama was written immediately after his father's death, 1601, that is, when Shakespeare's mourning for his father was still fresh, and when presumably his childhood feelings towards him were revived. It is also known that Shakespeare had a son called Hamnet *, identical with Hamlet, who died young. Just as Hamlet deals with the relationship of the son to his parents, so Macbeth, written in much the same period, deals with the theme of childlessness. Incidentally, just as every neurotic symptom, even the dream, is capable of overinterpretation, indeed demands it, if we are to understand it fully, so every truly poetic creation will have arisen from more than one motive and more than one impulse in the poet's psyche, and will admit of more than one interpretation. What I have attempted here is only an interpretation of the deepest layer of the impulses in the psyche of the creative poet. The sheer size too, the excessive abundance, scale, and exaggeration of dreams, could be an infantile characteristic. The most ardent wish of children is to grow up and get as big a share of everything as the grown-ups. They are hard to satisfy, do not know the meaning of enough, insatiably demand the repetition of anything that has given them pleasure or tasted nice. They only learn to moderate their demands, restrain themselves, and give in to others through the cultural process of their education. It is well known that the neurotic is also inclined to a moderation and excess. Apropos, a young colleague, entirely free of nervous troubles, told me, "I know from my own experience that when swinging as a child, and at the very moment when the downward movement had the greatest impact, I had a peculiar feeling in the genitals which, though it was not really very agreeable, I have to describe as a feeling of pleasure." I have often heard from patients that the first pleasurable erections they remember appeared in boyhood when they were climbing. It emerges from psychoanalysis with great certainty that the first stirrings of sexuality frequently have their roots in childhood scuffling and wrestling. 6. The dream work. Until now, every other effort to solve the problems presented by dreams has latched directly onto the dream's manifest content as it is present in the memory, and has attempted to use this as the basis of an interpretation, or, if it dispensed with an interpretation, it sought to substantiate its judgment of the dream by reference to its content. We are alone in confronting a different state of affairs. As we see it, there is a new kind of psychical material intervening between the content of the dream and the results of our reflections, the latent dream content reached by our procedure, or the dream thoughts. It is from this latent content, not the manifest, that we worked out the solution to the dream. This is why a new task faces us which did not exist before, the task of investigating the relationship of the manifest dream content to the latent dream thoughts, and of tracing the processes by which the latter turned into the former. The dream thoughts and the dream content lie before us like two versions of the same content in two different languages, or rather, the dream content looks to us like a translation of the dream thoughts into another mode of expression, and we are supposed to get to know its signs and laws of grammatical construction by comparing the original and the translation. Once we have learned what these are, the dream thoughts will be easy for us to understand without any further ado. The content of the dream is given as it were in the form of hieroglyphs whose signs are to be translated one by one into the language of the dream thoughts. We would obviously be misled if we were to read these signs according to their pictorial value and not according to their referentiality as signs. Suppose I have a picture puzzle, or rebus, before me, a house with a boat on its roof, then a single letter of the alphabet, then a running figure with his head conjured away, and the like. Now I could fall into the trap of objecting that this combination and its constituent parts are nonsense. A boat does not belong on the roof of a house, and a person without a head cannot run. Besides, the person is bigger than the house, and if the whole is supposed to represent a landscape, then single letters of the alphabet do not fit in there, as they certainly do not occur in nature. Obviously, the correct solution to the rebus can only be reached if I raise no such objections to the whole or to the details, but take the trouble to replace each picture by a syllable or a word which, through some association, can be represented by the picture. The words connected in this way are no longer nonsense, but can yield the most beautiful and meaningful poetic saying. The dream is a picture puzzle of this kind, and our predecessors in the field of dream interpretation made the mistake of judging the rebus as if it were a pictorial composition. As such, it seemed to them to have no meaning or value. The work of condensation. The first thing the investigator comes to understand in comparing the dream content with the dream thoughts is that work of condensation has been carried out here on a grand scale. The dream is scant, paltry, laconic in comparison to the range and abundance of the dream thoughts. Written down, the dream will fill half a page. The analysis containing the dream thoughts will require 6, 8, 12 times as much space. The ratio varies for different dreams. As far as I can check, it never changes its intent. As a rule, in taking the dream thoughts brought to light to be all the dream material there is, one is underestimating the degree of compression that takes place, whereas further work of interpretation is able to reveal fresh thoughts hidden behind the dream. We have already had to note that actually one is never certain of having interpreted a dream in its entirety. Even when the solution seems satisfying and complete, it is always possible for a further meaning to announce its presence through the same dream. The quota of condensation is thus, strictly speaking, indeterminable. One conclusion to be drawn from this disproportion between dream content and dream thoughts might be that a wholesale condensation of the psychical material takes place during the dream's formation. However, one could raise an objection to this which at first sight seems very tempting. After all, we so often have the feeling that we have dreamed a great deal all through the night and then forgotten most of it. Accordingly, the dream we remember when we wake would be just a remnant of the total dream work, which would probably equal the dream thoughts in extent, if only we were able to remember the dream in its entirety. This is certainly correct in part. It is evident that a dream is reproduced most faithfully when we try to recollect it soon after waking, and that its memory becomes more and more sketchy towards evening. On the other hand, however, it emerges that the feeling that we have dreamed a great deal more than we can reproduce very often rests on an illusion, whose origins will be explained later. Moreover, the assumption that condensation is operative in the dream work is not affected by the possibility of forgetting our dreams, for its activity is proven by the masses of ideas belonging to the separate bits of the dream that are retained. If a great deal of the dream is in fact lost to memory, this more or less cuts off our approach to a fresh set of dream thoughts. There is nothing to justify any expectation that the lost parts of the dream would only have related to the thoughts already known to us from our analysis of the parts that have been retained. In face of the vast number of ideas analysis can offer for every element in the dream content, many readers will feel the stirrings of doubt as to whether all the things coming into someone's mind retrospectively in the course of analysis may in principle be counted as the dream thoughts, that is, whether it may be assumed that all these thoughts were already active during sleep and played their part at the time in forming the dream. Or rather, whether fresh thought associations might not arise in the course of analyzing which had no part in forming the dream. I can only give qualified assent to this doubt. It is certainly correct that particular thought associations do arise only during the analysis, but on each occasion one can satisfy oneself that fresh associations of this kind only come about between thoughts which are already associated in some other way in the dream thoughts. The new associations are, as it were, parallel connections, short circuits made possible by the existence of other and deeper connecting paths. As for the greater mass of the thoughts revealed in the analysis, it has to be recognized that they were already active in forming the dream, for after working through a chain of these thoughts, which seem to be quite unconnected to the formation of the dream, one suddenly comes upon one which is represented in the dream content and which is essential to its interpretation, but which was only accessible by way of that chain. In this respect, see the dream of the botanical monograph, for example, which appears to be the result of an astonishing feat of condensation, even though I have not reported its analysis in full. But how, then, are we to imagine the conditions prevailing in the psyche during the sleep which precedes dreaming? Are all the dream thoughts present side by side, or will they follow one after the other, or are there several simultaneous trains of thought formed from different centers, which then converge? I do not think it is necessary to make an imaginary picture of the psychical conditions prevailing in the process of dream formation. However, we should not forget that this is a matter of unconscious thinking, and that the process could easily be very different from the one we are aware of in ourselves in the course of purposeful reflection accompanied by consciousness. However, the fact that the formation of dreams is based on condensation is established beyond question. Now, how does this condensation come about? When one considers that only very few indeed of the dream thoughts discovered by the analysis are represented in the dream by one of their ideational elements, one might suppose that condensation proceeds by way of exclusion, for the dream is not a faithful translation or point-by-point projection of the dream thoughts, but an exceedingly incomplete and fragmentary reproduction. But, as we shall soon discover, this is a most inadequate view. All the same, let us use it as a basis to start from and go on to ask ourselves, if only a few elements of the dream thoughts reach the dream content, what are the conditions that determine their selection? For light on this question, we shall turn our attention to those elements in the dream content which must in fact have fulfilled the conditions we are seeking. The most suitable material for this inquiry will be a dream which has been formed by a particularly strong process of condensation. I shall choose the dream of the botanical monograph reported on page 129. Dream content: I have written a monograph on a species, which kind is left open, of plant. The book is lying in front of me. I am just turning over a folded color plate. Bound into the copy is a dried specimen of the plant. The most immediately striking element in this dream is the botanical monograph. This derives from the impressions of the dream day. I had in fact seen a monograph on the species cyclamen displayed in the window of a bookshop. The dream does not mention species, retaining only the monograph and its reference to botany. The botanical monograph promptly shows its connection to the work on cocaine which I once wrote. From cocaine the train of thought moves on the one hand to the Festschrift and to certain events in a university laboratory, on the other hand to my friend, the eye specialist Dr. Koningstein, who had a share in the medical application of cocaine. The figure of Dr. K links up with my recollection of the interrupted conversation I had with him the previous evening, and to my various thoughts on payment for medical services among colleagues. Now, it is this conversation which is actually the active initiator of the dream. The monograph on cyclamen is also an agent, but an unimportant one. As I see it, the botanical monograph in the dream turns out to be a mediating common factor between the two experiences of the day, taken over unchanged from the unimportant impression, but linked by a wealth of associative connections with the psychically significant experience. But not only the composite idea botanical monograph, but also each of its elements separately, botanical and monograph, enters by way of multiple connections deeper and deeper into the maze of the dream thoughts. Botanical is the link to my recollections of the figure of Dr. Gartner, of his blooming wife, of a patient of mine who was called Flora, and of the lady with the forgotten flowers whose story I recounted. Gartner leads again to the laboratory and to my conversation with Koningstein. The reference to both patients belongs in the same conversation. The dream thoughts branch along one path from the woman with the flowers to my wife's favorite flowers, and their other route ends in the title of the monograph seen fleetingly during the day. In addition, botanical recalls an episode at school and an examination from my university days, and a fresh theme broached in that conversation, that of my favorite hobbies, is linked via what I call in jest my favorite flower, the artichoke, to the train of thoughts that started out from the forgotten flowers. Behind artichoke there is hidden the recollection of Italy on the one hand and a scene from childhood on the other, where I inaugurated my relationship to books which has since become so intimate. So botanical is a real point of intersection, where very many trains of thought contributing to the dream converge, and I can vouch for it that these were all brought quite fittingly into connection with one another in that conversation. This is where we find ourselves in the middle of a thought factory where, as in the weaver's masterpiece, Ein Tritt tausend Fäden regt. Die Schifflein herüber, hinüberskießen, die Fäden ungessen fließen. Ein Schlag tausend Verbindungen schlagt, ***. One thrust of his foot, and 1,000 threads invisibly shift, and hither and thither. The shuttles dart, just once he treads. And 1,000 strands all twine together. Monograph in the dream touches again on two themes: how specialized my studies were and how expensive my hobbies. This first examination suggests that the elements botanical and monograph have been admitted into the dream because they are able to show the widest range of contacts with the most dream thoughts, that is, they represent points of intersection where a great number of the dream thoughts converge, and because they have many meanings with respect to the interpretation of the dream. The fact at the basis of this explanation can also be put differently: each element of the dream content turns out to be overdetermined, to be represented many times and in many ways in the dream thoughts. We shall learn more if we scrutinize the remaining components of the dream for their appearance in the dream thoughts. The colored plate I unfold refers to a fresh theme, see page 131, my colleague's criticism of my work, and to one already represented in the dream, my hobbies. Besides these, to the childhood memory in which I pull apart the leaves of a book with colored plates. The dried specimen of the plant touches on my experience at school with the herbarium and gives particular emphasis to this recollection. So I perceive what kind of relationship this is between the content and the thoughts of the dream. It is not only that the elements of the dream are determined many times over, but also that the individual dream thoughts are represented in the dream by several elements. The path of associations leads from one element of the dream to several dream thoughts, and from one dream thought to several dream elements. Thus, the formation of a dream does not come about by a process of one dream thought or a group of them supplying a shorthand term for the dream content, and then by the next dream thought providing a further shorthand term as its deputy, much as representatives are elected from the population for parliament. Rather, the entire mass of the dream thoughts undergoes a certain procedure whereby those elements with the most and best support are best qualified for admission to the dream content, rather like election by means of the list system. Whatever dream I submit to this kind of analysis, I always find the same principles confirmed. The elements formed into the dream are drawn from the entire mass of the dream thoughts, and in its relation to the dream thoughts each one of the elements seems to be determined many times over. It is certainly not idle to demonstrate this relationship of dream content and dream thoughts with a fresh example, one which is remarkable for the particularly intricate way it intertwines its interacting associations. The dream comes from a patient I am treating for claustrophobia. It will soon become apparent why I feel occasion to give this exceptionally clever feat of dreaming the heading of 2. A pleasant dream. He is traveling in a large private party to X Street, where a modest hostelry is located, which is not the case. A play is being performed in its rooms. One moment he is a spectator, the next an actor. Finally someone says they will have to change their clothes to return to town. Some of the party are directed to the rooms on the ground floor, others to those on the first floor. Then a quarrel ensues. The ones up above are annoyed that those down below are not yet ready, so that they cannot come down. His brother is up above, he himself down below, and he is annoyed at his brother that he is being hurried so. This part is unclear. In any case, it was already decided and disposed on their arrival who should be up above and who should be down below. Then he is walking by himself up the rise made by X Street towards the town, and his steps are so heavy, so laborious, that he cannot stir from the spot. An elderly gentleman joins him and rails against the King of Italy. Then at the end of the rise he walks with much greater ease. The difficulties he had in climbing the rise were so distinct that when he woke he wondered for a while whether it was dream or reality. The manifest content scarcely moves one to praise this dream. Against the rules, I shall begin with that part described by the dreamer as the most distinct. The difficulty dreamed of and probably felt as it was dreamed, the laborious climb accompanied by dyspnea** is one of the actual symptoms my patient had displayed years ago, which was then attributed, together with other symptoms, to tuberculosis, probably in hysterical imitation. We are already familiar with this peculiar sensation of inhibited movement from exhibition dreams, and here again we find it as material present and always available to be used for any other representational purpose. The part of the dream content describing how difficult climbing was at the beginning and how easy the rise became at the end, reminded me as he recounted it of the well-known, masterly opening of Alphonse Daudet's Sappho. There, a young man is carrying his beloved up the staircase. At first she is light as a feather, but the further he climbs, the more heavily she weighs in his arms, and this scene is a model for the course of their relationship. In describing it thus, Daudet intends to warn young men not to squander their more serious affections on girls of low origin and doubtful past. Although I knew that my patient had recently had a love affair with a lady from the theater and had broken it off, I really did not expect to find my idea for the interpretation confirmed. In any case, the situation in Sappho was the reverse of the one in the dream. In the dream, The climb was difficult at the start and became easier later. In the novel, the symbolism was only served if what was taken easily at first turned out to be a heavy burden at the end. To my astonishment, my patient remarked that the interpretation chimed very well with the content of the play he had seen the previous evening in the theater. The play was called Rundum Wien, Roundabout Vienna, and dealt with the life of a young woman who begins as a good girl, but then enters the demi-monde, has affairs with highly placed personages, and so rises high up but finally sinks down lower and lower. The play had reminded him of another one performed years before, entitled Von Stuff zu Stuff *, From Step to Step, with advertisements showing a flight of stairs made up of several steps. Now for further interpretation. The actress with whom he had had this latest affair, so full of associations, lived in X Street. There is no inn in the street. However, he spent part of the summer in Vienna on account of the lady, and put up, ab Gestiegen, got down, at a small hotel nearby. As he left the hotel, he said to the cabby, "At least I haven't caught any vermin." I'm glad to say, another of his phobias, by the way. The cabby replied, "But how can anyone stay there? That's not a proper hotel, it's only a hostelry." The inn links up at once in his memory with a quotation.
Bei einem Wirte Wundermild da war ich jüngst zu Gaste. Not long ago I was a guest, my host was wondrous.
But the host in Uhlans * poem is an apple tree. Now a second quotation continues the train of thought. Faust, mit der Jungen Tansend. Einst hatte ich einen schönen Traum, da sah ich einen Apfelbaum. Zwei schon Äpfel glanzten dran, sie reisten Michigan, ich stieg hinein.